Hi, and thank you so much for joining this course. We're going to have a ton of fun. I promise you I've done everything in my efforts to make this course as engaging as possible, and all the projects we do are very exciting and fun. So in this video, I'm going to quickly cover what is RPA, what is Robotic Process Automation.
Robotic Process Automation, or RPA, is a technology that allows a computer program or robot to replicate otherwise manual processes done by humans in an automated, repeatable, and reliable manner. Just like a human, robots can open emails and attachments, log into applications, read databases, collect data, follow if-then decisions, fill in forms, and perform calculations. RPA solutions allow organizations to do more with less, minimizing risk through increased visibility and audit trails. Typically, robots operate 3 times faster than human workers. Robots are best suited for tasks that are repetitive, rule-based, and incorporate structured digital data. In the workplace, RPA is used to automate labor-intensive day-to-day processes, freeing up high-value employees' time for activities such as problem-solving, exception handling, and troubleshooting. A few real-life examples where RPA could be used in a bank would be payment processing, invoice management, reporting, and reconciliation. Robots are very quickly extending today into the area of artificial intelligence, which allows robots to make decisions and predictions. So the scope and applications of RPA are endless. The top 3 industry-leading RPA tools are Blue Prism, UiPath, and Automation Anywhere. For this course, we will be using the most popular of the 3, which is UiPath. Over here we have a Google Trends comparison between Blue Prism, UiPath, and Automation Anywhere. And you can see over here, this is a graph plotted over the past 5 years. And you can see even more recently how much UiPath has overtaken both Blue Prism and Automation Anywhere. And is definitely the most popular. And that is why we have chosen UiPath as our tool of choice for this course. If we do a search for the term robotic process automation, you can just see the massive exponential growth that RPA has been having over the past few years. The UiPath RPA platform consists of 3 main components: Studio, Robot, and Orchestrator. Studio is a highly visual, intuitive automation tool with process recorders and pre-built drag-and-drop activities that enable people without developer skills to quickly create RPA workflows. So, in simple English, it is a desktop application, which is the integrated development environment, or the IDE, where developers build the robots. Alright, so this is where we will be spending most of our time through this course. Secondly, we have robots. Robots are software workers that run the automations created in Studio. UiPath robots fit every business process. You get attended and you get unattended robots. Attended robots directly assist employees triggered by human commands, while unattended robots run back-office tasks and work autonomously in a physical or virtual environment. Lastly, we have Orchestrator. Orchestrator is an intelligent console that deploys robots, schedules work, and reports on performance. So, simply put, it is a web application, and it is also a mobile application, so you can deploy, schedule, and manage robots from anywhere. Alright, so this is all cloud-based, so it runs on a website called platform.uipath.com. UiPath offer 2 main products. They have their Community Edition and they have their Enterprise RPA platform. So the main differences between the 2 is that the Community Edition is free and it's for individual developers, whereas UiPath Enterprise, you pay per license and it is mainly for enterprise businesses. Alright, so what's nice about both of them is you have access to Studio, Robot, and Orchestrator, with the main difference being limited to 2 robots for your Orchestrator in the Community Edition. So what that basically means is if you want to schedule your robots to happen in the background or autonomously without you having to be there present to click run on the robot, then you can only add up to 2 of those with the Community Edition. However, with the Enterprise Edition or the Enterprise RPA platform, you can pay per license and you can add as many of those as you want. What a lot of the big companies do is they rent virtual machines or virtual desktops from companies like Amazon, and they have thousands of robots running in the background or in the back office without any humans intervening. That's what you call a unattended robot, and we'll learn about that later on in the course, and we actually build an unattended robot as well. Another thing to notice is that Orchestrator Community Edition can be found at platform.uipath.com, as I previously showed you. If you have an enterprise RPA platform and you're paying for licenses, you can connect it to your own domain, so it'll be something like yourdomain.uipath.com. For the purposes of this course, we will be focusing on UiPath Community Edition. So let's install UiPath Community Edition. You can open Google and you can go to the URL www.uipath.com, and then you can click on the Start Trial button. When you're brought to this page, you'll see that there are two main versions you can download. You can either get the Enterprise or the Community version. Here is a list of the differences between the two. Lucky for us, because this is for education purposes, we can get the Community Edition and use it for free. Alright, so we are brought to this page where it says UI Community Edition is free for individual developers, open source projects, academic research, education, and small professional teams. Great, so then there is this input form over here where you can ask for permission to get access to the software. Right, so I'm just going to fill in my details here. So I have filled in my information, and now I'm clicking this button, Request Community Edition. It says, thank you for your request. Please check your email. You will shortly receive an email containing a link to download UiPath Studio Community and other instructions. Also, you can try Orchestrator, our cloud-based management tool, for free with our Community Edition. Create your account and try it. Alright, so we will be getting into that into a later part of the course, into our Orchestrator. You can now go to the inbox of the email address you signed up with, and you should have received an email from UiPath where you can install UiPath Studio. The email should come through instantly, but there have been cases where it takes a few hours for the email to send. So if you don't see it, just wait a few hours and you will receive it. Alright, so here it is, download UiPath Community Edition. You can click on that. So now we just wait until it completely downloads, and then once it's downloaded, I will install it onto my PC. Great, so it has downloaded, and I will click this Run button. And there you have the UiPath window that just popped up. So here is where you can select your activation process. So if you're working at a company and they have given you a license key, you can select this one, and if they have a license for Orchestrator, you can activate over here. Alright, so in our case, and most of our cases, we will be clicking this one where you'd activate the Community Edition. You can then enter your email address, the same one that you used to sign up with, and the device ID is read-only, so you can't change that. You then click the Activate button, and you will be installed and ready to go. I'm just going to quickly show you what UiPath Studio, Robot, and Orchestrator look like and where to find them. To find Studio, it's a desktop application, so you can just type in UI in our start menu. Here is UiPath Studio, and it opens up. So this is the IDE where we will be building our robots. So you can just start a blank process, you click Create, and then this is where you build your robots. So that is UiPath Studio. UiPath Robots, you'll find down here. You can go to your icons and there will be UiPath Robots over there. So here it is. Once you deploy your robots in Orchestrator, they will appear over here, and then you can run and update your robots from this little window over here. So if you can't find UiPath Robot over here once you install it, you can just come click here, type in UiPath Robot, there it is. I'll click on that. and it should then open. Great. And then lastly, we have UiPath Orchestrator. To get to UiPath Orchestrator, open up a web browser and navigate to platform.uipath.com. And then it'll take you to this page, and this is where you can either become a tenant or you can log in if you've already created a tenant. All right, so we'll get to this later on in the course, where we will become a tenant and we will deploy a robot in Orchestrator and schedule it daily. You can also go to demo.uipath.com, and that is the exact same thing as platform.uipath.com. Great, so we have successfully installed UiPath Community Edition, and just one thing you should note is that the license is only valid for 2 months. So after 2 months, when you open UiPath Studio, you'll get this message. It'll have a little pop-up with an activation error. What you want to do is follow this 4-step process that I drew up for you guys. So the first thing you want to do is copy the device ID, which you can find in that activation error pop-up. Or if you don't see that, you can also go to UiPath Studio, click on the Help button, and on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll have the device ID and you can copy it from there. Second step is you want to go to www.uipath.com/renew community license. Alright, as I have the URL there on the screen. You go to that URL and then you want to fill in all your details. You want to use the same details as last time, and then there in the device ID field, you want to paste the device ID that you previously copied in step 1. Lastly, you can reopen UiPath Studio and you will see this pop up. You can then click continue free and you'll be back to using your UiPath Community Edition, and it'll be valid for another 2 months. So every 2 months you need to repeat this process. Great, so that is all for the installation of UiPath. Now that we have UiPath installed and all set up on our PCs, we can go and build our first robot. I'd highly recommend that you follow along with me. I just have made this video simply so you can experience what it's like to create your first software robot. Alright, it's not going to be anything complicated. I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible, just so you get a general idea on how to build your first software robot. Alright, so we can start off by going to the Start menu, typing in UiPath Studio, and opening that up. We can click on this process over here. This will start a blank project, and we will get this new blank process window where you can select the name, the location, and a description of your robot. And we can give this a name, My First Robot. Great. We can also select a path. You can see it's in default selected to my C drive, users, Leon Petru, documents, UiPath. I don't want to save it there, so I'm going to click these 3 dots and I'm going to go to my D drive and I'm going to save it here. So I just want to create a new folder. So I'm going to right click and click new and say folder, and I'm going to call this robots. So I'm going to be putting in all the robots that we build within this course into this robots folder. Alright, so I'm going to double click robots and click select folder, and great, there you go. We have our D drive and we have our folder robots. The robot we are going to be building is a simple robot which will simply open up the Notepad application and write some text into the Notepad. I'm going to write the description as Notepad operations. You can simply call that whatever you want, whatever is going to help you understand what this robot is about. Great, we can click the create button. So now if we go to our folder and we go to robots, you'll see there is now a folder there called My First Robot, and within it we have our main XAML file and we have our JSON file. Alright, make sure you don't delete this. This is a necessary file in order to run your robot. Great, so let's get into it. So here we have our workspace. This is where you will be dropping in your activities. So whenever you start a robot, you usually want to put it into a container. So the most common use cases is either putting it into a sequence or a flowchart or a state machine. Sometimes even a try-catch is used. If you don't understand what any of those mean, don't worry, we'll get into it. All right, so for the purpose of this one, I'm just going to use a sequence because it's the most simple. All right, and I'm going to call this main. All right, so this will be our main sequence and everything will happen within it. You'll see there it says drop activity here. So what we want to do is we want to open the Notepad application. So we can come to our search activities over here and we can type in open application. There you go, it's right here, it came up. So we can click on that. I'm holding in my left mouse button, dragging it here and placing it within this sequence. I'm letting go my left mouse button and there you go, we have our open application. So you'll see here there's an indicate window on screen button. So this is the button you click to select which application you want to open. So in order for this to work, we need to have Notepad open already. So I'm just going to open it up. There you go, here is our Notepad application. And I'm going to come back to UiPath Studio, click indicate window on screen. And as you can see, I can now select, I can either select this window at the back or I can select our Notepad. This is the one we want to select. I click that and there you go. You'll notice here it also added a screenshot. This is just a nice thing for the developers that UiPath has added. It adds a screenshot of all your activities so you know exactly what you are dealing with because it's a lot more visual and easier to understand what your workflows are doing. So now what we want to do is we want to add in some text into our Notepad. All right, we want to write something here. Okay, in order to do this, we can use the type into activity. So we can type into here, we can search for it, there it is. So it is a keyboard element, type into, and we can click this and we can drag it into this do sequence. So just to clarify what is going on here, we have a main sequence which contains all the different activities. Within that we have our open application activity. Within this open application we want to do something within this application, and that is what this do sequence is doing over here. Alright, and the thing we want to do is we want to type into that activity. Alright, but you'll notice we have an error because it's saying the value for a required activity argument text was not supplied. Alright, so what we have to do is we need to indicate the element inside the windows. So I'll click that and here's our Notepad and we can click on this user interface element here. Alright, because before we clicked over here, which is highlighting the entire Notepad because that was the application we wanted to open, but now we want to type into this section here. So that is why we're clicking that. Right, there you go. So you'll see it even added a screenshot of that white space. We can then type in the text. In order to write any strings or text within UiPath, you have to add inverted commas like that. Alright, so it's just double quotes, and in there I'm going to write I am a robot and click away. As you click away, you'll notice the exclamation marks go away. There's no longer any errors. Alright, so this robot should run smoothly now. I am just going to close this Notepad and I'm going to come here and click run. So now we'll notice that it opens the Notepad application, and if you saw there, it typed in I am a robot. So if you followed along, you have finally completed your first robot. Just a quick tip on undoing your work. If you click Ctrl Z on the keyboard, it will undo an action. If you click Ctrl Y, it will redo. And if you delete an activity, such as type into, right? I'm clicking delete on my keyboard. And now let's say I want to undo this. If I click Control Z on my keyboard, as I just did, you'll notice it never came back. So you might be thinking, oh no, does UiPath not support undoing deleting elements or undoing deleting activities? It actually does. It's just a little trick. You need to click somewhere within a sequence and then click Control Z, and then it'll come back. All right, so that's just a little trick you need to know. When it comes to undoing deleting activities, make sure you are clicked within one of the sequences. This was just a basic example to give you a general idea of what it's like to build a software robot. As we move throughout the course, we are going to do some really complicated examples. We are going to start from doing some beginner level robots, then we are going to move on to some intermediate level robots, and we will end off with some advanced level robots. In the following video, I'll show you where you can find help and support for UiPath. In this video, I'll be showing you how to find a solution if you get stuck while building one of your robots, and also some additional learning resources for you regarding UiPath. Alright, so first we have the UiPath forum. This is a great tool and resource to use when you get stuck. If you've never used the forum before, I'll just summarize it for you quickly. If you have a question, you search for the question over here. So for example, let's say we want to know how to send an email with Gmail. You can search for that, and then you'll get a whole bunch of threads of different people who have previously asked that question, like here, how to send email using Gmail account, as well as a whole lot of people's answers. So you can click that, and then you can view all the different solutions. If you can't find a solution to one of your questions, you can post a question, and then the community will help you out. Alright, so in order to post a question, you're going to have to sign up for the forum. You can just put in your details over there and you can create an account. So all I ask is that you please be polite to people on the forums, because the people who are on the forum are here to help you and they're all volunteers. You can click here on intro and you can read up about how to use this forum. Alright, moving on, we have our resources. So this is the documentation that is provided by UiPath on all the functionality of all their products. So we have a studio guide, robot guide, and orchestrator guide, as well as an activities guide. I'll start here with activities guide. This is an entire guide on all the different activities and all the details about them. So let's say you want to know more information about the type into activity. You can type in type into, you can click that, and it'll tell you all the details here about that activity. It'll tell you about the different properties, what each of the inputs mean, what all the options mean, as well as different notes about the activity. Alright, so when you trying to use a specific activity and you keep getting an error, this is the place you'd come to make sure you're inputting the right thing and doing what you are supposed to. Alright, you can also look along the left here and you can click on all the different activities and you can read up about them. Alright, we also have the studio guide. I'll just open this one as an example. If you want to learn anything about the studio guide, let's say you're confused about variables, you can type in variables and it'll tell you all about that. So you can come here, there you go, you can see how to manage variables, the variables panel, and you can read up about it over here. Great, moving on, we have UiPath Go. UiPath Go is a really cool solution. It's a one-stop shop to find anything you need for your RPA robots. So you can find different activities which have been coded by the community and have been provided open source to anyone who wants to download them. So for example, here there's a format Excel document activity, or there's a convert numbers to words activity. or whatever it is you need, if it's not already available with the default UiPath installation. Additionally, you have different snippets you can download, even workflows and connectors. So I'd recommend just browsing through the site, see what you can find, see what it's about, and maybe one day when you're stuck and you need a solution, you can come to this UI Go store and you might find a solution. Moving on, we have video tutorials. So these are the video tutorials that are provided by UiPath for free. So this is all of them here. So you can come and watch these videos if you are interested. The approach to teaching in these videos are more academic, whereas in this course you're taking right now, it's a lot more hands-on and project-based, where we build real-life robots. This is more about, for example, how to create a variable or how to create a data table, etc. But whatever's covered in these videos is also covered in this course. I just thought I should tell you about all these resources, as they have helped me along my journey, and I hope they'll help you as well. In this tutorial, we'll be doing some theory regarding robotic process automation. So what we have here is a matrix to help you decide which process to select when starting a robotic process automation project. Alright, so within your business, there's going to be multiple processes which you can automate. So usually you want to prioritize which one you should do first, because in that way you'll reach your return on investment a lot sooner. Alright, so over here I have a 2x2 matrix where we have the processes in the rows and we have the criteria in the columns. Then each of the processes are weighed individually for each candidate between 1 and 5, where 5 is the highest and 1 is the lowest. The scores are then summed for each of the processes and are then ranked in order from 1 to 7. So as you can see, in first place we have process number 3, which means that process 3 should be prioritized, followed by process 7. Alright, so I'm just going to quickly run through what each of these criteria are. What I also did is I added a comment on these cells, so if you hover your mouse over it, you will be able to read what it says. Alright, so the first criteria is the process must be repetitive. Alright, so that means the process is predictable and that the same process repeats consistently. The more repetitive the process, the better for RPA. Second, we have rules-based. Rules-based means that the process is based on a series of simple if-then rules. Rules-based work is perfectly suited for robotic automation. On the other hand, robots are not so good at handling unexpected situations or making judgment-based decisions. The more rules-based the input, the better for RPA. Alright, so also I just want to mention there that that robotic process automation is becoming smarter with making judgment-based decisions. For example, there are a lot of machine learning activities and add-ons you can build into your robot, which will be able to make judgment-based decisions. Structured inputs. So you get unstructured inputs and you also get structured inputs. Unstructured is when data components still need to be handled by people. For example, handwritten invoices, faxes, or documents where there's an unstructured format of data. Whereas structured input is when the inputs are easily accessible without human intervention. For example, CSV, Excel tables, or API calls. So the more structured the input, the better it is for RPA. For structured outputs, this refers to the same thing as structured inputs, except it's referring to the outputs of the process. So the more structured the outputs, the better for RPA. Next, we have total volume. So RPA is valuable if the total volume or number of transactions of the tasks are high. For example, screening thousands of CVs or scraping hundreds of invoices. The larger the number of transactions, the better for RPA. Next, we have volume variability. This refers to the volume of work to be done by the process, with variability referring to peaks and troughs of work to be done for the process. Peaks result in needing to hire more people for a job, and troughs means you would keep them idle, which is costly. A robot can solve this problem of variability. The more variability, the better for RPA. Next, we have off-hours processing. So here we ask, can this process run 24/7? Machines can run non-stop without becoming inefficient or ineffective. The more time required to do the process, the better for RPA. Next, is the process prone to human error, such as copy-pasting data from one system into another? The more prone to human error, the better for RPA. Next, we have duplicate data. Does the process involve duplicate data on multiple systems? The more duplicate data, the better for RPA. This is actually covered in a robot later on in the course where we upload duplicate data to two separate systems, one onto a legacy system, which is a desktop application, and one into a modern web application. Next, we have process stability. If a process changes frequently, that means that more updates will have to be made to the robot. Ongoing robot maintenance costs can get expensive. The more process stability, the better for RPA. Next, we have system stability. So this refers to the systems that are used within your automation. It is better if systems are not subject to ongoing optimizations, such as web applications who A/B test their software every day. The more system stability, the better for RPA. Lastly, we have quick development. This refers to the amount of time required to build a robot. The quicker the robot is built, the sooner you'll be able to get a return on investment. So the quicker the development time, the better for RPA. So I hope these definitions have helped you to understand what makes for a good RPA project, and the values in here are generated by the process experts. So the way you generate this is you would usually sit with your team, and you would sit around a table and you'd go through each of these one by one, and you will discuss this. You'd discuss, say, process one, and you'll ask yourselves, is this process a repetitive process? And then if the answer is yes, definitely, then you would most probably put a 5. But if the answer is maybe a little bit, then you might put a 2. So it's quite subjective, but when you have a whole team sitting around the table, you can get these values to be as accurate as possible, and in result, the ranking of the processes will be accurate. See the resources of this lecture for a downloadable copy of this template. In this tutorial, I'll be doing a run through the ribbons in UiPath Studio. So we can start off by opening UiPath Studio. And it takes us to our start page. All right, so we have different tabs along the left here. We have Start, Team, Tools, Settings, Help, and Open right at the top. So I'll start here with the Start tab. So to start a new robot or a blank project, you would click this Process button, and that's where you'll give it a name, location, and description. Just note that the name needs to be one word. You can add underscores if you like to separate the words. And the default location for saving the robot is usually in the C drive, development, your name, UiPath, and then it would be stored into a folder over there. So I can show you exactly. It would be in your C drive, it would be under users, it would be under your name, in my case Leonidas Petru, and then documents, and then UiPath, and then this is the default location where robots will be stored. In my case, I'm going to be storing my robots in my D drive, but you're welcome to store it wherever you like. So that is how you start a process. Here is where you can create a library, which is simply a reusable component. So you can make a piece of automation which can be used as a reusable element or reusable component in multiple different automations. Over here we have different templates. So these are templates of robots that are pre-built. For example, a transactional process, which is a model of a process of a flowchart. So I'll just open this just so you can see what it's like. As you can see, it opened up this flowchart template. But I'm just going to close this and I'm going to come back here to our start menu, and I'm just going to close that. All right, so we can continue. On the right hand side, we have the recent folders that were recently opened. We just opened the transactional process. That is why it is at the top. Previous to that, it was my first robot. So if you want to open them, you can just click it here and it'll reopen that workspace. Here under the team tab is where you can connect to a TFS repository or a SVN repository. So this is where you can connect to your own servers and create team projects. Here under tools is where you can connect certain apps like UI Explorer, as well as connect different extensions such as the Chrome extension or Firefox. So let's quickly set up the Chrome extension since we'll be using this in the course. In order to install Chrome, you have to make sure that all your Chrome windows are closed. So just make sure all the browsers are closed. You can then click this button and you'll get this message: UiPath Chrome extension was installed for current user. Make sure you enable it in Chrome, check Chrome extensions, and then restart the browser. All right, you can click OK. We can come to our Google Chrome. We can open that up and we should get a pop-up. Here it is. And this is UiPath Web Automation added. We can enable the extension. And great, if we come to our URL Chrome/extensions and we scroll down here, there is our UiPath Web Automation enabled. We can click details over here and just scroll down, and over here click, it says allow access to file URLs. Just enable that. And you can also select this allow in incognito. Great, so now Google Chrome should all be set up and you should be able to use UiPath with Google Chrome. Here is where you can select your settings such as your language. UiPath is currently available in English, Chinese, French or Russian. You can also select the theme. You can select the dark theme if you want, and then everywhere where it is white, it'll be dark or black instead. This is much easier on your eyes if you are using UiPath late at night or very consistently. You can also click this button here to reset back to default settings. Help is where you can find information and help on UiPath, such as the product documentation, the community forum, the help center, RPA Academy, as well as release notes. Every time UiPath make changes or updates to UiPath, it'll all be documented on the website under release notes. Great, so if you want to open a file, you will notice that there is no XAML file that you can open. If you want to open an existing file, you have to open a JSON file. So we are here in my D drive, robots, my first robot, and let's open this project, which is the JSON file. I'll click open, and you'll see that our robot opens. So we have just completed covering this start tab over here. If you want to go back, we can click this back button, and we have our design tab and our execute tab. All right, so I'm just going to quickly run through what all of these different things are here in the design and execute ribbon. So here you can start a new process either in a sequence, flowchart, state machine, or global handler. These are generally the containers which are used to build your robot. All right, so in our case here, we used a sequence as our container. You can also use other containers such as a flowchart. We can search for that. Type in flowchart, open this, and there it is. That is our flowchart activity. Moving on, you can save your project. If we make a change, you can just click this button here and it'll overwrite our existing folder. If you want to save into a new folder, you can click here and you can click Save As, and you can choose your new name and your new file path. Moving on, you can save your robot as a template, and then you can access these templates when you want to add them into your applications. To run your robot, you would click this Run button, or you could simply click F5 on your keyboard. You then use these buttons here to cut, copy, and paste. So you have to be selected on something to be able to copy or cut it. Next, we have dependencies. This is where you can install and update activity packages, as well as manage dependency rules and add custom activity feeds. All right, so what this simply means is over here we have a whole lot of activities. So we have UI automation activities, we have system activities, etc. So in order to have access to these activities, first have to install them here under Manage Packages. You'll notice that if you first install UiPath, this wizards and selectors will not be available. If you want these to be available, you have to install the activities package. So let me show you how to do that quickly. Click on Manage Packages. These are the 4 activity packages that I have installed. So I have UiPath.UiAutomation.activities. I have this. I also have system activities. I also have Excel activities, as well as mail activities. I'd recommend you install these onto your version of UiPath because we'll be using these throughout the course. To install these activities, you can click on Official over here. Just note, none of these activities will show unless you are connected to the internet, so make sure you have an internet connection before trying to install any packages. So Official refers to all the packages that were created by UiPath, the UiPath team themselves, and there's also community packages which you can install. Alright, so these are different activities and packages that were created by the UiPath community, people like you and me. Alright, so we can click on Official, and then we can search for the relevant activity. So let's say we want the .mail activity. Can type in .mail, and there it is, UiPath.mail activities. You can also scroll down to the bottom over here, and this is where you'll find all the different activities packages. All right, you can see here by the little green circle, we have installed this mail activities package already. If you want to install another activity, let's say this PDF one, we can click this install button, and you'll see there's a little timer over there. If you want to install it, you can click this save button. Click save. It'll be downloading the dependencies now. Great, and then you can click I accept. And now that PDF activity has been installed. If we come here, we type in PDF. There you have our PDF activities. So now if we come back to our manage packages, we will see that we have these 4 plus our new one, UiPath PDF activities installed. Great. So before you move on, I'd recommend go and install all these 5 activities, as we'll be using these throughout the course. Next, we have recording. So this is a very powerful tool where the developer can click through a series of UI actions, and then the UI recorder will actually record all the activities that you have done, and it'll create the entire workflow for you. So there are 5 different types of recording. There's basic recording, desktop, web, image, and native Citrix. Alright, so basic is where you want to record a simple basic activity on your desktop. This also creates an entire full selector we'll get into selectors at a later part of this video. Over here we have desktop. So this is when you want to record a desktop application such as Microsoft Excel or your Notepad. Over here we have web. So you use this when you want to record a web or a browser experience. So for example, if you have a web application, you can use this web recording. Image you can use for recording anything that doesn't have UI elements. For example, a photograph or a scanned PDF document or even a virtual desktop. That brings us to native Citrix, which is also similar to image, where you don't have access to the user interface elements on the screen, and so you have to use optical character recognition in order to identify different elements on the screen. Alright, we cover all these examples through the course and we'll get into that later on. Next, we have screen scraping, data scraping, and user events. These are three different wizards which are commonly used. That's why they show up here in this wizard. If you come to your activities, you'll also find them here. We can type in screen scraping, and there you have all the different screen scraping activities. So you'd use something like get full text when you want to grab text off of the screen. Whereas if the text is in an image format, then you'd use get OCR text. Next, we have data scraping, which is also an activity covered under extract structured data. This is where you can scrape data off of the user interface screen. So you can extract data from a browser, from an application or a document, and you can save that data into a data table. This is also an activity that can be found over here. So we can type in extract. There you go, and here we have our extract structured data activity. So this is what you'd use if you want to extract structured data, such as, let's say you have a web browser and you want to extract all the search results from a Google search. It'll then iterate through all the different pages on that Google search and it'll extract all the different items. This is covered in our real estate example where we scrape real estate data from a properties web application. Next, we have user events. So this is the different actions you would use when you want a human to trigger the next event. So previously we mentioned you get attended robots and you get unattended robots. This is what you'd use specifically for an attended robot, because a human would need to execute on one of these. For example, clicking an element, pressing a button on your keyboard, clicking a specific image on the screen, and once those elements or once one of these actions have been triggered, it'll then continue and then execute the next step. We do examples with this later on in the course. Next, we have the UI Explorer. This is a very important feature because this is what you use to identify selectors. So what are selectors? They're simply a little piece of code which will identify a UI element. So if I open this UI Explorer, it should open this window over here. So this is our UI Explorer window, and you can click this indicate element. So I'm going to click that, and I will click on my first robot. So the UI Explorer is loading, and there you have our selector. So at the bottom here, this is what defines that element I just clicked on. So I just clicked over here on my first robot. So this is a user interface element on our screen, and it is defined by this selector. So you can check and uncheck different boxes over here as well as here. So for example, if we want to see the name, we can click text over here, and then it added in this over here, which is text my first robot. So that means when you are referencing this selector, it means the text has to have the name my first robot. All right, you can see here we have the title robots, which means that this file is in the folder called robots. All right, so don't be too intimidated by this selector. If you don't know how to code, Don't worry, you don't need to know how to code in order to understand what is going on here. It is really easy, and with all the examples we do, which is a lot, you'll get a very solid understanding of exactly what the selector does. Moving on, we have remove unused variables. So variables are simply containers which hold data. The variables are stored over here. If you click this button, it'll remove any variables that are not being used in your workflow. It just tidies up your robot so it doesn't have unnecessary variables which just make matters confusing. We'll get into variables in a later video. Next, we have export to Excel. So what this does is it exports all the different activities and names of the activities into a Excel file. So you simply click export to Excel. We can save it over here. We can just name this file, let's call it main is fine, I guess. We can click save. We get this alert saying the document was exported successfully. We click OK. We can come here, we open up our folder, open up my first robot, and here we have our main Excel file. As you can see there, it is a Microsoft Excel worksheet. If we open this, you'll see how it has exported our workflows into text format in an Excel document. And you can see it's indented to show which activities are contained in which activities. All right, so I'll just close this for now and we can continue. Over here, we have the publish button. This is the button you press if you want to deploy your robot into UiPath Orchestrator. We'll get into this when we get to our Orchestrator section of the course. Next in our design ribbon, we have execute. This is where you come when you want to debug your process. So if you have an error in your process, this is where you come to try and figure out what exactly the problem is. All right, so over here, you can run the process as normal, or you can click this debug button, or you can click F7 on your keyboard. So what happens if you click debug is it'll run the process in slow motion, and it'll also log every single step along the way. So if you come here to our output panel, so we have properties, outline, and output. I'm just going to clear this by clicking this little X button, and I have nothing in my output panel here. If you want to click debug, you'll see all the logs of this activity happening. So I'm going to click debug. So this is where it'll open our application. It'll type inside our notepad, I am a robot, and that is done. I'm just going to close this for now. And we can see our logs. So this is a simple summary of exactly what happened with your debugger. So we get really detailed into using this debugger later on in the course. You can do other things such as stepping into activities, stepping over activities, validating if there's any errors. In our case, there's none. You can add breakpoints, for example, over here. And then what will happen when you run this activity, it'll stop just before this breakpoint. We can remove that breakpoint. We can run the process in slow motion or faster, and you can see how it runs at different speeds. Over here is where you can select options, and you can click this highlight elements button. So what this will do, if you select this, then it'll actually highlight the elements as you run your process, which is really great. So let me show you how that works. Debug. So you'll see, did you see that red square? That means it was indicating that we are typing into this section here, which our selector defined. Lastly, we have open logs. This is a folder which contains all the logs of your process you just ran. So you can see the dates of everything that was run. We can open this one, which is the most recent. And you can see over here, it'll contain all the information about our logs. It'll have a timestamp. It'll have the name of the log or the type, whether it's info or trace, etc. And it'll have all the information about that specific log. So that is a very detailed place where you can go to have a look at what's happening with your logs if you're having a problem and you can't seem to figure it out. Usually using the debugger and these logs over here would be enough, but there's also this option here. Now that we have completed running through the start, design, and execute ribbons, I'll be doing a run through the project, activities, and snippets panel. So I'll start off here with the project panel. So what we have here is we have our dependencies and we have our XAML files. Starting with our dependencies, these are the 5 activity packages that we installed. When we click on our manage packages, these are the 5 dependencies or activity packages that we have previously installed. So because those are installed for this robot, that is why they are showing up over here. Secondly, we have our XAML files. So if we click this button over here, show all files, it'll show all the files that are in our folder. Our main XAML file, our Excel file, and our project JSON file. So if we come here to our file or to our file window, here we have our screenshots, our main file, our Excel file, and our note. So that all is visible here. These are not clickable. However, the XAML files are clickable. So if you had more than one XAML file in this folder, you will be able to open it and it'll run at a separate tab up top here. You can press this button to expand everything, and you can press this button to minimize or collapse everything. So over here we have the 2 screenshots, which are those two. Those 2 screenshots are both saved within this file in the screenshots folder. Just for the purposes of this explanation, I'm just going to copy this XAML file. So we have 2 of them. I'm going to Control V, Control C. So I'll just keep this main copy. If we come back here to our project, you'll see it's not showing. If we click this refresh button, it'll then show. So now I'm just going to pin this project over here, just like that. And we can see over here, we have our main file open. If we want to open our other XAML file, which is in the same folder, we can double click that and it'll open in a tab next to it. So we'll have our 2 tabs here. If we delete, say, both of them, it'll just delete them both. If we want one of them back, let's say we want this one, we can double click there and it'll open. This is a nice, quick and easy way to jump between your XAML files that are within the same project. All right, so I'm just going to come back here and delete this. Great, and I'll just refresh that again. Cool. Moving on, we have our activities. So I'm going to pin activities over here, and I'm going to unpin projects. So just so you see how this works, let me just unpin activities. If I have them all unpinned, none of them will show, and if I click there, the projects panel will show. If I click there, activities will show, and if I click there, snippets will show. If I click away into the workflow, it'll all close. But usually when building a robot, you always want to have your activities panel open. So I'm just going to click this button here to pin it permanently to stay on the left of our workspace here. And then if we want our project, we can click there, snippets, click there. If we want to go back to our activities, we can just click anywhere else and we'll be back into our activities. Let's now expand all of our activities by clicking this button over here. So here we have our favorite activities. We have the ones that are recently used, and it will show every single available activity that has been installed. If you want to hide certain folders, so let's say you don't want to see your favorite activities, and let's say you also don't want to see your recents, and you just want to see these, you can keep it set to that. All right, I usually like having my favorites and recents available to me because it's quite handy. All right, so over here we have every single one of our activities we can use to build workflows, whether it's a mouse click, sending hotkeys, selecting items in a drop-down, highlighting elements, checking if elements exist, finding elements, as well as everything else. I'm not going to run through every single one of these activities and explain what each one mean, because there is quite a lot and it'll take a lot of time. However, we do use a lot of these activities in our examples. You'll see the most commonly used ones and how to use them. If you want to know what any of these activities do, you can simply hover your mouse on top of that activity and you'll see a tooltip pops up where it'll say what it is. In this case, searches for an image inside a UI element and clicks it. So it does exactly that. It'll click any image which you define it to click on. So let me just show you, for example, click image, and let's say we wanted to click this select all. We can highlight that. I'm just going to delete this just for now and let's run this. There you go, it worked. So what it did is it opened our folder window and it then clicked this select all. So it didn't actually click this button, which is a UI element. It in fact actually looked for the image of this icon. So UiPath is actually quite intelligent how it can scan an entire screen within a second and it'll find that element. Last time I checked, there are as quick as 100 milliseconds to find an image on the screen. The UiPath team is constantly working on improving their speed and it will improve with time. Next, we have snippets. Snippets are XAML files that you can reuse. Instead of having to rebuild components on multiple different robots, you can create snippets and then you can reuse those snippets in your different applications. Alright, so these are simply reusable XAML files. So for example, there are some delay activities. So you can have something like a delay 10 seconds and you can drag that into your robot. So what this will do is once it opens the application and it'll type I am a robot, there'll then be a delay for 10 seconds afterwards. So let's also add another snippet, let's say a 3-second delay before it starts typing. Alright, so what will happen is it'll open the Notepad application, there'll be a 3-second delay and only then will it type. After that there'll be a 10-second delay. So if we run this, it opens Notepad, you see it's waiting 3 seconds, it then writes I am a robot, and as you can see now it has not closed the robot, or it has not closed the Notepad, it is waiting for 10 seconds to pass, and there you go, 10 seconds passed and the execution ended. So that is just a quick explanation of how delays work and how your snippets work. So you can see here there are different folders, there's also different loops. You can add for loops and there is a whole bunch of different snippets that come default with your installation. If you want to add your own snippets into here, what you can do is you can come here and you can click add folder and you can select the folder which you had built your snippets. So let's say we are using my first robot, we can select that folder. I'm just going to close this Notepad and come back to our snippets. Great, so now you can see here there is a new folder, my first robot, and there is our main XAML file. Now we can use this main sequence as a reusable element and drag it into our process. So for example, I'm just going to drag this into here and there you have it. So we have our main folder which is within our other main folder. We kind of have the same process within the same process, and there is our original process. So I'm just going to delete this because we don't need that, remove, and I will delete this again. Instead of clicking delete on your keyboard, you can also right click and you can click delete. That is a quick run through between the projects, the snippets, and the activity panels. Like I said, I recommend you pin this activities down. I'll be leaving this here through the duration of the course. In the next video, we'll be doing a run through the properties, outline, and output panels. At the bottom, we have the properties panel, the outline panel, and the output panel. If you like, you can also pin these to the side as we have here with projects and snippets. We can do that. We can click this and we can say auto hide, and then it'll show up on the right hand side. By personal preference, I like to have them all docked on the screen. So to do that, we can just click here and click dock.
What you can also do is you can have them floating if you want. So you can click float over here, and then it will be a floating panel. So you can move it out the way and use it as you wish. However, I prefer not to have any floating panels. I feel like it gets quite messy. So I'm just going to click here on this bar at the top, and I'm going to drag it back here, and then I'm going to put it into this little square, and it'll stay there. Some people like to keep their output panel at the bottom like this, so we can drag this here onto this little arrow here, let go. Some people prefer keeping the output here because you can read the entire logged line. However, I am more comfortable with keeping it on the right hand side. You can also expand the size of the panel left and right by clicking over here until that double arrow appears, and then you can drag and resize it as you wish. Over here, these little panels at the bottom, you can click on it and you can drag it left to align them however you like. I usually like keeping it in this order: properties, outline, and output. Next we have our properties panel. So at the top, just below the word properties, we see here it says UiPath.core.activities.application. This is the name of the activity we are currently selected on. As you can see here highlighted in yellow, we are on the open application activity. Hovering over it says type open application, and then it has the name open application notepad.exe untitled. So as you can see there, that open application is referring to the type. Over here under display name, that is what is referring to the name. So we can actually rename this. So instead of calling it open application like that, we can just say open notepad. Just like that, and you'll see when you click away that the display name changes to open notepad. We can do the same thing here for this type into. We can just write type text. As you can see, the display name is type text. Just more for understanding the mechanics of these panels. You can also drag the size of these input fields. So to make more space for yourself, you can drag this out and you can make this bigger or smaller, however you feel fit. To type into these fields, you'd usually want to click on it and then you can type directly into here, or you can click these three dots on the right hand side and it'll open this little expression editor, which gives you more space and freedom to adjust the size of the window, and you can write your expression in there. Another very useful tip is that if you open this expression editor, you'll see it'll tell you the format that this input is required. So as you can see here, it is required as a string, and that is why I have put these quotation marks. If I did not put these quotation marks, UiPath would not recognize that it is a string and it'll throw an error. So let me show you. If I delete the quotation marks, you can already see here by this little exclamation mark, it says there is a compiler error. You'll see it has now put errors into everything because the lower level activity, which is our type text, has an error, which means this one has an error, which means this one has an error. So usually it should direct you. It'll say here, one or more children have validation errors, which means the problem is in a child activity. So you can come here, it'll say one or more children, move down. It says one or more children, move down, compiler error. We know that we can come here and simply add in our quotation marks. Great. So just to show you another example, over here under delay after, this expects an integer as an input. I'm just going to make this smaller. So this expects an integer, as you can see by int32. Over here, this expects a Boolean value, which is either true or false, written as true with a capital letter or false with a capital letter. If you want to know what each of these properties mean, there is a nice little tip. You can just simply hover and it'll give you a tooltip over there about exactly what that property is. So in this case, it'll say that delay after requires an integer 32. It also says that it is defined in milliseconds. So this is the amount of time it delays after executing the activity, and the default amount of time is 300 milliseconds. So if you don't change this, this will be set to a default of 300. If you want, you can change this to 500, and now the delay after this activity will be 500 milliseconds instead of 300. Another important part of the properties panel is our target. So here there's a little plus sign, we can click on that, and this is where you can define your selector. Alright, so here's the selector. You can click on these three dots. This target selector is a text property used to find a particular UI element when the activity is executed. It is actually an XML fragment specifying attributes of the GUI element that you are looking for and some of its parents. There is a way to check if the selector is valid. So over here you can see it is red and it says validate. If we click it, you'll see it does not validate. That means that this selector is not currently available or open. So we know that this selector is in our type text. So I'm just going to open Notepad over here. And in a previous video, we created the selector, and the selector is actually this white space here, which is the editable text region of the Notepad. So now if we try and validate it, because we have Notepad open, it should be able to find it. Let's click validate. There you go. So as you can see now, it ticks green. You can also click highlight and it'll show us exactly what it is referring to. Since most properties panels are very similar and contain the same properties, I'm just going to do a run through this type text property panel and explain what each of these mean, just so you have an understanding when it comes to using property editors. So continue on error. What this does is you define either true or false. If you define true, then it means if this activity has an error, then the process will still continue. However, if it is set to false and there is an error, then it means the process would crash and it would stop there. So it is by default set to false, which means it'll crash if that activity experiences an error. Delay after refers to the amount of milliseconds to delay after a certain activity is run. Sometimes this is useful if you really need to make sure that the previous activity has completely finished before continuing. Delay before is the opposite of delay after. So it is the amount of time that the process delays before executing this specific activity. So another way of doing a delay before is simply adding a delay. For example, let's say delay 1 second. You can drag that in on top of type text. So this will then delay 1 second before type text happens. Or instead of having this, you could also delete that. And here on the type text property panel, you can type in 1000 milliseconds, which is 1 second, and that'll work exactly the same way. Next, we have display name, which is this name of the activity over here. It is always best practice to rename all your activities so it is easy for you to understand, and when using the debugger, it's a lot easier to understand which process it is referring to. Next, under our input, we have target. So clipping region is where you can define a certain UI element with reference to its position on the screen. So you can reference both the left, top, right, and bottom position of that element in pixels. You can also define an element by entering a variable expression, which has to be of the format UI element. Most of the time, it'll be in the form of a XML selector, as in this case. The timeout over here is an integer input, which requires you to input the amount of milliseconds that must run before the selector not found error is thrown. So basically, every time an activity happens, it is looking for the selector. If it does not find that selector, then it'll throw an error. So by default, it'll throw an error after 30 seconds. As you can see there, it says the default value is 30,000 milliseconds or 30 seconds. So if you want to change this, I usually like to change it to a number like 3000 milliseconds, which is 3 seconds. So you don't have to wait for half a minute before it tells you there's an error. Usually it is very quick and it should find the selector within 3000 milliseconds. Wait for ready is made up of a drop down with none, interactive and complete. None does not wait for anything except the target UI element to exist before executing the action. For example, you can use this option if you want to retrieve just text from a web page or click a particular button, without having to wait for all UI elements to load. Note that this may have unwanted consequences if the button relies on elements which are not yet loaded, such as scripts. Interactive or complete waits for all of the UI elements in the target app to exist before actually executing the action. Usually keeping this on interactive is a safe bet. Text refers to the text that is actually typed by this action or this activity. If this private checkbox is selected, then the values of variables and arguments are no longer logged at a verbose level. If the activate checkbox is selected, then it means that the UI element is brought to the foreground and is activated before the text is written. This can also be done by clicking before typing. So sometimes the text won't automatically start typing because you actually have to click in the field before it starts typing, and that's where you can have this option as checked. Here you can add a delay between keys. This refers to the hotboard keys on your keyboard. The default time is 10 milliseconds. Empty field. When this checkbox is selected, it means that it will ensure that everything in that input field is deleted before it starts typing. If it is not checked, then it'll simply type into what was already written. There are 3 ways to enter the text. The default setting is using the hardware driver, which simply means the application will have to be open while it's typing into it. This means that the execution is happening in the foreground. There's also ways to execute the typing in the background, so it doesn't have to physically be on the screen to be typing it in. For that, you can use send window messages or simulate type. These two are both very similar. These two work the same way, except sometimes send window messages is more compatible than simulate type. However, simulate type is the faster option between the two. Usually the safest bet is to leave it to the default to type it in using the hardware driver. That is compatible with all desktop applications. However, there is cases where you can also use one of these two. If speed is important in your application, then using send window message or simulate type is the better choice, as it'll type into the field a lot faster than using the default hardware driver. So that is all for the properties panel. And in the next video, we will be discussing the outline panel. In this tutorial, we will be covering the outline panel. So the outline panel displays the project hierarchy. This can be accessed by clicking this little arrow button over here, and it'll show you all the different activities indented depending which folders or which activities they are a part of. You can highlight activities in this panel by selecting them in the designer panel. So over here in this white space, this is what you call our designer panel. So let's say we want to access our do sequence. If we click on this, you'll see that it highlights over here. If we click on this open notepad, it'll then highlight over here. The reverse also applies, where if I click type text, it'll then highlight over here in the designer panel, and so on. So this outline panel is very useful to get a big picture of all the branches in your sequence. Sometimes when a sequence gets very complicated and very long, it is hard to understand which processes or which activities are inside of what, and this outline panel is what makes it easier to visualize. In this tutorial, we'll be doing a run through this output panel. So this output panel is what logs all of the events that happen when you run a process. So if we click this run, because we haven't logged any messages within our process, you'll see here we'll only have 2 events, which is an information log. As you can see at the top here, the little I with a circle around it indicates an information event, which is my first robot execution started, and then my first robot execution ended. All right, so what you can do to add in
events into here is you can use the log messages activity. So we can type in log message, there it is, and we can just drag this into, say, the end of the process right here. Here you can choose in this drop down what level of event you want it to document. Is it fatal, an error, a warning, information, or simply a trace? So for example, we can click on a warning, and this over here is a warning, this square with the exclamation mark. We also have a triangle, which is an error, and we have this octagon with an eye inside it for trace. So let's say we want to log a warning. We can just say warning, there is a problem, just like that. And now if we run the process, you see in orange it logged the event, warning, there is a problem. For an example that would make more sense, we could log this as an information and we could say process complete. We can run that, and there you go. Now we get the little eye icon because it's an information event and it says the process is complete. I'm just undoing back to our warning, and I am running it again. So I just want to show you here at the top how you can filter different events. So we know we have one warning, so if we unselect all these other three types of events and we only leave this warning highlighted, you'll see it'll only show our warning events. If you want to see all our errors, we can click that. Nothing is showing because we don't have any errors. If we want to see all our information events, we can click that and it'll show that. Alright, if you want to see everything, you can have them all on. What you can also do is you can click this show timestamps button and it'll show you the exact date and time that these events were logged. If you want to clear this log message, you can click this clear all X button. What you can also do is you can run your process in debug mode. So let me click debug. And I'll close this note. And you can see here how it logged every single event, and within it we have here our warning, there is a problem log message. What you can also use instead of a log message is a write line. What the write line does is it writes a string to the output panel and it documents it as an information event. So over here it requires string as a text input. Alright, you can see here under properties, under text, we can see there it requires a string. So let's just write in something like hello from write line. Okay, just like that, and we can come back to our output panel and we can run it. And there we have it, hello from write line. This output panel can display up to 2000 events before you have to clear it. And when there's a lot of events that you want to filter from, you can simply search in this little search bar over here. So let's say we are searching for the word write line. We can type in write line. As you can see, it comes up there. We can click that and there it is. What we can also do is double click on this event and it'll give us this message details about this event. So it comes up as a JSON format with a key and value pair. So the message is hello from write line. The level is a information event. The log type is user, the timestamp, process version, etc. So it gives you all the details about that specific event. So this is very useful when it comes to debugging your process. To clear the search, I'll just click this little close button here and I'll clear this output panel by clicking clear all. What's very useful about this log message activity is when it's connected to Orchestrator and you have unattended robots running in the background, you can have it send emails to you notifying you about any warnings that are potentially going to happen, any errors that have happened, any fatal problems that have occurred, or any information messages. Let's say, for example, you have a robot which loops through a folder of a whole lot of files and performs actions on each of those files. At the end of each loop, you can add a log message with, say, an information saying this file, and then you can put the name of the file has been successfully processed, or something along those lines. So it's a nice way to keep track of how your robot is performing. We use this log message activity in our examples where we log every step that has been performed successfully or any errors that have occurred. We also use this write line activity in our examples, which we use for debugging to display the value of our variables to make sure we are doing the right thing as we are building our robots. In the next video, we will be discussing variables, arguments, and imports. In this tutorial, we are going to be doing a brief introduction to variables. Alright, so over here at the bottom of the screen, we have the variables panel, and this is where you come to create a variable. So what a variable is it is simply a data container that has a name and a value, and the value of this variable can change, hence the name variable. In UiPath, a variable is defined by a name, a variable type, which is the data type of that variable. It could be something like an integer, a string, a boolean, etc. We have the scope, which we'll get into later in this video, and we have a default value if necessary. Alright, so to create a variable, you first have to click on a specific sequence. So we have the main sequence and we have the do sequence. So these are the different sequences which you can assign a variable to, or also known as the scope. So let's assign a variable to this do sequence and call it first name. Alright, so I'm going to click here and click create variable. I'm going to write first name. Note that this is in one word. You can't have spaces in a variable name. It'll give you an error. It has to be one word. Alright, so I'm just writing first name in Pascal case. Pascal case is just a term which refers to it being written as one word without any spaces, and the first letter of each word is a capital letter. Alright, over here is where you can define the variable type. So by default it's a string. You can change this to a boolean, an integer, a string, an object, an array of a certain data type, or you can browse for different .NET data types that are available. Alright, so you can come here and you can search for a specific data type, for example a mail, and you can use, for example, the mail message as a data type. Alright, in this case a first name is a string, so we'll leave it to that. Over here is where you can enter a default value for your variable. So this would refer to the first or initial value of that variable name. If we don't define a default value, it'll simply be blank. Alright, so over here, because our variable is of type string, we have to enter the default value as a string. So I'll add the quotation marks and I'll write my name. Alright, so there, Leon. So in your case, where you're busy doing this on your PC and following along, you can write your name there instead of Leon. To display our variable inside our robot itself, what you can do is you can simply start typing the name of that variable. So I'll come here to type text, and I'll come to the right hand side to our property editor, and under input by text I'm going to click on these three dots to change the value of the text. Alright, so it currently says I am a robot. If you want to add in your variable name, what you can do is you can type in control space, and it'll give you this IntelliPrompt, which gives you all the different options of what you can add in. In this case, we have our first name variable right here at the top of the list, and you know it's a variable because of this little rectangular block, which indicates that this is a variable. So I'm going to double click on this, and it is then added to our expression. So because our variable was originally created as a string, and this text editor expects a string, we don't have any errors and it is ready to go. Alright, so now if we run our robot, it's simply going to type in our first name, which has the value of our default value. So let's run that. There you go. It has Leon. Great, so I'm just going to close this, and I'm also just going to quickly add a delay here of 10 seconds just so I don't have to keep going back to view what has been written. It's good to have some background knowledge on Visual Basic or VB.NET, which is a object-oriented programming language implemented on the .NET software framework. So this was developed by Microsoft and runs primarily on Microsoft. So that's also another reason why UiPath only functions on a Windows PC and not on a Mac. We can add in some VB code over here under our type text. I'm going to come back to our expression editor, and over here I'm going to add in our string where we said I am a robot, and then I'll also add and you are, and then after my last quotation mark I'm going to add a plus. And what this plus does in VB.NET programming language is it will concatenate two strings. So here we have a string which we wrote manually, and here we have a string which is in a variable format. Alright, so you're combining a string and a string. So now if we click OK and we run the program, there you have it. I'm a robot and you are Leon. Fantastic. Note how this notepad is still showing because I added in that delay of 10 seconds. Alright, we are now back because the execution ended. There's another quick way to actually add in a variable. Instead of coming to variables and clicking here create variable, there's a shortcut way to do it. So what you can do is, let's say we'll come back here, and what you can do is you can click Control K on your keyboard inside your expression editor. Control K, and you'll see there it says set name. So this means we can now add in our variable name. So let's add one in called last name. Last name, great, and now we click enter. You'll also notice if you add in a variable, it'll delete everything else you previously had. So just watch out for that. So I'm just going to add in what we previously had. Great. So I just quickly added in what we previously had, and I also added in our plus last name variable. It's good to note that there is a space here at the end of the word are, because it says I am a robot and you are, and then you want a space before it says the first name. So if we don't add the space, then it's simply going to combine are and first name as one word, and the same will apply here with last name. You'll see we don't have a space in between. So let me just click OK and show you what I mean. Let's run that. Oh, alright, so you can see we have the space there, but it's not showing any surname. This is of course because we have not set any value for the last name. So let's come to our variables, and we can add a default value over here. You can double click there, add in our quotation marks, and add my surname, or in your case your surname, just like that. Great. So now if we run it, there you have it. I'm a robot and you are Leon Petru. Note, Leon Petru is written as one word, so to fix that we simply need to add in a space in between. So let me show you how to do that. You can come back to your expression editor, and between first name and last name you can add another plus, some quotation marks, and add a space in between those quotation marks. So now this is recognized as a string which has just a simple space in between the two. Great, we click OK, run that, and there you have it. It is now two separate words. We can come back to UiPath and we can click the stop button to cancel the execution. I also want to mention that when we created our last name variable, it somehow knew that the variable type is of type string. So how did it know that we wanted it to be a string and not an integer or a boolean? So what happens is when you create a variable with the Control K method, within one of these inputs, it'll identify what type of data that field requires, and it'll assign that data type to the variable. So that sounded like a mouthful, but let me just show you. So let's say here with delay after, we click on the expression editor, and you can see here this requires an integer. So if we create a variable, Control K, and let's just call this test, and click enter on the keyboard,
There you go. Test has been created. We click OK. If we come here to our variables, you'll see here we have our new variable test, and it is of type integer. All right. So if you click create variable here and you create a variable, it's going to be on default string, and you're going to have to know that that has to be of type integer. So sometimes it is better to just create the variable directly in one of these inputs. All right, to delete variables, you can right click delete. So I'm just going to delete all of these, or you can just left click it and then click delete on your keyboard. Great. So notice how we have an error right now. So now we can click here to see what the error is, and you'll see over here we have an error with this delay after. The reason we have an error is because we deleted the variable, yet we still have it written over here. So I'm just going to delete this, and the error should go away. There you go. Fantastic. So now, since we have covered creating variables, I'm going to show you how to change them. The activity you use to change variables is this assign activity. So you'd usually drag this before you use the variable in your workflow. So I'm going to drag in assign, and I'm going to put it over there. And on the left hand side is where you enter the variable you want to change, and on the right hand side is where you enter the value of the variable that you're changing it to. So let me give you an example. Let's add in over here, we want to type in first name. If you see, as we type in F, you'll notice this IntelliPrompt comes up and will give us the option to select first name. So I'll double click that, and the first name we want to change it to, remember your quotation marks, let's change this to John. We can also then change the surname, so we can drag another assign activity, and we can change the last name. So you can either start off by typing Al for last, but let's say, for example, you don't remember what you called your variable, you can click Control Space. This is something I often do when I deal with variables, and then you can see it gives you the drop down of all the variables and every single other combination or possibility you can press. All right, we can double click last name, and once again we can assign a surname. So I'm just going to write Doe. Great, so we have John Doe. Let's run this program. I am a robot and you are John Doe. Fantastic. So what it actually did there is, originally the robot had assigned the first name and last name variables to Leon and Petru, but because this assign activity was placed before this type text, it means the first name was replaced with John and the last name was replaced with Doe. All right, so if for argument's sake we had these assign activities afterwards, after where we used them in our workflow, then it would not have replaced our variable names and it would still be set to the defaults. So let me show you. Run that. There you go. I'm a robot and you are Leon Petru. As you can see, it is still at the default values. Should go without saying, but whenever you run a robot, it runs sequentially. So it runs the first activity, then the second, then the third, then the fourth, and it runs everything sequentially. Lastly, I just want to show you what the scope does. So if we come to our outline, we can see our hierarchy of our process, and we have our main sequence, and you can see it's a sequence because of that little logo, and we have our do sequence. So let me show you exactly what the scope is. All right. So if, say, we are selected on do, we are able to view here in our variables panel, we can see both our first name and our last name because the scope is assigned to do. But if, say, we come here to our main and we click on that, suddenly there's no more variables. This is because there's no variables that are assigned to main. So if we come down here back to do and we change first name to main, then when we come here to our main activity, you'll see we can now access this first name variable. So let me just change this back to do. You'll see that you actually can't change it from here because it's going from a higher to a lower level. You actually have to come back here to do. So let me show you an example of how the scope works. I'm just going to add in a message box. So I'm going to add in a message box. For that, you can type in box and it'll give you the message box there. I'll come here and I'm going to click on this main
activity just so I can see the yellow lines. So you know that if you want to drag something into main, it needs to be between this gray line and the yellow line. So I'm going to drag the message box into this position. So now this message box is now in the scope of main. So now if I want to add in a variable, if I click Control Space, you'll notice there's no variables here. This is because there have been no variables assigned to main. So let's come back to do, and let's assign the first name to our main scope, just like that. Now, if we come to our message box, which is inside our main process, click here, Control Space, you'll see there first name is now available. Alright, so now we can double click that and our message box can now access the first name. If we want to access the last name as well, we'll also have to come back to our do and change that from do to main. So let's run this. It'll then type in our message and it'll now wait for that 10-second delay. And we should soon receive the pop-up. There you have it. The message box appears and there it has our variable Leon. You can click OK on the message box and fantastic. So that is just a quick run through variables. So now you know how to create them. You know how to create them in the variables panel. You know how to create them directly in the properties editor. I've also shown you how to edit variables and how to access variables from different scopes. I hope this wasn't too intimidating for you. Throughout the course, we create variables of multiple different .NET data types, including integers, booleans, arrays, dot tables, mail, and a whole lot more. So if you're feeling a bit intimidated by this right now, don't worry. By the end of this course, you'll be very comfortable with variables and it'll be super easy for you. Great. In the next video, we'll be covering arguments. In this tutorial, I'm going to do a brief introduction to arguments and how to use them. So I'm just going to come to the Start menu and type in UiPath Studio. Opening that up. And let's create a new process and call it arguments. I'll keep it in our D drive under our robots folder, and I'll keep the description to blank process. Create. Great, so we have our main process. If we come to our folder, we come to arguments, and we have our main process. So I'm just going to copy paste this, Control C, Control V, and I'm going to rename this, and I'm going to call it another process. So we have our main process and we have another process. So now if we come back to UiPath Studio and we click on our project tab, we can refresh this. You can see it's only showing main, but if we refresh it, it'll show both main and another process. Fantastic. So we can double click another process and we can open that as well. So looking at our tabs at the top, we have our main process and another process. So we can come to our main process and we can just drag in a sequence, and we can do the same over here in another process. So the purpose of an argument is to send data from one file into another. So variables and arguments are the same thing. As you can see here, they look like they have the same format. So the only difference really is that variables are used to transfer data between activities, whereas arguments are used to transfer data between different processes or different files. As you can see here, we have two files. We have our main file, which is a XAML file, and we have another process, which is another XAML file. So if we create an argument in our main file, let's come here, click Create Argument, and let's call this My Argument. We can set the direction. So if you set it as in, it means you can only use this argument within your current process or within a given process. Out means you can send data out of a given process. In/out means you can use it for both. You can use it within a given process and you can send data out of a given process. And property means you are not using that argument.
So let me click on in out. All right, it's more generic because you can use it for both. Argument type is where you can select whether you want an integer, boolean, string, etc. The same thing as we discussed for variables. So I'm just going to keep it to string, and you'll see here that a default value is not supported. So you can't set default values for arguments. If you want to assign a value to an argument, you have to use the assign activity. So I'm going to click this and drag that in. And over here under 2, I'm going to click Control Space and I'll click on my argument. Over here is where we can enter a value for our argument. We know it's a string, so we have to use our double quotation marks. And I'll write here, how does one use arguments? Question mark. Great. So I can just use a write line activity just so we can write this value. So here I'm just going to enter the variable expression, Control Space, my argument. We can come to our output panel. I'm just going to clear this and I'm going to run our process. So here you can see argument execution started, and then it added in our event, how does one use arguments? So it wrote that line so we know that our assign activity is working correctly. Great, so we can come to another process, and now if we want to access that argument, you'll notice it's not here, and if we want to write down my argument, Control Space, you'll see my argument is not available here. So how do you access that argument? In order to do that, you need to use the invoke workflow activity. So I'm just going to search for invoke, and here at the bottom under workflow invoke, we have a invoke workflow file activity. So I'm just going to click and drag this into our sequence, and over here is where you can select your workflow path. So we want to access the argument from our main folder. So I'm going to click these 3 dots and I'm going to double click on main. Great, so now if we click on import arguments, you'll see we have our my arguments over there with its direction and string set. So now let's try and export this argument. We can add in a message box, you can drag this in. Now if we want to access our argument which we created in our main folder, which is called my arguments, you would think you would just be able to click Control Space and my argument would be there, but it's not. This is because you can't access an argument. You have to first assign that argument to a variable expression, and only then will you be able to access the value of that argument. So let me show you how to do that. We can come to our variables under another process and we can create a variable. So I'm going to call this my stored argument. Great. And in order to assign the value of my stored argument to your argument which you created in your previous file, you're going to have to come here, click Edit Arguments, and the name is my argument, direction in out, type string, and here under value is where you can enter your variable expression. So I'm going to double click here and I'm going to type in my stored argument. There it is, double click. And now what we have actually done is we have assigned our arguments to our variable with the name my stored argument. Let's click OK. And now in our message box, we can enter our my stored argument. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to add some extra text into this message box to answer our previous question, which is, this is how. Great. So in our main process, we asked, how does one use arguments? And as we send it through to this process, we'll answer it by saying, how does one use arguments? By assigning it in our variable plus this is how. All right. So you should also know that the invoke workflow file executes everything that happens within our main XAML file, which is over here. So you'll see all the logs that happen within this sequence. Remember, we added a write line, which we wrote my argument, so we can have a test and see if it runs in our output panel over here. So I'm going to run this and let's see what happens. Great, so you can see it works. We have our message box which says how does one use arguments, and this is how. So this text is actually being drawn from our main file, and this is how was added in another process. We can see here our argument execution started. It also wrote the line, how does one use arguments? This activity was actually added into our main folder, but the reason it's showing over here in our logs of another process is because our invoke workflow file executes everything that happens in our main XAML file. I hope that gave you a good understanding on what arguments are, how to define their type, how to invoke workflows, how to send arguments and assign them to variables, and how to display them. In the next video, we will be doing a quick summary of imports. In this tutorial, we'll quickly do a run through imports or imported namespaces. That can be found here under the Imports panel at the bottom of UiPath Studio. So Visual Basic.NET namespaces, which is all of these over here, in UiPath Studio represents containers that store different types of data. They enable you to easily define the scope of your expressions, variables, and arguments. So for example, if you have the system.data namespace, so here we have system.data, if you have this imported, it means you can further use the classes such as data table, data view, data column, data row, and a whole lot of other classes that are available within it. And you can use those without always having to type system.data.datatable and so on. So let me show you what I mean by that. I'm just going to drag in a write line activity just so we have somewhere to write, and I'm going to type here system.data. So now this is a VB.NET expression, and I'm going to put a dot at the end of this, and then you can see all these classes come up, all these different options, data column, data row. So let's say we select, I don't know, let's select data table. Now if we click period again on our keyboard, you'll see we get some more options there. We can click equals, get data table schema, etc. So now instead of having to type this entire expression, because we have system.data imported, we can simply delete that and we can start off the line with data table dot equals. So let me show you. If we just write in data table and we click dot, there you go. You can see it gives us these options. So it is picking this up as a VB.NET expression and not simply as text. In order to import different namespaces, you would come here and you would type it in here. So let's say we are looking for a specific system.activities. You'll see here, if I scroll down, let me just make this a bit wider. You can see here we have about under system.activities, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you can actually search the entire library of what is available. So you can type in system.activities, and there it comes up. You can see all the different system.activities namespaces that are available to us. So let's say we want to import activity.expressions. We can single click that and it should appear here. There you have it, system.activities.expressions. If you ever need to know anything about Visual Basic.NET, you can come to the Microsoft website, and any problem you are having or anything you need to know, you can just search for it here, or you can simply just Google your problem and type bb.net at the end.
Hi, just a quick tip before we get started building our robots is that I'd highly advise that you follow along and build the robots with me. This is for two reasons. Firstly, a lot of the activities in the course require you to have already completed a certain part of the robot in order to continue doing that activity. So it helps for you to complete the activities, but additionally, it also provides you with hands-on experience with using UiPath. If you don't have access to a Windows PC or you're only watching this on mobile, no problem, you can just follow along. But if you do have a Windows PC and you can install UiPath, I highly recommend that you follow along when we build these robots. It'll give you much better insights to UiPath and hands-on experience. Great, let's jump right in.
Congratulations for completing the introductory lectures to this course. Now that we've got all that nitty-gritty out of the way and you understand the basic features of the user interface, we can now get into building our first robot. So this first example is actually quite cool. We are going to be building a clothing consultant. So what this robot does is it asks you as the user for a city name. You enter the name of the city and then it'll suggest what type of clothing you should wear depending on the weather. Alright, so here we have the sequence. So this is our entire robot. Inside here we have a sequence which scrapes weather data out of a web browser. Next, we analyze that weather data and you can see it's in a flowchart and it makes a decision depending on the temperature what type of clothing it should suggest. And lastly, it then displays in a message box the temperature in that city along with a clothing suggestion. So let me do a demo for you. I'm going to run the robot by clicking the run button. So here we get this pop-up from UiPath asking us to enter a city name. So I'm going to enter a name, I'll just say New York, and I'll click OK. So you can see it opens a web browser, New York weather in Fahrenheit, and it's all done. So you can see here it says the temperature in New York is 37 degrees, partly cloudy, that is in Fahrenheit, and here is the clothing suggestion. Please wear a down jacket to keep warm. So that is a simple demonstration of our robot. We can do it again and let's enter another city. So I'm currently located in Johannesburg in South Africa. So I'm going to write Johannesburg. I'll click OK. And there we have it. The temperature in Johannesburg is 61 degrees, clear with periodic clouds. Bring a light jacket if you want. In the next video, we'll start building this robot from scratch.
Hey, I hope you're excited. We are about to start building our first RPA robot. Alright, so like I mentioned, you must follow along, and attached to the resources section of this video, you can find a zip file which you can download where you will find the result of the robot that we have built in this section of this course.
In this tutorial, we'll be starting our first robot where we are building our clothing consultant. Alright, so we can start off a new blank process and we can name this Robot 1. Keep that as one word, and for the description we can call it Clothing Consultant. Great, we can click Create. Great, so when you start off any project, you want to drag in a container. So usually one of the containers are either going to be a flowchart, alright, so we have a flowchart element, or it could be a sequence. There are other options which we'll get to later on in the course. We'll drag in a sequence into our designer panel. So as you saw in the demo, what the robot does is it asks the user for a city name. In order to get data from a user, you would use something like an input dialog. You can find that under Available, System, Dialog, and over here we have the activity Input Dialog. So you can drag that in, and we can just give this a name instead of Input Dialog. We can call it Ask for a City Name. Great. So some people prefer to keep the term Input Dialog over here as it came, and then add a colon and then write what the input dialog's name is, for example, ask for a city name, but I prefer keeping it simple like this, just saying that. And if you see here in the properties panel, it'll always say here, it says input dialog, so it'll always say the name of the activity whenever you're clicked on it. For example, here on the sequence, you'll see it says .sequence at the end of this namespace. So I prefer to just give it a unique name like that. So an input dialog is made up of both a title and a label. So if we just run this, it'll be blank at the moment. There is both a title and a label. So the title would be written here on the window itself, and the label will be written over here above the input dialog. So the label is usually an instruction on what to type into here, and the title is usually just a generic title for what this window is about.
So let's come back here and let's give it a title and a label. If we come to our properties panel here on the right, we can write the title as something like Get the Weather. Remember to put it into your inverted commas so that it is recognized as a string by UiPath Studio. And as our label, we can type enter a city name. All right. So if we click this run, so as you can see here, we have the title, Get the Weather, and here we have the label, enter a city name. Fantastic. So now whatever city name we type into here, we would want to save to a variable so we can access this value in our other activities later on. So if you see here in our properties panel, there's an output field where you can enter a result. So you can see if we hover over result, it says the value inserted by the user in the input dialog. So over here, we want to assign this value to a variable. So to do this, we can either create the variable directly in here, which is what I'll do. So you can right click and you can click create variable. You can see Control K is the shortcut to create a variable. You can click that and we can write the name of the variable. Let's call it city. And we can click enter or return on our keyboard. And it is done. If we come to our variables, you'll see we have our city variable. The variable type is a generic value. The scope is in sequence and the default value is currently blank. In this case, we don't require default value, and you're probably wondering what this generic value is. So it is a generic variable type that can store any type of variable. So where an integer can only store a number, or a boolean can only store true or false, and a string can only store text, a generic value can store any of the above. It can store a boolean, it can store an integer, it can store a string, etc. So usually you would use the variable type as generic value if in some cases you need to use it as an integer, or sometimes you need to use it as a string, or any other combination of scenario that is required. So I'll leave it to generic value for now. Usually you'd set something like this to string, but I will leave it to generic value. So that is all for this tutorial. In the next video, we will be adding in the sequence to get the weather. In this tutorial, we'll be adding the sequence to get the weather. So in order to do this, we need to open a browser, which will then type into the search bar in Google, and we can then scrape the data out of the weather data result of Google. So we can start off by dragging in a sequence, which will get the weather. So we can scroll up to our favorites, and there is our sequence. So we can drag that in just below our input dialog. And we can rename this. Let's give it a name, Get the Weather. So everything regarding getting the weather will be within the sequence. So I'll double click the sequence, and you can see here down this breadcrumb trail, it'll open this Get the Weather sequence. And if we click this sequence button, it'll take us back to this sequence. If we click this main button, it'll take us back to our entire project. All right, so I'm just going to click back here so we can be zoomed into our Get the Weather. What we can do now is we can start off by opening the browser. So we can come here and type in browser. You can see all the different activities regarding a browser. If you have a browser that's already open, you can use the attach browser activity. So you can see that it is a container that enables you to attach to an already opened browser and perform multiple actions within it. This activity is automatically generated when using the web recorder. But in this case, because we don't have a browser open, we are going to use open browser. So we can drag this in. Great. So now we can rename this open browser to something more specific. So we are going to be opening Google. So we can just call this Open Google. We can then insert the URL here. This is also visible on the right hand side here in the properties panel, where we can enter our URL. So it is required as a string. So I'll just type it in here. I usually like to add the protocol https:// and then google.com. Great. If you write google.com, it'll usually pick it up as well, but it's always safer to write the protocol in front as well. Click OK. And now what will happen is this activity will then open Google, and it'll execute everything within this do activity over here. So let's run this. It should start off by asking us for a city name. I'm just going to write A, okay. And it opened Internet Explorer. In UiPath Studio, on this open browser, over here we have browser type, and you can see we can either choose between IE, which is Internet Explorer, Firefox, or Google Chrome. So for this first example, I'll keep it to Internet Explorer since that comes default on everyone's PCs. Chrome you have to install, so I'll keep it on IE. Alright, so now what you want to do is you want to type into this Google search bar. So in order to do that, we would need to use the type into activity. We can search for type into. There it is. So you get type into and you get type secure text. This is when you want to dot out the text usually used for passwords, and this is usually just for normal text. So we'll drag in type into and I'll add it inside this do container. Here we have this open browser activity, and within it we have this sequence. You can see there it says here sequence, and you can also see by that little logo or that symbol there that it is a sequence. And within this do we have a type into. So here we need to indicate which element we want to type into. So I'll click element to indicate browser. So as you can see now, the browser is not open. So a way to temporarily disable this UI selector state is to click Shift and F2 on your keyboard, and then you can actually click around your PC like normal. Then after 3 seconds, it'll go back into this UI selector state. And now I can click here where we want to type, which is in this Google browser search bar. So I'll click there. Great. So now we can call this type into Google search, and the text we want to type, which is over here, it needs to be of string format. So here we want to write the name of the city, right? So we can click Control Space, and there we have our variable we created, city. So I'll double click that, and I'll click plus to concatenate text, and then I'll add quotation marks, and we can type in weather in Fahrenheit. Great. We can also notice that I left a space here between our city and our first word weather. All right, because we don't want to concatenate the name of the city with the word weather. We want it to be two separate words. So that's why I add that space there. We'll click OK. And let's run this, see how it works. Enter city name. Let's say Cairo. Click OK. The execution ended, but we can come back to Internet Explorer to see, and you can see it typed it in. But you'll notice what it didn't do is search this term. In order to search that, you can either click Google search or you can click enter on your keyboard, which is what most people do. So if I click enter, it then comes up with this Google weather widget over here, which is pulling data from weather.com. You can see here that the weather is 63 degrees Fahrenheit in Cairo. Before we move further, we first need to add in our enter action, which means after this is typed, we need to then click enter on our keyboard to search to get to this page. So to do that, we can come back here and we can type in send hotkey. So we can use this activity. What the send hotkey activity does is it allows you to define a specific keyboard button to press, and when you define it, it'll then press that button. So we can drag that in here, and the key we want it to press, we can click in this drop down here, and we want it to select enter. So we can scroll down. You'll notice everything's in alphabetical order, and you can click on enter. So over here you can see it's also asking you to indicate an element inside the browser, but note that that is not a required field for this send hotkey activity. You can just select the key and it'll press that button. You usually only select an element when there's a specific part of the screen you need to assign a hotkey to. So we'll keep it to just like that. So I'll close this browser again, and we can run this and see how it works. Enter city name. Let's use Tokyo. Okay.
You can come back to Internet Explorer, open that up, and there it is. So you can see now it has taken us to the first page of Google, where it is giving us the weather in Tokyo, Japan. Fantastic. In the next video, we'll be scraping the weather data out of this page. In this tutorial, we'll be scraping the weather data and temperature data out of Google's browser. In order to access this data, we'd have to use screen scraping. So we can use the get full text screen scraping activity. So get full text. This specific screen scraping activity can access the actual text that is typed into the UI element. So you can see here, it says it extracts a string and its information from an indicated UI element. The hover just disappeared after a while. I'll carry on. Using the full text screen scraping method, this activity can also be automatically generated when performing screen scraping along with a container. Alright, so this is what we want to use. So let's drag this in just below the send hotkey. Alright, so note we are still inside our Open Google browser container. So we are basically performing all these actions within this browser, and that's why we are keeping it inside this do sequence. So here it says get full text, so let's call this get weather condition. You can call it get weather condition, and let's indicate the element inside the browser. So we click this. Once again, we want to be able to click this Internet Explorer. If we click left click, it doesn't work, so we want to click Shift F2 on our keyboard. Disables for 3 seconds. We can now click it. Alright, wait for it to come back. There you go. Now we can select. So over here you can see it says clear. Let's click on that word. Right, and we can come to our selector to see how it's written. So we can come to target, and under selector we click on that. You can see it doesn't say anything about the term clear, which is good because we want it to be generic. We want it to access the text that is written there, not only if it is clear. So that is great. So we can validate that. Yes, it is fine. We can click OK, and then we can extract this text as a string. So we can create a variable for that, Control K in our output field, and let's call this weather. Click enter on our keyboard, and we now have a variable called weather. Alright, we can do the same thing for getting the temperature. So we can drag in another get full text, and we can indicate the temperature over here. Great. We can check our selector just to make sure. Great, everything's generic there. Doesn't say anything about the number 37. That's fine, okay. And then you'll also notice over here under wait for ready, it's set to interactive. I change this here to complete, which means it needs to wait for everything on your web browser to be completely loaded so that it can copy the actual text. For our get temperature, let's rename this get temperature. And we can extract this as a string, Control K. You can write temperature, enter, variables, and there it is. Now once this is done, we can then close our browser. So we can come back to our browser activities, and you can see here under browser there's a close tab. So if you hover over that, it says closes a browser page. So we want to do that after we are done with our browser page. We want to close it since we no longer need it. So you can just simply drag that in, and for this you don't actually need to set anything. You don't even need to set a browser page, because this is entered inside of our Open Google browser activity. It'll know that it should close this browser. We can just close Internet Explorer, and let's run this. Run, enter city name, say New York. Okay, great. Goes on Google, types in our search term, scrapes the data, and closes the tab. If I come down to my toolbar at the bottom, you'll see that Internet Explorer is closed because we had closed the tab here using this activity. In order to check if the screen scraping is actually working, what you'd want to use is the write line activity to output a string to the output window over here. So I'm just going to drag in write line over here, and I am going to come to our properties, and I'm going to come here to the text expression and click on that.
and I'm going to write here temperature colon space plus, and then I'm going to write the temperature control space, and then I'm just going to come here and enter temperature. Now to write on the next line, if you just come here, it won't actually write on a new line. What you actually need to do is click plus, and then you can write environment dot new line plus. This is just some Visual Basic.NET that you could use in order to write text on a new line. So I'm going to copy paste this over there, and I will write, instead of temperature, I'll type weather, and over here, instead of the temperature variable, I'm going to click Control Space, select weather. Great, so this should now append in the output panel our temperature and our weather. Let's click OK. You can see we have an error. So let's see what it's saying now. It's saying that an expression is expected. So we can come back here, and you can see we ended this line with a plus, which means it's expecting us to write something else here. Alright, we don't want that. We can just delete that plus, click OK, and you can see the error is now gone. So I'm in our output panel here. I've made sure it is clear, and I am now going to run the robot. So let's just type in a city name. Let's go with Bangladesh. And click OK. Searches it on Google, scrapes the data almost instantaneously, and you can see here in our output panel that temperature is 73 degrees and weather is haze. Also want to show you here under right line what it looked like if we didn't add this plus environment new line. Alright, so we click OK. So you might think that this would append on two separate lines, but I'm just going to delete this, and I'm going to run it. I'm going to type in Japan. Okay. You can see here it writes temperature 37, weather clear, and you can see it's on the same line. So that environment.newLine function is what actually separates these two terms to be on separate lines. I like usually just doing that because it's easier to read when you are trying to debug. In the next video, we will make our robot start making decisions by using the flowchart activity. In this tutorial, we are going to be adding our decision-making flowchart. So over here in our designer panel, at the top right, there's a button which says restore and one which says collapse all. So if you click collapse all, it will minimize all the activities to their parent activity. So as you can see here, we have get the weather. Inside get the weather, we have open Google. Inside open Google, we have do. Inside do, we have all these different activities. So we can see all the nested activities within this breadcrumb trail at the top of the designer panel. So if I click back to main here, you can click expand all, and you can see every single activity in detail, or you can click collapse all, and it'll take it all to the minimized state. So I'll keep it like this for now, just for simplicity, and let's add in our flowchart. So we can come to our search activities in the activities panel, and let's search for flowchart. All right, and you can see here under flowchart, we have three different activities. We have flow decision. This is what you use to make a decision in a flowchart. Flow switch is what you can use to create an outcome for different scenarios. And flowchart is the container you can use to create flowchart activities. So I'm going to drag in flowchart, and I'm going to put it just below our get the weather. So what we are going to be doing here is we are going to analyze the weather. So we can call that analyze the weather. So I'm going to double click on analyze the weather, and you can see here in the breadcrumb trail we have the main process. There we have our sequence, which is our parent container. Then we have our analyze the weather flowchart. So as you can see here, a flowchart looks a little bit different to a sequence, because we have this little block here which says start on it. So flowcharts are generally used where you want to make business decisions.
or just any type of decision or anything that requires feedback loops. So where sequences are more for linear processes, you'd use a flowchart for non-linear processes. So we can add in a flow decision, just like that. So what we want to do is we want to use our flow decision activities to assign an outfit suggestion if the temperature is too cold, and also an outfit suggestion if the temperature is too hot. Alright, so what we can do is we can connect this flow decision to our start node. So to do this, you can hover over this little node at the bottom, click on that, and you can drag. And when you're hovering over this activity, this flow decision, you'll see these little nodes appear along the edges. So we can just click on one, or hover over one rather, and then let go your mouse button, and it'll then connect. So another way of doing this, I'm just going to click on this and click delete on my keyboard. Another way of connecting it is clicking on this flow decision, right clicking, and selecting set as start node. Alright, as you can see, it then connects the arrow for us. So if it is too cold, we can write too cold here, changes just the title, or the display name rather, of this decision activity. And if it is too cold, we want to assign a certain outfit suggestion. So I'll drag in assign, and you can see here there are two nodes on this saying true and false. So we'll hover over true, and we'll connect it to assign over here, or we can just connect it here, right? And then if it is too hot, which means it is not cold, that means it'll go down this false node. So what we can do is we can add another decision, flow decision, and we can call this one, I'll click here, highlight that, too hot, question mark. So then this false will then connect to this node at the top, and we have another two options, true and false. So there we'll assign an outfit suggestion if it is too hot, and again we'll assign an outfit suggestion if it is not too hot. So that means it is somewhere in between hot and cold. Alright, so I'm just going to click on this, and then I'm going to relocate this node at the top here just so it looks better, and I'll align these. Great. I'll also maybe move this up a bit and drag this so the two middle nodes are aligned. Ooh, that was a disaster. I'm just going to click here, relocate that, and I can now drag this to the left. And so usually when you build your flowcharts, you don't want everything looking messy, because then it becomes difficult for you to read, or it becomes too difficult for other developers to read. Alright, now that we have set up our basic structure of the flowchart, in the next video we will get into assigning our conditions and variables. Now that we have built the basic structure of our flowchart, we can start adding our constraints into these flowchart decision elements. So to do that, we can click on too cold, we can come to our properties editor, and you'll see here we have a condition. So if we click on these three dots here, we have our expression editor, and you can see that the condition is a Boolean, which means whatever we type in here needs to either result as a true or a false. If the condition is true, it'll then follow this true path. If the condition is false, it'll then follow this false path. So what we want to do is we want to check if it's too cold. So to do that, we can check if the temperature is lower than, say, 40 degrees Fahrenheit. In order to access our temperature variable, if we click Control Space, you'll see we don't have access to the temperature variable over here. We only have access to city. That is because we don't have the scope defined to a sequence that can access the variable. So let me show you what I mean by that. So I'm just going to click Cancel to close this expression editor, and we are going to go to where we defined our temperature variable. Over here under Get the Weather, I'm just going to click Expand All so we can see everything. I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to click on Get Temperature. So if we come down to Variables, you'll see here that we can see that we have our temperature variable. The variable type is generic value, and the scope is do. So that means if we come to our outline over here, the scope of our temperature variable is set to do, which means only the activities that are underneath this do can access that variable. So that means anything that is indented, as you can see here, we have the do activity and we have this indentation. Only these activities here are the ones that can access that variable. If we expand the scope to say get the weather, then it means this open Google will also be able to access it. If we then expand it further to sequence, it means everything inside its indentation, which means everything in your entire robot will be able to access that. So in our case, we need to access the temperature in our do sequence as well as in our analyze the weather flowchart. So the only sequence or flowchart that contains both the do and the analyze the weather is this sequence activity, which is our main sequence which contains our entire process. So to do that, we can just come back here, we can click get temperature. Here under temperature, we can then click on scope where it says do. We can double click that and we can elevate it to sequence. Alright, so by clicking on sequence, and now if we scroll down to our flowchart over here, I'm just going to minimize this variables and I'm going to click this 100% here and I'm going to click on analyze the weather. Click here to see the variables. You'll see now that the temperature is now accessible because we elevated it to the sequence scope. Now what we can do is we can come back to our to cold flow decision activity. We can go to properties, come to our condition, and we can type in. So we want to check if the temperature, so we can start typing temperature, right, there it is. Or we could have clicked control space, you'll see it'll appear there, right? Because we elevated the scope to sequence, now we are able to access this temperature, whereas before it wasn't even here. So I'll double click that, and we want it to be less than 40 degrees. That means it would be too cold. So let's click OK and see if everything works. Everything seems fine. Just to be safe, what you can do, you can convert this temperature to an integer to make sure that it is being read as an integer. You saw here we set it as a generic value variable type, which means it can hold any type of variable. So in our case, it is assuming it is an integer because we have added this constraint, which means we are assuming it's an integer. But to be safe, what you can either do is you can either say after temperature, you can write dot to int, right, just like that, and then you can click on this over there, and that would then convert it to an integer. Otherwise, what you could also do is you can delete that and you can type cint open bracket and then close brackets over there. So that would do the same thing as the dot to int. So this is converting the temperature variable from generic value to an integer. Alright, so we're saying it's less than 40, we can click OK. We can then do the same thing here under too hot. So we can say if the temperature is greater than 80 degrees. And once again here we can put cint open bracket close bracket. Fantastic. We click OK and we have now assigned our constraints to our too cold and too hot. In the next video we'll be assigning our clothing consultant or clothing recommendations to our assign activities. In this tutorial we will be assigning our outfit suggestions. Right, so where we can start is we can start off by creating a variable which we will add into our to field over here. So if we come to our variables at the bottom, we can click create variable and let's call this variable outfit suggestion. We can make sure that our scope is set to sequence so we can access this variable. It's always safe to just set your scope to the highest sequence so that you can access that variable from anywhere. It is also set to string, which is great because that is how we want it. So we can come to our assign, we can click control space, outfit suggestion, and we can type in our temperature expression over here. Just so it's more visible, I'm going to come here to our value. Because it's lower than 40 degrees, it means it's really cold. So maybe you can wear something like a down jacket. So you can type in here, please wear a down jacket, full stop, and OK. We have now assigned our clothing suggestion to our variable outfit suggestion. So we can do the same thing over here to get rid of our two errors. So here we can assign outfit suggestion to, so too hot is when the temperature is hotter than 80 degrees. I would say something like pretty hot outside. You can wear shorts or skirts. Great, you can click OK. And lastly, we can come here, outfit suggestion, and this means that the temperature is less than 80, or I'm hovering over here and you can see there it tells us what our condition is. It's less than 40 or greater than 80. So if it's false here and it's false there, it means it's between 40 and 80. So what would you wear if the temperature was between 40 and 80 degrees? You could say something like, bring a light jacket if you want. So let's write that in. Fantastic. So we have now assigned our outfit suggestions. In the next video, we will be displaying our weather, temperature, and outfit suggestion in a message box. In this tutorial, we'll be adding in our message suggestion. So we can click on collapse all, and we are back to our main sequence with our 4 activities within it. So here we can drag in a message box. We can type in box, and we can drag it just below analyze the weather. The text we'll be writing in here is basically a summary of everything the robot has figured out, which includes the temperature and the weather. We can start off by typing in, with our quotation marks, the temperature in, and then we want to say the name of the city. Add a plus to concatenate. If you click Control Space, there is our city. We can double click that. Can add a plus, quotation marks again, is, plus, and we can even add a colon after is. And here we want to write the temperature. Control Space, temperature, and we can say plus degrees Fahrenheit. What we also want to do is display the weather, but you can see the weather condition isn't available here in our variables, so we just have to go back quickly and change the scope of that. So I'll click OK, and we can come to get the weather. We can come to variables, and we have our temperature, our city. We can expand all, and where did we define our weather? Here, get the weather. We can click on that. You can see here it is within our do sequence. So it is defined to this do sequence over here. So the weather can then be changed to sequence, just like that. Great. So now we should be able to access it. We can just collapse all, come to our message box, and let's then say, as you can see, now weather is available. So just to write the weather on a new line, I'm going to use this VBCR. So this is just a trick you can use to write text in a new line. So that's just some visualbasic.net plus, and then now we can write the weather. All right, and we can then, and that is it. You can click OK, and it is done. So what we can do now is we can run our robot and see how it works. The city name, let's say Nevada in Texas, click OK. Searches it, scrapes the data, and here we have it. The temperature in Nevada is 64 degrees Fahrenheit, mostly sunny. Great, so you can see here there is a bit of a problem. After we have the name of the city,
we don't have a space, so we just need to add in a space. We need to add a space between the number and degrees, and then we can run it again and see if it works. So let's come back here. So the temperature in, we have our space there. We don't have our space over here, just before is. So I just added in a space over here so it can detect the space. We can then also put a space after this colon. Seems like we already had one. Then also space before degrees. And there you go. We have our weather in a new line. We can even say something like the weather. There you go. So now we'd say something like the weather is mostly sunny. Let's click OK. Let's try it again, see if it works. Okay. There you go. The temperature in Nevada is 64 degrees Fahrenheit. The weather is mostly sunny. What we haven't done is added our outfit suggestion. So let's add that in now. So we can add a new line. And we can say, and we can double click on our outfit suggestion. Okay. And let's run again. Great. So you can see here, bring a light jacket if you want. So we have added in our outfit suggestion. What we haven't done yet is added in a suggestion to bring an umbrella if it is raining. So we'll get into that in the next video. In this tutorial, we'll be adding in an if statement to check whether or not it is raining, and if it is raining, to add a warning in the message box that it is raining and that you should bring some rain gear with. Let's come to analyze the weather, and what we can do is we can add in a if statement. We had previously in our previous sequence in get the weather, we had extracted the weather condition, for example, mostly sunny or thunder showers, etc. So what we are going to do is we're going to add in an if statement over here, type in if in our activities panel, and we can drag in this if over here. What we can do is just double click on if, and over here we can enter an expression. So what we want to do is check if it's raining, and then if it is raining, assign rain gear. So we can add an assign, and we can add in a rain gear variable. So I'll click Ctrl K to create a new variable, and we'll call it rain gear. Enter. Come to variables. We have our rain gear there, and you can see it's set to generic value. We can just set this to string, and our scope, we can elevate it to our sequence. Can minimize that, and over here we can type in bring an umbrella with you. Great. We can also just add a space before bring, because we will concatenate this with our outfit suggestion. So we don't want it to connect, we want it to have a space between the two. Great. So over here is where we can check whether or not it is raining. So to do this, we can use our weather variable, and we can click dot, and as you can see here in the drop down, we have a contains method over here. So we can click on contains. So in VB.NET, this is the function you would use to check if a string contains a certain string. So for example, we want to check if the weather string contains the term rain. So I add in my quotation marks to make it a string, and I type in rain. So now what will happen is if our weather variable, which was extracted off of Google, contains the term rain, then you must bring an umbrella. However, there is some other weather conditions that could also lead to an umbrella being required. For example, showers or thunderstorms. So to add those, you can use an OR function. You type in OR. As you can see, it's highlighted in blue, which means it's a
vb.net function. So we can type in or, and then we can write weather.contains, and then let's search for the term showers. Something like thunder showers might come up. You can also search for weather.contains. You can click tab on your keyboard to actually complete that. Open brackets, and what actually happens is if you hold shift on your keyboard and you click your quotation mark just once, you'll see it actually adds 2 quotation marks for you, and it automatically sets the cursor in the middle of those 2 quotation marks. So that's quite convenient. We can then type here thunderstorm. Great. So what this will then do is if the weather contains the term rain or showers or thunderstorm, it'll then assign rain gear to bring an umbrella with you. We can also even add a full stop at the end of that sentence. How you would also use this if statement is you can have something inside this else. So for example, if this happens, then this happens, else that happens. So that would mean if this is false, or if this is not true, for example, weather doesn't contain rain and doesn't contain showers and doesn't contain thunderstorm, then this would happen. So in our case, we're leaving this blank, which means we don't want anything to happen because we don't want to assign rain gear if there is no rain. So we can just leave that blank. We can come back to this analyze the weather flowchart by clicking here on the breadcrumb trail. And you can see here our activity is just floating here. It's not connected to anything. So if we run this, it'll execute everything here, but because this isn't connected to the start node in any way, it means this won't run. So to do that, we need to drag it into our flowchart somewhere. So what I'll do is I'll drag it into this section here. So to do that, you can literally just click on your activity and you can drag and hover your pointer on top of that little arrow and then let go. And you'll see it actually connects that activity in between those 2 start and 2 called flowcharts. So it doesn't look that nice, so I'm just going to drag this down just so we can have some more space to work with and it looks better. Just drag that to make the arrow straight. Great, and there we have it. So over here we can check, instead of writing if, we can say if raining. Just like that. Great, so now we can just come back to our sequence, scroll down to our message box, click on our text expression editor, and move the scroll bar to the left. Here we have our outfit suggestion. Then we can click plus and we can say our rain gear. There you go. So now note how we don't have to add a space in between these 2 because I already added the space in the beginning of the sentence for rain gear. So we can click OK. We can also just rename our message box over here. So let's call that display suggestion. So we have a 4-step process here. The robot first asks for a city name, then gets the weather off of Google, it then analyzes the weather and assigns a clothing suggestion, and then lastly it displays that outfit suggestion. So let's run it and let's enter a city name. Let's try out Madrid in Spain and OK. So you'll notice we have a bit of a problem here. It's saying the weather is rain, however it's not telling us to bring an umbrella like we just added into our display suggestion. So to try to figure out what the problem is, we can come back to our if raining activity and we can look at our condition and our assign. So our assign is fine. You can see that we just have a simple string and our variable is in fact a string, so that's fine. So over here, you'll see it says it contains rain. So
That is where the problem is. The first letter is lowercase. So you'll see there it's a small r. We want that to be in fact a capital R because that's how we saw it, which means all of these should also be capitals. Showers should be capital and so should thunderstorm. Alright, so that should be fine now. We can come back to main and let's run our robot. Let's type in Madrid. Click OK. Scrapes our data. And there you have it. It now works. The temperature in Madrid is 45 degrees Fahrenheit. The weather is rain. Bring a light jacket if you want. Bring an umbrella with you. So there you have it. We can then close our display suggestion message box. And that is all. So our clothing consultant's robot is finally completed. If you built along with me, congratulations for building your first fully functional robot. I think that was a nice first example to understand on how to build a robot using UiPath Studio. We learned about how to input data into the robot. We learned how to scrape data off of the web. We learned how to analyze that weather using flowcharts, and we learned how to display information to the user using a message box. I hope you learned a lot from this example. This was quite a basic example for a robot built on UiPath. In our future examples, we are going to be building real life robots which can have actual tangible benefits.
Congratulations, you have finally completed the first section of this course and you have built your first software robot. That's quite an achievement. I hope you learned a lot from this first robot. There's still a lot to learn, and let's jump straight into the next one.
Hi, in this video I'm going to be doing a demo of our data capturing robot that we are going to build. This robot is made up of three main parts. First, we have our web data capturing. Second, we have our desktop data capturing. And third, we have our main, and this is where we execute both these two robots at the same time. First, I'll demonstrate web data capturing. So here we have a web application, which is a sample customer relationship management app, where you have an online form here and you fill in details, and then you click add, and it'll add that customer to this database over here. So here we have our folder with our 3 XAML files, and we have our Excel file over here. So this is simply a spreadsheet with 100 different customers with all their details, including first name, last name, gender, address, etc. I'm just going to close this. I'll minimize that, and let's run our web data capturing robot. So it should now open our web browser. There it is. It opens Google Chrome at rpacrm.bubbleapps.io, and you can see it's already filling in the form one at a time. You can see it fills in each customer's details and it clicks the add button. And you can see by the sheer speed of this how fast this is actually being executed. So if a human had to do this, it would take so much longer because they have to copy paste each row item one by one, whereas this is doing the entire line in less than a second. So this is extraordinarily fast. Plus it's also accurate. So let me just close this and I'll end the execution. And here we have our desktop data capturing. So this is the same thing, except here we have a desktop application, as you can see here. So this is my CRM sample app. So I'll just close this sample app and I will come here and I'll run our desktop data capturing robot. So let's click run. There it is. And now it should be filling in everything. There you go. As you can see, it's busy filling in all the customers' data in our desktop application. And you can see this is extraordinarily fast. So I'm going to close this and I'm going to show you our last file that we built. So I'm closing this. Stop that execution. Great. And lastly, we have our main file. So here in our main, we have a parallel activity which executes both the web data capturing plus the desktop data capturing simultaneously. So this is a very useful feature or activity that is offered by UiPath, where you can do two things at the same time. It's actually very incredible and very useful. So I'm going to run this and let's see what happens. So it's opened up here our web application and our desktop application. And you can see how it's busy filling in the customer data on both the web app and the desktop app literally at the exact same time. So you can see it's just as fast, even though it's running two robots or two processes rather at the exact same time. So if we leave this to go and I come back in about 5 minutes, you'll probably find that all 100 line items from that Excel spreadsheet has been added to both our web and desktop application. Alright, so I'll just close this here. We're not going to leave it to run and watch it, but I'm sure you get the point on how this robot works. So in the next video, we are going to jump straight into it, and we are going to start off by building our web data capturing robot. In this tutorial, we'll get started building our second robot, which is our data capturing robot. So we can start off by creating a blank process, and we can call this robot 2 underscore data capturing. We can save it in our D drive in our robots folder, and the description I'll say capture data from Excel spreadsheet. Create. So now if we come to our folder here by our robot 2 data capturing, we have our main XAML file and our project JSON file. So what we're also going to need here is our desktop application and our Excel spreadsheet. So I've just pasted those in, and here we have our MyCRM, which is an application. We'll be using this later on. And here we have our Excel spreadsheet, which is called customers. So here we have a Excel spreadsheet with customer data, which includes their first name, last name, gender, address, city, etc. Notice that the first row of this Excel spreadsheet contains all the headers of each of these columns. So we have our first name column, our last name column, gender, etc. That's just something to keep in the back of your mind. I will mention later why this is important. You can download the MyCRM application and the customer's Microsoft Excel workbook from the resources section of this video. So now if we click on our projects folder, you can see here we only have one main project. What we want is 3 XAML files. We want a web data capturing file, a desktop data capturing file, and a main data capturing file, which is where we will put our parallel activity to run both our web and desktop simultaneously. Alright, so we'll cover that in the next video. In this activity, I'd like you to create 2 additional XAML files. So if we come to our project tab and we drop down on robot 2 data capturing, over here we only have our main XAML file. I'd like you to create 2 additional ones within the same project, one for the web data capturing and one for the desktop data capturing. So you can pause this video and try and do it. And when you are ready, you can come back and play this video. Alright, so here is the explanation. You can simply come over to your folder where you have your main inside it. You can simply copy and paste that once, and you can paste that again. So we have our main copy and our main copy too. So we can just simply rename this and call it something like web data capturing. And on this one, we can rename that desktop data capturing. Just like that. So now we have 3 XAML files within our robot 2 folder. Alright, because they're all in this folder, we can now actually access them from our project tab over here. You'll notice it's not here, but if you want to see them, you just simply need to click this refresh button. And there we have it. We have our 3 XAML files. You can see here by the tab, we only have our main XAML file open. But if you want to open the other ones, like web, we can double click and you'll see it opens a new tab. And same thing here, double click on desktop. And now we have access to all 3 files. So you can then drop activities into 3 separate XAML files. So for now, we won't be working in main and we won't be working in desktop. So we can simply close those, and we will be working in web data capturing. All right, so I hope you managed to figure out how to add those 3 XAML files. In the next video, we will add in our container activity and start building our robot. In this tutorial, we'll be reading data from an Excel spreadsheet. So we can start off by adding in our container activity for our robot. In the previous robot, we used a flowchart, but in this example, just for the sake of using a different container, I'm going to use a sequence. The flow of this robot is also more sequential. The steps happen in order, one by one, one after another. There's no decision making or any loops that need to be created. So a sequence would be the best fit for such a robot. So we can call this sequence web main. Great, so all our activities are going to be living inside this web main activity. So in order to read data from an Excel spreadsheet, in our case our customers spreadsheet, we can do one of 2 things. We can either use the read range activity from the Excel library, or we can use the read range activity from the workbook library. So if we search the activities here, we type in Excel, you'll see here, if I scroll down under Excel, we have all these different activities available to us, from append range all the way down to write range. So over here we can do things like reading values in cells, writing values into cells, into multiple cells, selecting certain ranges of cells, etc. You can even do other things like getting the color of the cell, appending a range to the workbook, copying the sheet, deleting a range, etc. So you can see just from this list, there's quite a lot of activities we can do. If we type in workbook, you can see here there's very similar things like reading cells, reading range, writing cells, but you'll notice there's not as many options available to you as there is with the Excel activities. So for that reason, we'll be using the Excel activities instead of workbook. Before we do that, let me just show you the main difference between using one of these as opposed to using one of the Excel ones. So if we drag in, say, a read range. So a read range activity is what you use to read a range of cells from the spreadsheet and then save it to a data table within UiPath. So I'm just going to drag this in, and you can see here we are using the workbook read range. All right. So you can see here it gives us an option to provide a path, a sheet name, and a range, or the cell range. I'm just going to clear this search and I'm going to type in Excel. And I'm going to drag our read range from our Excel table library. So here's our read range. I'm going to drag this in, and you'll notice there's one main difference between these two. The read range from the Excel library doesn't allow us to enter a workbook path, as the workbook activity read range does allow us. As you can see here, we can enter our workbook path as a quoted string. You might ask then, if you're using this Excel activity for read range, how do you know which Excel spreadsheet you're actually referencing? So in order to do that, you actually have to use another container activity for this read range, which is actually called let me search it here. We can type in Excel again, and we can scroll here. There it is, Excel application scope. Great, so let's drag that in. You can see here on this read range activity, if we hover over this exclamation mark, it says that the activity is valid only inside Excel application scope. So we can simply click on here and drag this into this do sequence, and you'll notice that error goes away. So now, in a sense, what we have is these 2 separate activities. We have our read range and we have our Excel application scope, and within it we have our read range. Within this Excel application scope is where we can add in our workbook path, in the same way you would add it here for this read range activity. Simply put, these 2 things do exactly the same thing. This one we are using the workbook library, this one we are using the Excel library. So for the sake of this example, I'm going to use our Excel application scope, simply because we get access to all these different activities that the workbook library does not offer. So I'm going to delete this, and keep our sequence to our main sequence, our Excel application scope, our do sequence within that, and our read range activity. So let's select a workbook path. If you come here and click these three dots, it'll allow you to type in the string of the path to that Excel spreadsheet. But if you're on the activity itself and you click these three dots, it will actually open this file window where you can navigate to the specific file and open it. So you can see here we are in our data drive, robot 2 data capturing, and here we have our customers spreadsheet. So I'm going to double click that, and you can see here it added customers.xlsx, and you'll notice that it doesn't provide the full path. For example, in this case, it doesn't say data drive, robot 2 data capturing, and then customers, which would look something like this, as you can see it written there. It doesn't look like that. The reason for that is because this customers file is within the exact same projects folder as our web data capturing file. So over here, because this customers file is within the same folder, this folder here, as this XAML file that we are busy dealing with, it means we only need to reference the name of the file, and we don't actually need to reference the entire path. If, say, for example, this customers was saved in our C drive in a different folder, we would then have to reference the entire path. All right, but just for now, we can leave it as customers.xlsx. Great. Over here, we have our read range, and what the sheet 1 over here means under sheet name is this is actually referencing the sheet within that Excel spreadsheet. So if we open this here, you'll see here we have sheet 1. So it means we are reading the data inside this sheet. If we change this name of sheet 1 to something else, you then have to change the name over here. This is case sensitive, so make sure you spell it exactly the same way. Over here, we have our range input. So this is where you'd enter which cells you specifically want to read. For example, from cells A2 to, for example, J101. And then it'll read all the data between those specified cells. But if you need to simply read everything inside that sheet, you don't need to specify a range, and you can simply leave a blank string. So that's a simple trick. You just leave it as 2 quotation marks with nothing in between, and what that'll actually do is it'll read every single thing inside that spreadsheet. Great. So now the last thing we need to do is simply save this data to a variable. On our read range activity, you'll notice here there's an output field for our data table. So we'll click here, I'll click Control K to create a new variable, and you can give it a name. So let's call it customers data, written in camel case. You can click enter. You can come to our variables, and you can see here we have customers data as a data table variable type. The scope is in do and no default value. It's also important to note that with this read range activity, there's this option here where you can add headers, and you can either check that or uncheck it. So in our case, because in our spreadsheet we have headers, which is first name, last name, gender, etc., this means our spreadsheet has a header row. So that means we'll keep this add headers checked. If, for example, this spreadsheet didn't have that, and that was actually not there, and it just started with the first user's data, you'd then actually untick this and say that there are no headers. All right, but in our case there are headers, so we'll keep that checked. In the next video, we will be adding in our open browser activity, where we will be opening our web application. Since we will be using this Excel application scope activity quite frequently, I just want to go a bit more in depth about exactly what it does. So what this Excel application scope does is it opens an Excel workbook and provides a scope for Excel activities. When the execution of this activity ends, the specified workbook and the Excel application are closed. If a workbook application variable is provided in the output, over here by the workbook output property field, the spreadsheet is not closed after the activity ends. Additionally, if the specified file does not exist over here in the workbook path, then what this activity will do is it'll create a new Excel file. And the last thing to note about the Excel application scope activity is that it can only be used if the Microsoft Excel application is installed on your machine. So that is also the single biggest difference between this activity and the workbook activities. So if we come here to workbook and we were using, say, read range over here, and we were using this activity, you actually don't need Microsoft Excel installed on your machine to do this. So if you are busy following along with this project and you don't have Microsoft Excel installed on your machine, then don't use this method, rather use this method. So all you'd do here is you would use this exact same path and you'd paste that in there. You'd keep it to sheet 1, and over here you can simply keep that to blank, just like that. And of course ensure that add headers is checked. So simply leaving this like this and adding in your data variable over here, which in our case was customer data. You can come here, you can create a variable and call it customer data. Alright, so that's all you'd need to do if you don't have Microsoft Excel installed on your machine. So I'm just going to delete this and we will continue over here. Back to our Excel application scope. I just want to go through these properties over here, just so you have a general idea about what they are. So of course we know what the display name is. That's just the name that's displayed over here. So here by the password fields, this is what you'd use when your Excel workbook is password protected and it requires a password before it gets opened. You can check this private checkbox if you want an extra layer of security to your Excel spreadsheet. If it contains very sensitive information such as customer data like ours does, you would want to keep this checked. Autosave means that whenever a change is made to the spreadsheet, it'll autosave those changes. So you don't constantly need to add an activity to save that workbook. Create a new file. What this does, if checked, is if this path over here does not exist, customers.xlsx, if that does not exist, then it'll create a new file with that name, or a new Excel file with that name. In our case, we actually don't need to create a new file because we are providing the file. So we can actually uncheck that. If you leave it checked, nothing will happen though, because we have already provided the sheet. Read-only means that the spreadsheet, when it gets opened, is in read-only mode and it is not in edit mode. So if you have no intention in editing anything in the spreadsheet, you can leave this checked. So in our case, we don't want to change anything. We are simply just reading data from that spreadsheet. So I'll keep it checked. Visible. This is an interesting one. What happens here is if you have this checked, it means that the Excel spreadsheet needs to be open on the desktop in order to read the data from it. If you uncheck it, it means that it can perform these activities in the background. In general, it can work quite faster because the workflows are running in the background. Over here by output, we have a workbook where you can enter in a variable expression. What this is it can contain the entire information from the Excel spreadsheet stored in a workbook application variable. So if we click here, you can see here the variable type is workbook application. So this variable can be used in another Excel application scope activity. So here only workbook application variables are supported. Next here we have use existing variables. So this is where you can use data from the Excel file that was previously stored in a workbook application variable. So only workbook application variables are supported. That is just a simple run through these different properties in the property editor of our Excel application scope. So later when we demo this robot, we'll see how our Excel workbook behaves based on these properties we have set. Alright, so let's move on and let's now open up our browser. So our first step was creating a variable, which in our case was customers data variable, which is pulling that data from our Excel spreadsheet. We can then come to our activities and search for open browser. There it is, and we can drag this in. So there's two places you could have dragged this. You could have dragged it inside this do activity and you perform everything inside this do sequence, or you could have simply dragged this outside and kept it outside of that activity. So what would happen is we would first run this Excel application scope to grab our data from our customer's spreadsheet, and then after that it opens a new browser as a separate activity. So both these ways will work. Just to keep it clean, I'm going to keep it separate. So for the open browser, here is where you enter our URL. Over here on the right hand side by input in our property editor, you can see here we have a choice of either Internet Explorer, Firefox or Chrome. So generally using IE or Internet Explorer is the safest option to work with because everyone's got it installed on their machines. However, earlier in the course we installed UiPath for Chrome. So for this example, I'm going to change it to Chrome so we can use Google Chrome for this example. If I open Chrome and I come to this URL, which is rpacrm.bubbleapps.io. So this is a sample app that I built for you guys. I actually built this specifically for this course just to demonstrate what it's like to add data into a web application. So what you have here is you have a form, a simple online form where you enter customer data. You type in the first name, the last name, you click these radio buttons whether you want male or female, you enter the address, the city, you select the state based on the drop down, you enter the phone number, you enter the work number, you put in an email address, and you put in a work address. So I'm just putting in dummy text over here just so you can see how it works, and then you click add, and then you'll see how it adds that customer data to our table. So I'm just going to delete that row by clicking this clear row 1. Back in UiPath Studio, we can now enter in our URL. I'll click on these 3 dots here to open our expression editor, and I'm going to type in our URL. I have our protocol over here, https://, and then we have our domain name, rpacrm.bubbleapps.io. So we can then put this in quotation marks to make it a string, because as you can see there, the URL is required as a string. We click OK, and we can see anything else here, and we want it to be hidden. If we check this, the browser will be hidden, but it's fine. We can keep it visible because we actually want to see what's happening when it's inputting the data. Private, it's not necessary to be private, but just for extra security, we can check that. And again, here we can check private over there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this, and I'm going to see if it opens a new Google Chrome browser as we set it to Chrome, and if it goes to our required URL. So let's run this. And as you can see, it opens rpa.bubbleapps.io. But you'll also notice it opened in an incognito window. You see, it says there you're incognito, and you can also see by this black color at the top on this browser. So I'm just going to close this. The reason that is private is because over here we checked private over here. So let's see what happens if we run it now. You'll see it now doesn't open in incognito, and it actually opens in a normal browser. Alright, so it's up to you whether you want it in incognito or not. In this case, it's not necessary, so I'll just leave it like that. Alright, so I'll leave this unchecked. In the next video, we will get quite technical and add in a while loop, which will loop through each line in our customer's data variable. In this tutorial, we'll be learning how to count the number of rows in a data table, and also how to use a while loop and set conditions. So first, I'm going to show you how to count the number of rows in a data table and why this is important. Firstly, within our while loop over here, we are going to want to set a condition over here, which we say when the number of rows which we have looped through is less than the number of rows within the table. This way we know to execute this activity because it has not yet looped through every single row. What we could have done is also used a for each row activity. So for each row in, and then over here we would enter our data table. You can then execute an activity for each row. The more simple way of doing it is using a for each row, because all you need to do is enter here the data table you are referring to. So if we come here to our read range and come to our variables, you'll see that our scope is set to this do sequence. I'm just going to change this to our web main scope. So now we'll be able to access that variable over here. All right, so I'm just going to click Control Space, and there is our customer data. So that's all you would simply do. You'd say for each row in customer data, and you can then refer to each row or execute a set of activities within this. All right, so I'm just going to delete this. And for this example, we are going to use a while loop, just so I can demonstrate how to use a while loop. Usually you would use a while loop when you want to execute a certain activity based on a certain condition. The opposite is also available over here. When you come to while, you type in while, you'll see here there's a do while activity, which will execute the contained activities first, and then it'll check if the condition is true. So it is simply the opposite. If I drag that in here, you'll see here in a while loop, it checks the condition and then it executes. In the do while, it'll execute and then check the condition. All right, so I'm just going to delete this. In our case, we'll be using a while loop. I'll delete this while loop as well, just for now. I'm going to come here and add in a write line activity, and I'm going to drag it into our sequence over here. So simply what I want to check in our write line, I'm going to open this text editor, and what I'm going to write is our data table, which is customer data, and then I'm going to write dot rows. You can see here the IntelliSense pops up, and we can select our rows, and then we can click dot again and type in count. You can see there is count. I'll double click that. So we have our data table customer data. We are then accessing the rows of that customer data, and we are then counting the number of rows. So that is what this expression over here does. You'll notice we still have an error. That is because it is expecting a string. So to get it into a string, you can simply say dot to string. And there you go. Our error is gone. We can click OK. So we know in our Excel spreadsheet of our customer data, we have a total of 100 line items. So let's check if this works. So I'm going to click Run. And as you can see here in our output panel, the value it printed out is 100, which is correct. So that is our 100 line items. I also want to just show you here, if we come to read range and we uncheck this add headers, which assumes that the table doesn't have headers, it's going to assume that the first row is a customer. So would actually then, in fact, count 101 rows instead of 100, because it's including that header row. So let's just come back here. I'll clear this, and let's see what happens if we run this. And there you have it, 101 rows. So that is exactly what this add headers means. It's just to ignore the top row. Great, so we'll keep that checked because we have headers in our Excel spreadsheet. Great, so I just added this write line just to demonstrate to you how to count the number of rows in a data table. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to delete this write line. That was just for demonstration and debugging purposes. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in our while loop. So if I type in while, here we have our while loop. I can either drag it into the do activity, but just to keep it cleaner, I'll just click Control Z on my keyboard there to undo. I can delete the sequence by clicking right click, delete. And here you can see it allows me to drop in an activity. So in our case, we're going to add in our while loop, just like that. So now all our activities will be running within this body of our while loop. All right, so you can see it's quite a nested sequence of events. We have our private open browser, we have our while loop, and then we'll have a series of activities where we add data into our web app within this body. What we want to do in this condition is loop through each line in the data table. So to do this, we are going to need to know how many times this while loop was executed. So to do this, we can grab an assign activity and drag it in there. what we're going to need now is a new variable, which would be the row number. So I'll click Control K, and this is now creating a new variable. Let's call this row number. Click Enter, and over here we can write Control Space, click row number plus 1. So what's going on here in this assign activity, we have just built a counter. Alright, and what this is doing, it's counting which row we are currently executing. So over here in our variables, we have our row number. The variable type is generic value, but we can actually set this to an integer because we know it's only a number. The scope is in the while loop. That is fine because we won't be needing to use this row number variable anywhere else in our sequence, only within our while loop. Alright, so what happens is as this while loop executes and the body runs once while this condition is set, it'll then assign +1 to the row number. Once it executes again, it'll then add 1 again to that variable. So usually when you create a counter, it's a good idea to set a default value. So in our case, we can set 0. So this means row number is set to 0. When this runs once, it'll then be set to 1. When it runs twice, it'll be set to 2, all the way on to 100. Alright, so that 100 I'm referring to is the 100 line items or the 100 customers. So what you can do is you can click Control Space, you can click row number is less than 100. So what would happen here is this while loop would execute for each time row number is less than 100. So this would work perfectly because it is looping through every single row inside our Excel application. In order to be more dynamic, sometimes you might add a spreadsheet which has less or more than 100. So you don't want to set it static to this 100. So that's what I was showing you earlier, where you actually count the number of rows within that data table. So that would be Control Space, customer data dot rows dot count. And we can click away, and there you have it. So what's going on here is we have now set the condition that this will execute every time that row number is less than the number of lines inside our data table. Just so you can see how this works, I'm just going to quickly add in a right line, and I'm going to drag this in over here. I'll just add it above the counter. Notice how the body automatically adds in a sequence when you add a right line. And over here, let's type in Control Space, row number dot toString. Great. So now what's going to happen is when this condition is true, it's going to write down the row number into our output logs. So I'm just going to clear our output and run it. So let's see what it says. There you have it. So you'll see it runs 0, 1, 2, all the way through to 99. So because we started on 0, it means that we have 100 loops or 100 executions. So that was a quick crash course on how to use while loops and set conditions, as well as how to count the number of rows inside a data table. In this tutorial, we'll be learning how to use the type into activity. So we'll be learning how to type into these different input fields on this online form. All right, so if we come to our UiPath, we can see what we have already done. We have created our Excel application scope where we read a range of cells from that spreadsheet and save that data to a variable called customer data, which is a data table variable type. What we then do is open a browser where we open our web application RPA CRM, and we have a while loop which loops through each row of that data table for as many lines that there are in that data table. Great, so let's start off by adding in our type into activity. So you can search here for type into. Oh, actually here it is already, type into. So we can just drag that in, and there you have it. So what we are going to be doing here is we'll be typing into our first name field. So let's indicate that element inside the browser. You can see here this selector appears where we can select a UI element on the screen. So I'm going to click over here, this input field for the first name. So I'm going to click that, and that is all. So if we come here to our target and look at our selector, you can see that our index name for that tab is 1. Alright, so there's nothing here that refers to the name first name or anything, but you can see it's referring to 1. Alright, so that would probably mean that the second input field for last name is referring to 2. So let's just drag that in and see how that works. Indicate last name, click there. Let's have a look at our selector. There you have it. That means that tab index is 2. So that's how it differentiates between the first input field and the second. Great, so what we can do now is we can add in the text that we want to type into this input field. So I'm going to open our text over here, our expression editor for the text. And what we're going to write here is the values of all these different first names for each row. Alright, so let's start off with the first name. So we can then press on our keyboard Control Space, and we can click our customer data table. So what you can actually do with this data table variable type is you can create an object by opening 2 round brackets, where the first round brackets refer to the row number and the second set of brackets refer to the column name. So we know that the row number is simply row number, which we created in our, over here, row number. So this is referring to the number of each row. So what we can do there is we can simply just type in row number. Or we could have clicked Control Space just to make sure that it's the actual variable. There you go. And over here we'll type in the column name. Make sure it's a string. You type in first name. This is case sensitive, so ensure it's spelled exactly the same way as it is in your spreadsheet. You can see there, it's all lowercase with a space in between. Great, so we can then convert this to a string, .toString, and you'll see that error goes away. We click OK, and that is all to it. So now for the last name, we can simply do the exact same thing. So instead of rewriting it, I'm just going to Control C and Control V, and instead of first name, I'm going to write last name, just like that. We can now run this and see how it works. It opens our browser, and you can see how it's then typing. But now you'll notice there's a problem, right? It's typing each person's name on top of all the previous names, and the same for the last name. And you can also see that it's actually typing each name out as opposed to just pasting it in, which can be a bit more of a delay. So let's close this and fix that. The way you'd fix that is over here, if you scroll down by the options of the properties panel of our type into, we have all these different options over here. So what we would want to do to fix that problem of typing next to each name, you'd want to use empty field. This will ensure that the field is empty, or everything or all the contents are deleted before it actually starts typing into it. So we can do that the same over here. So let's run this and you'll see how the empty field button works. There you go. You see how it deletes all the contents from its previous expression and rewrites over that. But you can also see while it's typing, it's actually typing that each out letter for letter. We'd prefer if it just gets pasted in. So that means the typing into happens in the background instead of the foreground. So I just closed that. And what you can then do is over here, we can either select send Windows message or simulate type. Usually simulate type is faster if it does work. Sometimes it doesn't, and you have to resort to send Windows message. So I'm just going to test out simulate type, just like that, and let's run that. There you have it. So you can see instead of typing it out, it's actually just pasting in that value, which is a lot faster. You'll also notice there's a bit of a delay between the first name input and the second name. So you can actually minimize that by changing the delay properties in the property editor. So I'm going to close this browser. Okay. And over here, by delay after and delay before, this is what actually sets the amount of time delay before this activity is executed and the amount of delay after this activity is executed. So if we hover on delay after, you'll see there's a default amount of time of 300 milliseconds. The delay before is a default amount of time of 200 milliseconds. So that means the amount of time after over here on this activity and the before delay on this activity is a total of 500 milliseconds, which means it can actually slow down your robot if you have thousands of line items. So a way to make this faster is simply by changing the delay over here. So we can just simply write 5 over here, okay, and 5 over here. So that would then mean there is a 5 millisecond delay after and a 5 millisecond delay before. So that's a total of 10 as opposed to 500. We can do the same thing here, 5 and 5. So let's run this and see if it works. There you have it. Now look how fast that is compared to before. It actually completed all 100 line items in about 5 seconds over there. So that is how you can actually make your typing in a lot faster by using our simulate type and our delay properties. In the next video, I'll be showing you how to select whether it's male or female, depending on what is said in the spreadsheet. In this tutorial, we'll be building in the functionality to check if the gender is either male or female and click on the respective radio button. So if it was a human making this decision, they would look at the Excel spreadsheet, they would look at the gender column, and they'd see that Gwendolyn Ferroli is a female, and they would then come here and check female. They would then look at the next one, they'll see it's male, and they will check male. So we just need to build in that same logic into our application. So that is a simple if-then activity. So if it's a male, click male. If it's not a male, click female, or vice versa. So let's come to UiPath and let's add in an if-then activity. So here we have if, and we can drag in if over here in between our type into input and our counter. So before we continue, let's just quickly rename these activities. So this one is type first name and type last name. We can then rename this if statement to select gender. All right, so what we're going to do is add a condition that if it is female, then check female, else check male. So for that, we can add in a conditional over here. So we can use our same logic we wrote over here. Let's come get that. We can click on our text, there it is, and we can copy that. Control C, and we can paste it in here. Let's just open our expression editor. So the customer's data, row number, and then instead of last name, we now want to access the gender. So we can write gender over there. So I'm going to delete this and write gender. So what this is checking is for the respective first and last name, what is that gender? So it'll then output the gender here as a string, but because this is a condition, it needs to either be equal to something or less than something or greater than or equal to something, etc. So in our case, if it is equal to, and then we can write female. So just make sure you spell this correctly. It should be with a capital F for female because in our data, it is a capital F, as you can see. All right, if it was a small f, you need to keep it a small f. We can click OK. All right, so now what that's going to do is check if it's female. If it's female, we can then add a click. We can drag and click into then, and then we can indicate what needs to be clicked. So we can click here, and we can select female radio button, just like that. So we can just rename this, instead of click label, we can call it click female. All right, and then else, we can add in another mouse click, drag that in. Else, we wanted to click male, so we can click that over there. All right, so we can then rename that click male. So we can just check our selectors to make sure everything is fine. So you can see there we have the word female, so it knows exactly which radio button it's clicking. It's because the text is female. And then the same should be true here. Let's have a look at that. There you go, male. So that is correct. We can also notice here the URL is rpacrm.bubbleapps.io. That is correct, and it's in a Chrome browser. So we can leave that as is. All right, so what we can do now is we can also come to our click, and we can change our delays to make it quick as we did before, which is 5 milliseconds before, 5 milliseconds after, and same for mail over here. All right, just so we ensure that the clicking happens fast. So I also just want to point out that simulate click over here or send Windows message is left unchecked, which means the way these actions will work is the pointer on the screen will physically move to that button and click it, the same way a human would do it. If we click simulate click, it'll happen in the background. So let me just show you how it runs if we just run it normally, how we have it set up. So you can see how it's working there. It's going quite quickly, and you can see that little pointer is actually moving on the screen to select the respective gender. So now if I want to close it, you'll notice that it doesn't let me move the mouse to close it. You see, it's because the mouse is constantly being drawn to that male or female. So it's actually very hard to close the execution. So I'm just going to do that, and oh my goodness, there you go. Great. I was having a fight with the computer there, with a robot. So to solve that problem, what you can do is I'm just going to end the execution here. Great, and I'm going to click this simulate click button for both click male and click female. All right, so now what will happen is the mouse won't have to be on that pointer to click it, and it'll actually click it in the background. So let's run this and see how that works. Let me just open that. There you go. So now you can see I'm actually controlling this mouse right now, but you can see how the buttons over there are busy moving, and it's being simulated automatically. And there you go, it's all done. So that's one very powerful use of the simulate click functionality. Just a last note about the select gender. What you could have also done here in this condition is instead of writing female, you could have written male, but then you would have had to put the male click in the then section and the female click in the else section. All right, so it'll just work vice versa. In this activity, we are going to be adding in the different activities for the rest of all these fields in this form. So here we have our Excel spreadsheet, and we have the address, city, state, home phone, work email, personal email, and that is all. So that is what needs to be entered into these 7 fields over here. This video is an activity, so what I want you to do is to try and do this yourself. Go to UiPath Studio, and then after our select gender activity, add all the different type into activities for the rest of these different fields. You'll notice here that this is a drop down, so a type into wouldn't work over here. So I'll give you a hint, and I'll tell you that you need to use a select item activity. You can pause this video and you can try do this yourself. Add in all the activities. Make sure you add in your delays of 5 milliseconds before and after, and also make sure you simulate the click. All right, so I'll leave you to do that, and I will now continue to show you the solution to this activity. Great, so we can come to UiPath Studio, and we can continue by adding in another type into. So I'm going to drag this in here. So this is simply repetition to what we did before with these activities. We can indicate the element. So in this case, we're going to do address, and let's copy this expression over here. Control C on my keyboard, Control V. It's currently last name. Let's have a look here. Where is address? So it's spelled like that. So we'll come here, and I'll write in the place of last name, I'm going to write address, and I'm also going to rename this to type address. I'll also come here, add in our 5 milliseconds delay and simulate type. Great, so we can then repeat this process. Control C, Control V, indicates city. Make sure it's called city. Yes, it is, with a small c. We can rename this to city and type city. Great, we can add in our delays and simulate type. We can continue, but now we are actually adding in our state. So this is a drop down. Like I said, you need to use the select item activity. So I'm going to delete this and I'm going to come to select item. There it is. So we can drag in our select item activity. We can indicate the element in the browser. It's not showing. I'm just going to click Shift F2 on the keyboard. So now I can then open the browser and it should come back any second. There you go. I can now select the UI elements and I'm going to select this drop down for the state. All right, we also want to type this over here, Control C, where there should be an option over here to type into. So instead of typing that, we're going to type this, and it should be called state. We can double check now. I just wrote that in for now. Let's see. State, yes it is. Great, then we have home phone, work phone, and the rest. So the rest will also all work with a type into activity. Before I move on, let's also just make sure our delays here is 5 milliseconds before and 5 milliseconds after. And you'll also notice that there is no simulate for this select item. So it's not a problem. We'll just leave it to that. Type into home. We can copy paste this. We can type in here home phone. 5 and 5. Scroll down, simulate. Here we can write select state, and here we can write type home phone. Let's have a look if that's right. Home phone, yes. Now let's do work phone. It's a bit of a tedious process, but it needs to be done. All right, we can come to work over there. There is another method of doing this where you can just click tab. So you're clicking a keyboard hotkey and then you only have one type into activity. So types tab, types tab, type tab. So that's also another way of doing it. I'll show you that in another robot that we build later on in the course. All right, so here we are typing in the work phone. Let's copy this. Instead of home, we are going to write work and add in our delays and simulate. Great. What else do we have? We have work email and we have personal email. So I'm going to drag in 2 more. Actually, you know what? These 2 I'm going to do differently. I'm going to show you why I wasn't just copy pasting these directly. You can do that, but there's something you need to do specifically. So I just pasted it. I just copy pasted type work phone. All right. So I'm going to rename this to type personal email. And over here, we can write, instead of work phone, we can write personal email, all lowercase. Great. But now the selector needs to be changed. So we can click on these 3 dots and we can click edit selector. Here we'll have to click indicate element, and personal email is over here. We click that. So that is tab number 9. So we can click OK. So that is now done. But you'll notice that this image over here is still showing work. So in order to change the screenshot image, you'd have to click these 3 dots and select this indicate on screen. So we can then come back here and select this, and you'll see it'll then change the image. So now it's indicating this field for the personal email. So just from a developer standpoint, you want these images to reference exactly what your selectors are doing, just so there's no confusion. Great, so now we don't have to go and enter our delay before and delay after, and we don't need to click simulate type because it was already done. So you can copy paste this one and do the same thing for our work email. I'm going to type work here.
In here, I'm going to write work. I'm going to change the selector. Select our work input. Okay. What was that? I just want to have a look. Great, that looks fine. And lastly, let's just change our screenshot to indicate on screen. Fantastic. Now it says work there. So we have now set up everything that I asked you to do for this activity. We can now run the robot and see how it works. So it'll open our browser and look at that. That is super fast. So it's busy adding in every single line item with literally a 5 millisecond gap in between. Much faster than any human can ever imagine doing that. Alright, so we can just close this. So you can see here we ran into an error. So what is it saying? Error has been returned from call to COM component, blah blah blah. Alright, so what happens in a situation like this is you want to go to your output panel and let's clear this, and what we want to do is run this in debug mode so we can see exactly where the problem is. So you can see here we ran into an error. So what is it saying? Error has been returned from call to COM component, blah blah blah. Alright, so what happens in a situation like this is you want to go to your output panel and let's clear this, and what we want to do is run this in debug mode so we can see exactly where the problem is. And let's click debug. Great, so it's busy executing, and now we'll see exactly where the problem occurs. Everything seems to be fine so far. It's busy adding in every customer's data into the RPA CRM application. Looks like it stopped. So I think this is where the error has been hit. So what's going on? Let's have a look. So it's still busy executing. It looks like it's busy waiting for something to happen. So as you can see here, we have received this error. So here we have this runtime execution error. It says you cannot select item. It was not found amongst existing items. Alright, so tip some combo boxes, delay load items until its drop down is expanded. Try to simulate a click on control prior to selecting an item. So what this problem is saying is that it is happening with our select drop down. So over here you can see it's even highlighted in yellow. Our select state is where the problem is happening. You can even see here in our output panel that the select state was started executing, but the select state did not close. If we come here, you'll see that the state is Minnesota. So maybe that is where the problem is. Let's try find this person's name. I'm just going to search for this name, Control C. And let's go to our spreadsheet. So this is just a typical example of how to debug your robot. Control find. I'm going to search for that. Find. There it is. So let's highlight this. So here we have our state. Okay. District of Columbia. So let's come to our drop down here. And look for District of Columbia. Okay, you'll see that under D, there's no district. It's probably under something else. It's not even on here. Let's see that. Yes, okay, so that is not even on this list. So it means that that is why the error happened. So what we can do is we can just close this, break, and end the execution. So now we know I must just go and add District of Columbia as a state to the app. And also over here, we can come here to continue on error. So if there's an error, it's default set to false, which means if there's an error, it stops.
If you change this to true with a capital T, that's actually a Boolean field, which means it will continue on error. All right, so if there's an error, it just means it won't fill anything in and will continue. So let's just close this and let's try run this again in debug mode and see if anything happens. So it's executing, it opens our app. Great, so everything seems fine so far. Simply adding in all the customer data. Eventually it's going to reach that person and it's going to look for District of Columbia. It won't be able to find it. And then what it should do is, because we changed the continue on error to true, it means it should continue. So the reason why it actually paused for about 30 seconds before it continued is because there is a default 30-second timeout on error. So I'll show you what I mean by that as soon as this execution ends. So you'll probably find now it's reached another state where it is delayed. So I'm just going to close this and stop the execution. All right. I know this can be a bit boring, but this is very necessary and useful for you to know when it comes to debugging. So over here by select state, right, we have over here timeout. So I'm just going to expand this so you can see what this is saying. So timeout, if you hover here, it specifies the amount of time in milliseconds to wait for the activity to run before an error is thrown. The default value is 30,000 milliseconds, which is 30 seconds. So that's what just happened, right? It was delayed for 30 seconds. So I'm just going to come here and I'm going to change this timeout to say 10 milliseconds. All right, so that you don't need to wait for 30 seconds before an error is thrown. Usually you'd want to keep this to something like 3 seconds, but in this case it's fine. Let's just keep it to 10. All right, so now if we try run the same robot, when it reaches that point, it's not actually going to wait 30 seconds because the timeout has now been changed to 10 milliseconds instead of the default 30 seconds. So now you can see how it's busy running through everything. Eventually it's going to reach that user and it should not even bother to wait 30 seconds and it should skip straight through that error. So let's see how this works. There it is, and great. So you'll notice it saved the name as Minnesota, which is a problem. I'm just going to close this just so we don't waste any time, and I'm going to click break. So what would happen in this case is, instead of saving it as District of Columbia, it would have saved it as Minnesota, which was the state from before. So we wanted to say District of Columbia. So what I've just done now, I just paused the video and I went on the back end of this application I built and I added District of Columbia as a state. All right, so now we should no longer get the error when filling in all this data. If we come back to our robot here and we try run it now, we should not get any errors and it should actually output our correct District of Columbia state. So let's run this. I'm just going to let it run to the end and then I'll pause the video for you and I'll continue afterwards. And there you go, the execution ended and fantastic, no errors. So that is all for this debugging video. In the next video, I'll be adding in the button where you click add after every single one of these line items are added. So if you click add, it'll then add it to this table. So we'll get into that in the next video. Now, the last activity that needs to be added is the click on the add button. So if we come here to our web application, what we want after all these fields are completed to then click this add button, so it'll then add that data to this data table. So I'm just going to clear all the rows here. Great, so let's come back to UiPath Studio and add in a click. So what do we want to click? We want to click the add button. So here we can then select add. Notice how we can select UI elements because we have our UiPath extension installed. All right, so I'm going to click this add button If we come to our selector over here, we can see that it is in fact got add written there, so you know the way that the selector identifies the button. Alright, we click OK, and we can also come down and we can simulate this click so that the mouse doesn't physically have to move on top of add to click it, and it'll click it in the background. And that is simply all there is to it to building our web data capturing robot. So what we can actually do now is we can run this and see how it works. So I'm going to close this and let's run it. It then opens our RPA customer relationship management app, and there it is. It's already importing all the data. It will now be adding all the data line by line. It fills in all the fields on the form and then clicks the add button. And as you can see there on the table just below over here, you can see each customer being added one by one. If we leave this to run, it'll eventually import all 100 customers. The true power in this is that it does it so quickly and so much more accurately than a human ever could. You can see that a mistake won't be made because it's a robot assigning each Excel value to each field. So that's what's actually so incredible about what's happening over here. It's 100% accurate, plus it's an order of magnitude faster than doing it manually. Now that we have completed our web data capturing robot, we can do a desktop data capturing robot where we can do the same thing. Where we inputted everything in our web application, we'll now be entering everything into our desktop application. Alright, so to do this, we can come to our projects panel over here and open our desktop data capturing. So since these two have the same logic, we can just click on main here in the breadcrumb trail, and we can select the parent container activity, which is this web main over here. So I'll right click and copy that, and I'll paste it over here. I'll rename this from web main to desktop main. So before we had everything in a browser. So now, because it's a desktop app, we're no longer going to be using a browser, but rather an application. So we can, instead of opening a browser, we can open an application. So here we have open application, and we can drag that in. The application that we want to open is this My CRM app. We can click on that, and everything inside this while loop over here, so that's everything that happens in the browser, we can copy that, we can actually cut it, and we can paste it over here. So I'm just going to delete this do, and I'm going to paste it here. Just like that. So you'll open the My CRM application, and then this while loop will run. So I can just scroll all the way down here, and I can delete this open browser. And you'll notice we have all these errors because we are now typing into a web browser. So what we actually want to do is change all of these selectors to be that of the desktop application. So this is how you can go about doing that. Well, first let's just try run this and see if it opens our CRM application. So let's run this. So it says here we have validation errors. I'll just click OK. UiPath actually doesn't let you run a workflow unless there is no errors. So I'm just going to come here and I'm going to delete, or I'm going to cut this. Let's run. There it is. Great. So it did open our My CRM application. So that's working. What we can also do is we can close over here, close application. So what will happen is we can actually add this right at the end over here, and we can indicate. I'm just clicking Shift F2 on my keyboard, and I'm coming here to open our My CRM. So I can now select this My CRM. Great. So what will happen is it'll open it and then it'll close it. So I'm just going to add a delay just to see if this works. I'm dragging in a 10-second delay between these two. So let's run this and see if it works. There you go. It opens My CRM sample app. It should be waiting 10 seconds now, and then eventually it should then close. Let's have a look. There you go. So it closed. Great. So now we know that our closed application and our open application are both working. So I'm just going to come back here to our web data capturing and copy our while loop. All right, so here it is. Right click, copy, and let's paste it into here. Paste. Great, so now the while loop is happening within this open application activity. We still have our Excel application scope where we output our customers Excel spreadsheet into a data table called customers data. Fantastic. So now to get rid of all these errors, we are going to need to change these selectors because this is now referencing the web app when it should be referencing our desktop My CRM app. So let's click here and click Edit Selector, indicate element. So first name should be this field over here. We click that, click OK. And what we should also do, we want to change the screenshot. So I'll indicate on the screen, you can just continue here. So for the last name, we can then come here and indicate element, last name. Okay. We can then also change our screenshot and scroll down. Here we select gender. It's also a checkbox. So we can then edit selector, indicate. So we wanted to select female. There you go. That's great. And let's also change the screenshot. Same thing here. So if you don't change the screenshot, it's still going to work, but it's usually just visually good to have the correct screenshot. Just like that. Great. Everything seems fine so far. We can continue over here, type address, can change these selectors. Indicates screenshot. We just have a few more to do. Type city, edit selector, indicate screenshot, select state. All right, we'll get back to this. Home number, work number, personal email, and work email. Then our click button, in this case there is nothing to click, so I'll just leave this deleted, and there we have it. So we have our row numbers. We can then just delete this delay, we don't need that anymore, and this should then input everything. Everything here should work except for our select state. All right, so I'm just going to delete this and let's run it. There you go. So you'll notice here on first name, we probably don't have the empty field checked. I'm just going to close this and we can come back here. For type first name, just going to stop the execution. Okay, scroll down to the bottom. Over here, you can see empty field is not checked. We need that checked. Let's also add in our delays of 5 and 5 seconds and simulate that type. Great, let's get back into it and try run this. There you go. And as you can see, it is doing the same thing that we were doing with our web application on our desktop application. All right, so that's fantastic, and it's also working super fast. when the MyCRM app is opened, it's already populated with data. So if, say, you want to make sure that certain fields are blank or empty rather before you actually start typing, then you can actually do that by adding a blank string as a value to these different fields. So I'll show you how I set this up. All right, so I'm not going to explain step by step because it's a bit time consuming, and you should already understand the logic based on the previous type intos we already used. So here in UiPath, we have our open application activity, and then we have a sequence. Within it, we have a set of activities, which are all type intos, which is just typing in a blank string. As you can see, that's a blank string. And then we execute our while loop. So the reason I put these type intos before the while loop, you only need to make sure they're blank once, because they'll remain blank for the rest of the time because nothing gets entered into these fields. All right, over here, we also make this blank by selecting that. So I can show you how I did this. Over here, I clicked type address line 2, and then I selected on screen this field, and then I made sure that the value was just a blank string. I just had a space. All right, over here we have the same thing for the zip code, the same thing for the mobile number, the same thing for the click combo, or rather where you select the state. So I'm going to say click state and type state over here, and that is where you just type in a space and it'll take you to the empty state. I then just click away somewhere randomly on the application just so the drop down will close. So if this is open, the only way to close it is if you just click somewhere like that. So that's what this click activity does over here. All right, so if I just close this, I can run it and show you how it works. So there you go. What it did is it made address line 2, zip, and mobile all blank, and now it is populating the rest with the customer database. Great, I'm just going to close that. So in the next video, we are going to be doing something very exciting. We are going to be running both our web data capturing robot, which is this one here, and our desktop data capturing, and we are going to put them to run together, to run simultaneously using a parallel activity. So we'll get into that in the next video. In this tutorial, we'll be adding in our parallel activity. So if we come to our projects, we have desktop data capturing, web data capturing. So that is these two different robots we've currently built. What we want to add now is our main. So let's double click that. So this is where our main process happens. By main, I mean this is where our parallel execution happens. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to drag in a sequence as our main container, and I'll call this main parallel. I'll then drag in our parallel activity. So we can search here for parallel. There it is. So there's a parallel activity and a parallel for each. So in our case, we are going to be using this one. What this allows you to do is drop in activities, and they'll all happen at the same time. So for example, let's say we have sequence 1 over here. We have sequence 2. And we have sequence 3. Or as many as you want, you can drag in. It means that these three sequences, sequence 1, sequence 2, and sequence 3, will all actually happen at the exact same time. So I'm just going to delete these, and I am going to drag in to invoke activities. So what an invoke does is, let me just drag it here. So we are going to be using invoke workflow file. So what this does is it'll execute one of your other XAML files that you have in the same project. So we currently have our desktop data capturing and we have our web data capturing. So what we can do here is you can just select this file explorer and let's choose web data capturing. And that is simply all you do. You can then drag in another invoke and we can search for, and we can select our desktop data capturing. We can then rename these. We can call this execute web DC for data capturing. I'll then copy this. Oh, just misspelled that. Execute. There you go. I'll then paste that in here. and I'll rename it from web to desktop. Just like that. So that is all we need to actually do in our main activity. We add in our parallel, and then we invoke two separate different robots, which are these two, and they should run at the same time. So let's see how this works. I'm going to click run. So there it opens our desktop application. It's already started populating the data, and you can see there in the background it has opened up our web application, and it is also inputting the data into there. So as you can see, now our desktop app and our web app are both actually functioning or working at the exact same time. So the desktop application finished, the web's taking a little bit longer, but eventually it will finish. So I'm just going to close this just so we don't waste time, and that is it. So that is all we have for our data capturing robot. We have learned how to capture data into a web application, we've learned how to capture it into a desktop application, and then we learned how to execute the two at the exact same time in parallel. In this section, we are going to be attempting the automation challenge. So if you go to www.rpachallenge.com, you will see there is this online form here with a phone number, company name, first name, address, last name, email, and role in company. They also provide you with an Excel spreadsheet, which looks like this. So it's got all those fields, and it has 10 users over here. So what they want you to do is, for each row in our Excel spreadsheet, add it into this online form. Similar to what we did in our data capturing robot, our previous example. However, in this case, there's a little bit of a trick. Every time you enter data into these fields and you submit it, you'll see it'll then change the layout of the form. So now you'll see it's written on the right hand side. You click that again, now it's in the middle. Click it again, now they change around. Click it again, and so on. And now they're on the left. So the more you press the submit button, you can see how it changes around on the screen. So that means the way you build your robot needs to be dynamic, and it needs to know that this field is referring to this address, and this field is referring to the last name, and so on. So it makes it a little bit more difficult than previously because the index of these fields are constantly changing. And on the left hand side here, we have the instructions of what you need to do in order to beat this automation challenge. All right, so I can show you over here, I have built our RPA challenge robot, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to run it, and I'm going to show you how it works. So I'm going to click start here, and I'm going to come back to UiPath, and I'm going to click run. So now it should be filling in all the fields. There you go. And it's also going really quickly, one by one. And there you go, it's done. Let me just go back to Google Chrome, and here it is. It says, congrats, your success rate is 100%, 70 out of 70 fields in just over 11 seconds that it was able to complete this. I just want to add that I would advise you to try and build this automation challenge robot yourself. So give it a go. There is quite a few activities within this robot that you need to use that we haven't covered in the course yet, but you're more than welcome to try and give it a bash if you are already a little bit experienced using UiPath Studio. So I'll give you a hint, you need to use the anchor base activity, and that is what will allow you to reference the name to each field. Alright, so in the next video, we will get into building our automation challenge robot. Let's get started into building our automation challenge robot. So we can start a new process and call this robot3 underscore automation challenge. Great, we can save that in our D drive over there. Great, that's fine. And the description, we can call it dynamic web form automation RPA challenge. Great. So we can then click create, and here we are. So as always, when we start a new robot, we need to decide on a container. Shall we use a flowchart, a sequence, or a state machine? In our case, we'll start with a sequence. Great. So we can use sequence, and let's call this main. So this is our main sequence, and everything will happen within here. So coming to our automation challenge or rpachallenge.com, we can then download the Excel file that they require us to download, and here it is. I will then save this file over here in our Robot 3 Automation Challenge in our D drive, and I will right click and paste it here. So there we have our challenge Excel spreadsheet. So let's open that and see what it looks like. And here it is. So we have our first cell and we have our 10 customers. Great, that's fantastic. So let's close this and get back to UiPath Studio. The first step we need to do is read the data that is inside the Excel spreadsheet. So if you remember from our previous robot, we used the read range activity, which we will be using again. However, as mentioned previously, there are two ways to use a read range activity, either using the Excel library or using the workbook library. Before we use the Excel, so in this case, just for something different, we will use workbook. So what I'd like you to do in this activity is I'd like you to pause the video now and attempt to set up the read range and save the Excel data to a variable within UiPath Studio. All right, so make sure you're using the workbook read range activity. So you can pause this video, give that an attempt, and then you can play this video and you can see how we did it. Great, so I'm going to drag in read range for workbook into our sequence. And over here is where we can select our workbook path. So I'm going to click these three dots. And here we have our challenge. So I'm going to select that file and click open. Fantastic. So there we have our challenge Excel workbook file. Over here it has sheet 1 and it's saying it is selecting cells A1 to A2. But now we don't want that because this is only selecting the first two cells. We actually want to read all the cells in the entire spreadsheet. So we'll delete that and we can just keep 2 quotation marks with nothing in between, and that signifies we are reading everything inside that Excel workbook. Sheet 1 means we are referencing the first sheet. So let's just make sure that this first sheet is called sheet 1 since we downloaded it. Yes, it is. There it is. So that's great. So moving on, we can check our properties of our read range over here. So make sure you're clicked on read range and clicked on the properties panel. So here we have our range, which we have already adjusted. The sheet name is sheet 1. Workbook path is our name of our Excel file. We can keep it private. In this case, we don't have to. Add headers. Yes, we do have headers in the spreadsheet, so we can keep that checked. Password. No, the file's not password protected. And over here, you can preserve the format if you want. We're not going to. Lastly, we have our data table. So this is where you can output the data which is stored within this Excel spreadsheet. So I'm going to click here and click Control K on my keyboard, and that opens this set name prompt over here where we can create a new variable. I'm just going to name this data table. Just like that in camel case, click enter, and that is it. So if we come to variables, and there we have our name data table, which we just named it over here, and we have our data table variable type. So that's great. And the scope is in main. In the next video, we'll be looping through each row of the Excel spreadsheet. In this tutorial, we'll be adding a for each row activity. So we can come here to search activities and type in for each. So you can see here we have a for each row and we have a for each. So what we're looking to use is the for each row. You use this to loop through each row within a data table. The for each is used more for looping through activities or a series of activities on an element. You can also use this to loop through, say, each item in an array. So we'll drag in a for each row activity and we'll put it just below our read range. So you can see here, it'll say for each row. So you can name this whatever you want. In our case, it is a row in, and here's where we select our data table. So I'll click Control Space, and here we have our variable data table that we had set up in our read range activity. So what will happen here is for each row within this data table variable, it'll loop through each row and perform the series of activities within this body over here. Within this body, we can actually delete this and we can use a different container. In our case, we want to attach to a browser because we are attaching to our automation challenge browser. So over here, I'm going to type in attach. So where before we were using open browser, in this case, we are using attach browser. This means that this robot or this URL needs to be open already. So if you do want, you can open the browser over here You can open it right from the beginning, and we can enter the URL here. Let's just come here and copy it from the URL and add in our quotation marks and paste it in. So this will simply open the browser, and now it'll already be open. You actually don't need to do anything else. Over here on the open browser, we can also select a Chrome browser. Alright, you can use Internet Explorer if you don't have Chrome installed on your machine. Alright, so we can scroll down here and we can attach to a browser. So here we indicate the browser on the screen. I'll click that. I'm going to click Shift F2 to hide the computer vision and open up Chrome. Computer vision is now back, and we can select this browser just like that. So we can also make sure that browser type is selected to Chrome, and timeout, we can just keep this to about 3 seconds. I just changed this because if you can't find the browser, it's not going to continue for 30 seconds before the error times out. Great, so let's test this and see if it'll open our browser. There it is. So you can see here in Google Chrome it now has 2 open because it opened our new browser. I'm just going to close this, and fantastic. In the next video, we'll be assigning cell values within each row in a data table to variables within UiPath. Alright, so I'll see you in the next video. In order to assign each value for each column to a variable, we need to use a getRowItem activity. Here in UiPath, we can type in getRowItem, and you can see it's available here under the data table library. So let's type in data table. So you can see here all the different activities that are available under this data table. So we have add data column, add data row, build data table, clear data table, filter data table for each row, which is what we used over here. We have used it for each row. You also get join data tables, lookup, merge, output, remove data table row, remove data table column, remove duplicate rows, and sort data table. So you can see there's a lot of different activities and functions you can actually do onto a data table. In our case, we are going to be using this getRowItem. So I'm going to drag this into our do, and what we are going to be getting in this case is we are going to be getting the values for the first name over here. So what we can do is we can come here and we can click on it and come to our properties on the right hand side here. So over here is where you can define what column within the data table you are referring to and which row within the data table you are referring to. So the row we know is referring to the word row over here within this for each row. So we can actually type in R, and you can see it comes up here as a variable, and we can click on that, double click on that for row. Alright, so now what that's going to do is within this for each row, it's going to be getting each row's value. Alright, and now here is where we specify the column. There's 3 ways to do this. You can either select the column as a data column variable type, or you can select the index as an integer, or you can select the name of the column as a string. More commonly used are the index and the name. So for example, if we come here to index and we type 0, okay, that would then be referring to the first column within the table. So if we come to Excel, this column here is indexed as column 0. This is index 1, this is index 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Alright, so that's how you actually access each column. Another way to do this is instead of typing the index, you can actually write the name of the column. So since we had checked that we have a column name, so over here in read range, we had add headers as checked, which means these are the headers. We can see here it's called first name, capital F, capital N, and a space in between. We can then come here and we can write under column name, we can write in quotation marks, first space name, just like that. We click OK, and then that will access the values from the column first name. So it's actually better to use the column name instead of the index, because if you then decide to say add a column in between here, then the indexes will change and it'll be grabbing the wrong values. However, if you copy the column name and say move it to column H and you put another name here, then it'll still be pulling the right values because it's using the name as an anchor as opposed to the index of the actual column. Great, so we can then rename this get row item to get row item first name. We can now assign the value within that table to a variable. So here in the output, I'm going to click Ctrl K and I'm going to type in var first name, enter. So now if we come to our variables, we can see var first name, the variable type is generic value in scope do. Alright, we can leave this as it is, that should be fine. The variable type could be a string, we can just change it to string, doesn't matter. A generic value would work as well. Great, so what we have done now is we are looping through each row in the data table and we are grabbing the value for each cell by referencing the row and the column. So far we have only done this for the first name and we still need to do it for all the different other columns that are available within our data table. We'll do that in the next video. In this tutorial, let's test if our get row item is working. So let's come to activities and let's add a write line activity. All right, and let's search. I'm just going to type here first name just as a string equals, and then I'll say plus, and I'll add our variable var first name. Great, so this will print out all the first names, well, it should print out all the first names that is in the data table to our output panel here. So I'm just going to clear this and let's execute and run it. Alright, so there you have it. First name John, first name Jane, first name Albert, all the way through. So that is correct. John, Jane, Albert, all the way through. So this is working correctly. So that means we can go ahead and add our other get rows. So let's copy this and paste it just below it, just like that. And let's rename this to what is next. Next we have last name. So let's type in last name over here. And we can come to our properties and change the column name from first name to last name. Make sure this is spelled exactly the same. Last with a capital L and a capital N. It is case sensitive. Click OK. And now we can copy this, paste this here, and let's change this to last name, just like that. Over here, our variable, we need to create a new variable. So I'm just going to delete this current one. And I'm going to click Ctrl K and write last name, or rather var last name to keep it standard or consistent. Click enter. Great. There we have our var last name variable. We can also change this to a string. And that's great. So over here, we can change or delete this var first name and replace it with var last name, just like that. So now let's run this and see if it works. Let's open UiPath again, come to output. So you can see we have a problem. It runs into an error. It says get row item last name, column last name does not belong to table. So that's pretty weird because over here we can see last name is available. So that means there must be a problem with how it is written. So I'm just going to copy this, right click, copy, and I'm going to open a notepad just to see how the characters are written. I'm going to paste this in and I'm going to highlight this. Okay, so there you can see where the problem is. If you highlight this, you can see there's actually a space right after the E. So there's a space over there and also a space after this E. So we didn't add in that space, and that is why it's not recognizing that we have this column, because it needs that extra space. We have it written like that, but it should be like that. I know it's a very subtle thing to try and notice, but little things like that can throw your whole robot off. And if you don't pay attention to those small details, you'll run into errors and you won't be able to find them. Alright, so at least now we know what the problem is. If we're back in UiPath Studio, we can simply come to our get row item last name activity, and let's change the column name to last name, and just after the E we add a space, just like that. Click OK, and now it should be working. So we can come back to our output, clear this, and let's run this and see how it works. And there you have it, it works. First name John, last name Smith. So now we know that that is working perfectly for both our first and last name. In the next video, we will be doing it for the rest of all the other activities. In this activity, I want you to add a get row item for all the other columns within our data table. So we need a get row item for our company name, role in company, address, email, and phone number. We have already done the first two columns, first name and last name. So what you can do is you can pause the video and attempt to do these yourself, and then you can play the video and see how I did it. Great, so I'm going to jump right into it. Over here we have a get row item last name. Instead of re-dragging it in, I'm just going to copy paste it, and I'm now doing company name. So I'm just going to rename this company name and change our properties column to company name. Okay, we can then also create a variable for this. You can delete the current one, Control K, var company name. Great, and that is all. We can then paste again, and we are now doing role in company. We can actually even just copy it directly from here. Right click, copy, and paste that in. Create our variable. Enter, and paste in role in company. Okay, this one here, company name, make sure we don't have that extra space because it's not supposed to be there. Let's carry on, paste. What are we doing now? We are now doing the address. So get row item address. Over here our column name is address, and our variable is var address. Okay, paste. Email is next, so we can call this email. Column name, change that to email. Okay, and our variable, let's create a new one. Control K, var email. Okay, just like that, and let's copy paste. Lastly, we have our phone number, capital P, capital N. Alright, I'm going to copy that. Get row item, I'm going to paste that in here. Phone number, column name, I'm going to paste phone number. Okay, and change this to var phone number. Great. Okay, and that is all. Now we are outputting all the values, or we are able to access the values from each row for each column. Alright, so I'll show you where we are going to be using all of these in the next video. So over here by the right lines, we don't need these anymore because these were used for debugging purposes, so you can delete those. And that is all to it. So I hope you managed to get all of those right. In the next video, we are going to start adding in our activity, which will actually be typing into our online form. tutorial, we'll be adding in our anchor base activity. So we can come and search for anchor base. There it is, anchor base, and we can drag this in just below our get row item. So what the anchor base activity does is it searches for UI elements based on positions of other UI elements. So what we can do is we can use a find. Over here you can see we have a find element, or we have a find image that we could use. So if we are using Citrix or something where we can't select the element, then I'd recommend you use find image. But in our case, since we are using the web browser and we can access the actual UI elements on the screen, we can use find element, which is over here. So I'm going to drag this in over here and I'm going to use that as an anchor. We'll do this, the anchor base, for the first name. Just typed in first name, and over here I'm going to indicate the element inside the browser. So there's our computer vision. As you can see, we can select different UI elements. That means we can use find element activity. So where is first name? There it is. So the name over here acts as our anchor. So I'm going to click first name. All right, let's have a look at our selector. So that looks fine. All right, we have the name first name, tag is a label. Great, this should work fine. We can validate it. We can even highlight it to make sure we selected on the right thing. Great, we can click OK. And over here is where we can add in a type into. So the type into is the field that we are actually going to type the first name into. So I'm going to click here, and that is this field over here, the first name field. So we'll click that. The type into for the first name requires also a text to actually type, but in our case we are typing in the variable, which is the first name, which is called var first name, just like that. We can have a look here. We can make sure that the field is empty before it types in anything in by clicking on empty field. We can also make sure it clicks before typing, but that's not entirely necessary. Anything else, we can also simulate the type so it goes quicker. You'll notice here in our type into, you'll see our selector that there is no selector for this type into. Usually when you're using a type into, there is a selector, but because we are within an anchor base activity, the selector is actually defined by the find element, and then this type into actually just happens dependent on the position of this find element. All right, so I'm also just going to rename this over here, this find element, to find first name. Great. And there's one last thing I want to show you. So here on the anchor base, if you click on this, you'll see here there's an anchor position. This is a drop down where you can select auto, left, top, right, bottom, or on top. So what this means is this is the position of the anchor relative to the field. You'll see here that our anchor is to the left of our field. In this case, our anchor is at the top of our field. Again, it's at the top. Again, it's at the top. Again, it's at the top. And here it's at the left. All right, so basically, because in our case, it's changing from left to top, sometimes even right, what we would have to do is make sure that the anchor position is left onto auto. This actually means that the computer vision is smart enough to know where the position of that anchor is. Sometimes if you know the anchor is always going to be on the top, you'd want to keep it to top, just simply because it'll be more accurate, plus it reads easier within the workflows. You'll see how it arranges it here, that the find element is on top of the type into. I'll just keep it to auto. Let's now run this and see how it works. So here by our first name, you'll notice that nothing is being inputted, which is a problem. So let's come to our properties and see what the problem could be. So let's click on our type into and we scroll here. All right, so we see we had clicked simulate type. As mentioned previously, sometimes simulate type does not work, and you have to then uncheck this and resort to send Windows message. Sometimes send Windows message also doesn't work, and you have to just keep to the default normal typing. All right, so this usually runs in the background. So let's see if this works, and let's try and run this. See if it changes anything. All right, so in this case, it also doesn't change anything. So you can just close that. It's still not working. Cool. So now we can uncheck this and we can run this and see if it works now. Now it is actually working because it is not typing it in the background. It is actually as if a human is typing it in the foreground. All right, so that's why we were having the problem before. All right, so I'm actually happy we ran into that problem just so I could demonstrate to you that sometimes simulate type doesn't work and sometimes send Windows message doesn't work. Usually, ideally, you want it to be simulate type because it happens in the background and then the pointer on the screen doesn't have to move around and it also happens much faster. You could also come here and add a delay of 5 seconds for each. Great, so we can now then copy paste this activity, this anchor base, and we can paste it over here and do the same thing for all our other different columns. So we'll do that in the next video. In this activity, I want you to add a anchor base activity with the find element and type into activities for each of the different columns within our data table. We have already done first name. I'd like you to do last name all the way through to phone number. All right, so you can pause this video and you can attempt adding in all these activities by yourself. So now I'll show you how to do it. Great, so I'm going to rename this anchor base to anchor base last name. Let's rename this one to last name. Great, so over here by find element, we need to redefine the selector. And over here, I'm going to come indicate on screen and let's select the last name anchor. Great, let's check out the selector. There you have it, last name, tag label, app Chrome, and title automation challenge. Great, so that is all fine. Type into, over here, let's also change our selector for this. Indicate on screen, last name, and we want to select the field. All right, so the anchor is the text last name and we are typing into the field. All right, so here we have our anchor. It's set to auto. Great, so that's actually all there is to it. Then we just need to repeat the same process. Copy, right click on this arrow over here and paste. So it adds it just below there. And then we can do the same thing for all the others. So I'm just going to try to do this as fast as possible. So we have company name. I'm going to rename this company name. Let's just add a capital there just so it's consistent. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste it there. I'm going to paste it here. I'm going to select the company name anchor there it is. Great. And the company name field, the input field. Great, that's all. Let's just scroll down here. Great, simulate is not checked, send windows not checked, empty field is checked, and great, that's how we want it. So let's continue, copy, paste. Ooh, that was a mistake. I just click Control Z to undo on my keyboard. Right click, paste. There you go. Next we have role in company. So what I'm actually just going to do is I'm going to click here, Control C on my keyboard, and here I'm going to highlight this and Control V just to paste. So I'm just going to do that for all of these. Indicate the anchor, role in company, indicate the input field. Great. Oh, over here we forgot to change our variable, so let's just come back and do that quickly. Over here we have var last name, Control space, where is it? Var last name, there it is. Great. The company name, Control space, let's just delete that. Var company name, there it is. Scroll down, delete that, Control space, and role in company, there it is. Cool, we can now continue. I'm going to copy this, paste it below. Next we have the address, copy that, paste it in, paste that in, select our address anchor, there it is, and our address input field. Great, and let's change our variable over here to var address. Again, we can repeat this process. It's a little bit tedious, but it needs to be done. What do we have? We have email, Control C, paste in email over here, paste in email over here, indicate the anchor by clicking on this menu, indicate on screen. So where is email? There it is. And type into indicate on screen email. There you have it. Change our variable to var email, and let's move on. Copy this, paste it below. Next we have phone number. I'll copy that, and let's rename this. There you go. Can indicate, where is it? Phone number. There you go. And lastly, the field for phone number. Let's change our variable here. Control space var email. Where is it? There it is. Great. So now let's see if this works. I'm going to run this. I'm just going to close Google Chrome here because we actually have an open browser activity in the beginning. We have the sequence here. We can actually delete that. So what we could have done is all these activities, we could have left it all within this activity over here. You can do it separately as well. So let's run this and see how it works. So it seems like there's a problem here. It says attached browser Chrome cannot find UI element corresponding to the selector. All right, so it seems like there is a problem regarding this, which means that this is an opening. So notice we deleted that sequence activity, and maybe that's why it's not running. So let's just drag in that sequence and keep it there just as a placeholder. All right, so let's try run this. There you go. So now it's working. In order for the open browser to work, it actually needs to have a sequence or an activity within that open browser activity. So you can see here it's busy filling in all the details, it's overwriting all the previous values, but what it's not doing is it's not pressing submit, the submit button over there, in between each of the different customers. So I'm just going to close this to end the execution, and I'm going to scroll down to the bottom, and I'm going to add in a click button. So we want to click over here. I'll drag that in just below as our last activity. So here we can indicate the element inside the browser, and now I can click the submit button. There you go. So we can check out selector. There you go. It says submit there, so it knows it's a submit button. It's an input, and great. That seems to all be fine. We can highlight this to make sure it's selecting the right button. Yes, it is. Great. We click OK, and that should be all. All right. So now we can actually test this and see if it works. All right. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to click run. So it should open a new browser. There you go. So it's filling in John Smith's details. There you have it. Now it should click submit. There you go. And now it continues. As you can see, it knows which fields to input it, even though it's changing around the form formation. All right, I'm just going to close this. What I'm going to add now is within this open browser here by the sequence, I'm going to add in a button click. So I'm going to come here to click. All right, I'm going to drag that in there. And the button I'm going to click is, I'm just going to click Shift F2 on my keyboard to temporarily disable computer vision. I'll open Chrome, and there you go, computer vision's back. And I'm going to click this start button over here, so it'll actually start our RPA challenge. So there you go. Let's just check our selector, and it's called button. All right, nothing here says anything about start. Let's just click highlight to, okay, great. So this is called button. All right, so that is the tag. It doesn't actually say start on it. So this should be working. All right, we can click OK, and we can come and close Google, and let's try and run our entire robot. Right, so let's go run. So it should open Google. There it is. Goes to rpachallenge.com. It waits for the page to load, and then now it just started. It clicked the start button, and now it's filling in all the details one by one. It'll then click the submit button, and it is now doing the second customer. So you can see it knows exactly where to put all the different fields. Alright, so that's because we are using our anchor base. It's referencing the name of the field, and then it's finding the field, or the input field rather, which is closest to that name. Alright, so that's how it knows which input belongs to which name. So I'll just leave this to run, and it should be done really soon, because I think there was only a total of 10. So you can see there, bottom left, it says round 7. So we're on round 8 now. We've just got 2 more to go. There you go. It's filling in all the details. Notice how the mouse is moving around on the screen. That's because it's not happening in the background. We are not simulating the clicks. There you go. So it's now done. Let's come back to our browser, and you can see here it says congrats. Your success rate is 85.71, 60 out of 70 fields in 58 seconds. Alright, so this is a problem here, because you'll notice that our success rate is not 100%, which means there was a bit of a problem. So let's see how we can solve that problem. We'll cover that in the next video. In the previous video, we completed our automation challenge. However, our success rate was only 85% and not 100%, which means 10 out of the 70 fields were incorrect. So we can come back to our robot in UiPath Studio, and we can try see where we went wrong. So if we're looking at our anchor base first name, we have clicked our first name anchor, correct, and our first name input field, and our variable is var first name. So going to the second one, last name, it says last name, yes, yes, and var last name, that's correct. We can check this one, company name, that's right, company name, that's right, and the variable is also company name. Let's scroll down. Company, this is for rolling company, that looks like it should be rolling company, I'm sure that's right, and here it is var rolling company. Scroll down, address, yes, address, var address, that's correct. Email, that's right. Phone number, var email. So there is our problem. We selected var email as our variable instead of var phone number. So you can delete that, control space, and we can select var phone number. Where is it? There it is. Great. So that should be perfect now. So now if we run it, we should not get a problem. I'm just going to close this, and I'm going to run this robot again, and let's see what happens. Hopefully this time we reach a 100% success rate. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to fast forward through this so it inputs everything a lot quicker than real time. Alright, so here we go. And it's done. So let's have a look how we did. And fantastic, your success rate was 100%. So 70 out of 70 fields were correct in 55,000 milliseconds. So that's 55 seconds. And we have finally completed Robot 3 Automation Challenge. In this section, we'll be building a real estate scraping robot. In this video, I'll demo it to you. So what it'll do, it'll open a property web application, which will then search for a specific area, and then we'll scrape all the property details from all those listings. So in our case, the robot scrapes the listing name, the number of bedrooms, the number of bathrooms, as well as the number of square meters, so the size of that property. What I did is I built it all within a sequence over here. So we'll be covering all of this. There's a lot to learn in this example regarding data tables, how to sort them, filter them, build them, etc., as well as how to write data to an Excel spreadsheet and then display it. Let's run this and see how it works. So here we get this pop-up window where it asks us to enter a location, so scrape property listings of. So I'll just write Cape Town. Click OK. So you'll see it opens a browser to property24.com. It should then type in Cape Town. It'll now then search for the property type of apartments in the drop down. There it is. And now you can see there it is showing the first to 20 listings, and now it's showing the 21st to 40 over there. And now it'll show 41 to 60, and it should scrape 100 listings in this example. So let's watch until it stops. And that should be all. There you go. The execution has now ended. And if we go now to the folder where we have this robot saved, you'll see we now have this Excel spreadsheet, real estate data. We can open that up, and if I expand this, you can see here we have the price of the listings, the number of bedrooms, the number of bathrooms, the floor size in square meters, as well as the location. Alright, so you can see it scrapes 100 or the top 100 listings, and you can set that to scrape all of them if you want as well. So what we'll do in the next video is we'll start building this robot from scratch. After scraping all this data, you'd actually be able to determine some very interesting information about it. So for example, you can take the price and you can plot it on a histogram, and you can see the average price of property in that area, and you can also see how the price is spread around the median or the average. You'll be able to get a general idea of the number of bedrooms and bathrooms relative to the price they're charging, as well as calculating the average floor size, or rather the average price per square meter within that area. So if you're ever interested in knowing the current live price per square meter within a certain area, or the average rather, you'll be able to scrape all the live data off a real estate website, and you'll be able to see what the average price per square meter is. That's just some examples of what you can do with all this information, but let's get back into UiPath Studio. So here we have UiPath Studio, and let's start a new process. So we can call this robot 4 underscore real estate scraping. And we can give it a description. I'll call it scrape property listing details off the web. Cool. We can click create. And because this entire process is more linear rather than requiring decisions and feedback loops, it means we can use a sequence instead of a flowchart. So I'll drag in the sequence, and we can call this our main process. In the beginning of our robot, when we run it, we first want to ask the user which area they want to scrape the property listings of. So we can use an input dialog for that. So I'll search input here in the activities, and over here we can drag in our input dialog. So you can call this ask for city, something like that, and the title and the label. The label, we want it to say something like scrape property listings of colon, and in the title we can just say location. Alright, so I'm just going to drag in a delay just so we can see what it looks like. Alright, so I'm going to run this. There it is. So scrape property listings of, and then here's where you would type in something like the area, like New York or whatnot. Alright, so I'll close this. Let's end this execution. Cool, I'll just delete this delay 10 seconds. I'll just put that there just so we'll be able to view this, or else it'll just close and end. Alright, so moving on, we can put an open browser, and we can drag that in over here. And the URL we are going to be scraping, I'm going to click these three dots over here by the property panel to open our expression editor for the URL. And here I'm going to type in https:// that's just the protocol of the URL. Then I'm going to put the name or the domain, which is property24.com. So this is a very famous property website here in South Africa where I'm based. So this is what we'll be using for this example. Alright, we can click OK. And that's fine. Make sure new session is checked. Hidden, it doesn't have to be hidden. We can keep it to open. Browser type, we can either use Internet Explorer, Firefox, or Chrome. Let's just use Chrome for this example.
display name, it's called open browser. Let's call it open property 24. Alright, so in the next video we'll continue building our real estate scraping robots. So in our robot, we are going to make it search for a specific apartment that is for sale within a specified city. So for example, we can come here and we can type something like Cape Town, like that. There's Cape Town, we can select that one, and the property type, we want an apartment. And then we can click search. So you'll see apartment/flats for sale in Cape Town, and then you can see here all the different listings. We have one in this address, here's a description, there's the floor size. Here's one for 1.6 million rand, that's 2 beds, 1 bath, and 1 garage, and 38 square meters is the size. So what we're going to do is we're going to be scraping all this information from this website. Alright, so first what we need to do is we first need to create the whole filter and search. So to do that, we can come back to property 24. We can just clear that. Is in UiPath Studio, we want to use a type into activity. So here we'll drag the type into our browser over here. This browser should have a name. Let's make that display name open property 24. Great, there it is. And here we want to type city. So where are we going to type it? We can indicate this inside the browser. Click that. And you'll notice here there's two places you can either select. You can either select over here, which is the placeholder text of that search box, or the entire box itself. So whenever you're selecting a field or an input, you want to select the box itself. You don't want to select the placeholder text. So we'll click over here. Great. The text we want to type needs to be grabbed from our input dialog where we asked the user for a city. So over here on the output, we must insert a value. Alright, so over here we can create a new variable. I'll click Ctrl K and we can call this var search. So this is the city you're searching for. Enter. There you go. So if we come to our variables at the bottom, you'll see here we have a var search variable type generic value. Let's just change that to a string. It would also work as a generic value, but it's fine. We can keep it as a string since that's what it is. The scope, we can keep it to main. That's great because we need to access it within our main sequence, which is over here in our type into activity. Default value, we don't need a default value for that. All right, so let's minimize that. And over here, we can start typing VAR, and there you see our IntelliSense pops up and it says var search. We can click that, and there you go. So now we have our type city activity added. So what we then want to do is once we type a city, we want to click on this property type and then select apartment/flat. So let's do that quickly. We can come here and we can type in click. There's click. And we want to click on property type. There you go. So let's just have a look at our selector. Great. So it'll open Chrome in the URL property24.com. That's fine. And the parent's ID is property types. It's a button. So this should work. We can validate that. Yes, it's fine. Okay. So we can, instead of calling this click button, we can call this click property type drop down. You might be thinking, why didn't we use this select item activity? And we are instead using this click property type. And that is because the select item is only for a drop down. Over here, when you click this, this isn't actually a drop down, just a group over here with a list of checkboxes. So the developers who built this website didn't actually use a drop down function. So the drop down item or the select item activity wouldn't actually work here. Over here, this is a different case. In this case, these are actually a drop down because you can see this doesn't have checkboxes. This one has checkboxes, where this one you can only select one, which means that it is a drop down. The same applies here and the same applies here. So you would be able to use the select item activity on the drop downs, but you won't over here on the property type, which has a drop down of checkboxes. And I'll then add in another click. There you go, click.
And now what we want to click is on apartments. I'm going to click indicate element inside browser, and I'm just going to, we want this property type to be open, so I'm going to click Shift F2 on my keyboard to eliminate the computer vision, and I'll click this drop down. There you go. So here we have the checkboxes we can select. So you can either select just the checkbox itself, but I'm just going to select all of it over here, apartment / flat, because if you click this text, it actually checks that button. So we'll click that. Great. And let's check our selector. So it says apartment flat, it's a label, property, that seems all fine. Great. So what we also want to do is we want to, once we type in the city, we actually want to click enter. Because if we come here and we type in, for example, Cape Town, all we've actually done now is type it in. We haven't actually clicked here. But if we click enter on our keyboard, you'll see it'll add Cape Town to this search box, and then you can then add another one, for example. All right, so I'm just going to delete this, and I'm going to add in a send hotkey activity. So we can come here to send hotkey. So this is where you want a certain button on the keyboard to be pressed. So I'll drag this in over here after our type city and before our click properties. All right, and we want to press the enter button. So this is in alphabetical order. There is enter. Cool, we can click that. And we don't actually need to indicate an element in the browser. If we indicate an element, it means that hotkey will be sent to that element. But if you don't indicate any selector for the send hotkey, it'll just press that button and whatever happens, happens. So usually best practice is actually to indicate the element, but in this case, we don't have to. So to demonstrate what we've done so far is we ask the user for a city. We then open property 24, which is our website over here. We then type in the value we searched. We then send a hotkey to actually enter it. We then click our drop-down property type, and then we select the apartment. All right, so let's see what we still need. We then come to this search bar and type in a city. So for example, Cape Town. So we'll type in Cape Town, but you'd see it doesn't actually click enter or click anything here in this search box drop-down. So I'm just going to click enter on the keyboard, and you'll see then it adds that to our search box. So that's actually what is going on over here, where after we type the city name, we send the hotkey enter. All right, so that's why we do that. Moving on, we click the drop down and then we select the apartments. So let's do that. So it'll then click here and then it'll click this apartment flat to check that. All right, so now nothing happens until we actually click the search button. So we can either assign an activity which will click the search button, or we can just simply click enter on the keyboard. So if I click enter, which I'm about to do now, there you go. You'll see it then searches for the apartments or flats that's for sale in Cape Town. And then there is all our listings. So to do that, we can just simply drag in another send hotkey just below our click label. So I'm just going to rename this to click apartment. And the hotkey we are going to send is enter once again. There you have it. So let's now close this browser and let's run this and see how it works. So it should open our pop-up. There you go. Scrape property listings off. Let's type in Cape Town and click OK. Then it opens property 24. It should type in Cape Town. There you go. And you'll notice what happened there. Because my mouse was actually in the middle of the screen over here, it actually selected Cape Town City because it clicked enter when my mouse was hovering over that. All right, so let me just demonstrate to you what I mean. So if you come here, you type in Cape Town, right? And if your mouse is hovering on top of one of these, let's say, for example, Cape Town City Center, and I then click enter on the keyboard, it'll select that one. But we don't want to do that. We want to actually select the first one in the drop-down. What we can use is the hover activity over here, the mouse hover. So what this does is the mouse will hover over a specified UI element. So it'll move the mouse position away from the place where when enter is clicked. So I'm going to drag this and I'm going to add it before this send hotkey activity. So after we type in the city, we then want to move the mouse's position by hovering over a different element. So we can actually choose anything actually. I'm just going to click Shift F2 and open Chrome. There you go. And we will hover anywhere that isn't within this range over here. So I'm just going to move it and hover on top of, let's say, the search button. Alright, so we'll hover on top of search. I'll click the search button and I'll just call this hover, or I'm just going to call this move mouse or move pointer position, like that. Alright, so now we shouldn't have that problem now, and let's try and test this out. Okay, so I'm just going to come here and close this and let's run. So let's type in Cape Town and I'm going to click OK. Then I'm going to leave my mouse somewhere here in the middle of the screen so we can see how it moves with that hover activity. Alright, so now it should type in Cape Town. So here we have a problem. Alright, now nothing's actually happening. So let's go back and see what's going on. So we can come here, and so we have our type city and our move pointer position. Maybe what we actually want to do is we want to first move the pointer and then type the city. Here, move pointer position, selector, validate. So here we have a problem. So let's just try and reselect it. There you go, search, try validate that. It seems to be fine. Let's click OK and let's try run this again. Cape Town, okay. There you go, it moved our pointer, it then types, and now it will always select the first value in the drop down. Alright, did you see how that worked? So in slow motion, what actually happened is when it came to our Property 24 website, it first moved the pointer here so that the pointer is out of way of this drop down. So you can then type in Cape Town, and then instead of clicking enter while hovering over here, the mouse is out of the way and then it'll select the first value, just like that. Great, so we have finally got that working. Now we can move on and we can actually scrape the real estate listings from the website. What we can now do is we can extract our structured data from our Property 24 website. Alright, so we can come to UiPath Studio, and over here you'll see there's a data scraping wizard over here. So this is what you can use to extract structured data, or you can search extract over here, extract structured data, and under the screen scraping library you'll see it's the exact same activity that you get up here. Alright, so what we want to do here is we want to pretty much extract the structured data, but instead of entering everything here manually, we'll rather use the wizard because it's a lot easier to use. So let's click our data scraping wizard, because now we get this wizard which pops up and it'll guide us through it. So first we open a browser, which we've done, then we click next, and then we select a field. So let's click next. So we can select any field we want. So from these listings, we want the price, we want the number of beds, bathrooms, and floor size. So I'll start off with the price. So I'll select the price, and then it says select the second element. To create a pattern, you need to indicate a similar field, preferably the last in the collection. So you can click next. So we can either come here and select this price here, or I'll click Shift F2, scroll down to the bottom, and the last in the collection is this one here, and we can select that price. We can name this price. So we can also select to extract the URL. So when you click that button, it's actually got a link to a URL. So you can extract that as well. In our case, we don't want to, so we'll just leave that unticked, and then we don't need to add a URL column name. So we'll just have the text, which is the value. Click next. That didn't work that well. So you'll see that the format of this listing and this listing is a bit different. So that's why it's giving us the problem. So we want the format of the two to be exactly the same. So we see here the last listing is the same format as this second listing over here. So we can then use that one for our data scraping. So let's select the price over here and Shift F2, scroll down, the price on the last element, and you can call it price, click next, and there you go. Now it actually works. So that's what the problem was there. You can also select the maximum number of results. So you can select 0 if you want to extract all of them, or if you just want, say, the first 100 listings, then you can leave it to 100, or you can say the first 50 or whatever you want. I'll leave it to 100 just for now. We can then click extract correlated data. So we want to do that because there is correlated data associated to all these listings, which is the bedrooms, bathrooms, and floor size. So I'll click the bedroom number over here, and then I'll click next to create the pattern, Shift F2, scroll down to the bottom, and I can then select the bedroom right here on the last element. Great, we can call this bedrooms. You can click next. There you go. So now we have the price and the number of bedrooms. We can then extract correlated data again. Shift F2 to scroll all the way to the top. We can then select the number of bathrooms. Click next to select the second element. Shift F2. Shift F2. There you go. Scroll down. We have 3 seconds. And now the computer vision's back. We can select there the bathroom. Great. We can call that bathrooms. Click next. There you go. So now we have the number of bedrooms and bathrooms with associated prices. Once again, we can extract correlated data. Shift F2. Scroll to the top. We can select the floor size. In this case, it's 32 square meters. Click next. Shift F2, scroll down, and there's the floor size here, 124 square meters. We can call that floor size. Floor size. Great. Click next. What else do we want? Maybe we want the area. So let's extract correlated data again. So we can see here we have 2-bedroom apartment, flat for sale in Willow Park. So you can see there it has the area name. All right. Some of them don't have the actual address like this one does here. You see the address is empty, but they all do have the area name. For example, Anlin or Riviera. So I'll click this one and I'll click next. Shift F2. Scroll down. Select that. And we can call this, let's say, location. Next. And there you go. We have our locations over here. We have our floor size, bathrooms, bedrooms, and price. So we can then click finish. So it says here, is data spanning multiple pages? Identify the element that navigates to the next page. It could be a next button or an arrow, not a page number. Press yes to indicate it. So in this case there is, so we can click yes. So Shift F2 to scroll down to the bottom, and you can see here the pagination where you can select which page you want, and here is the next button they were referring to. So we can click the next, and it's done. So you can see what happens is our data scraping wizard automatically puts it all into a sequence called data scraping. It attaches to the browser we are selected on, and then within that we can extract the structured data. But because we already have a browser we're working with, you can simply just right click and cut this activity, and we can paste it in just below over here, just like that. Great. So you can see there's an error. What is the error? Okay, so the error could be something about the variable. So we can come here to variables. So it has not created a variable, so extract data table. We can just copy that, delete it, Control K to create a new variable, paste that in, click enter, and now we have our new variable, extract structured data. We can then delete this sequence that we don't need anymore. Right, and there we have it. So what it'll now do is it'll open the browser, it'll navigate to our page of that city we search, and it'll extract all the data and save it to a data table called extract data table. What we can then do is we can sort the output of this data table and sort it by a certain field. So we can come here and we can type in sort. So here we have sort data table, and make sure it's under the data table library, and we can drag that in just under our extract structured data. So I'm just going to call this extract real estate listings. Cool. And I'm going to say sort data by price. Great. So here we can sort by a certain column. So you can select the column either by its index or its data column or its name. So I will sort it by its name. So if we come here and we select our extract meta tag, we'll see here we have our name price. So we have our column price. What else do we have? Our column bedrooms, bathrooms, floor size, and location. So we want to sort by the price. Alright, so what we can do is we can come here and we can write price, make sure it's a string, and it's inside your quotation marks, and you can order it either ascending, which means from the lowest price to the highest price, or descending from the highest price to the lowest price. So we want to sort from lowest to highest, so we'll keep it like that. Over here is where you put the input data table. So this is the table that you want to sort, and the output data table is the sorted table. So over here, our data table here, we click Control Space and we click Extract Data Table. So that is the output of this previous activity over here that we created. That is this Extract Data Table variable over there. So now we have the input. For the output, we would need to create a variable. So you could actually overwrite it on top of the same Extract Data Table, but in our case, I'll create a new one and call it Sorted Data Table. Cool, enter, and there you go. So now it has been sorted, and let's try run this again and see if it works. Should be working now. Let's type in Cape Town, click OK. There you go, now it's working. Cool. So now you can see here at the bottom, it's showing 41 to 60. Now it should show 61 to 80. There you go. And it should continue until it's on 100, and then the execution should end. There you go. Execution ended. In the next video, we will be building a table where we will be able to view the extracted and sorted data in our output panel. All right, so we'll do that in the next video. In this tutorial, we are going to output our real estate data in our output panel over here. In order to do this, we need to use the output data table activity. So we can drag this in here, and it requires an input table and an output table. So the input table would be the output of our sort data table, which we called sorted data table. So over here we can come put Control Space, sorted data table, and the output we can just create a new variable, call it string or str data table. Enter. Cool. So now we can then write this using a write line. So in order to actually use a write line and display it, you actually need this output data table. It won't work without it. So we can click Control Space. You can then click on string data table, just like that. So what we have here is we have an output data table activity, which takes as input the sorted data table and outputs a string data table. Now that it's become a string, we can then write it with this write line activity, which requires text as a string. You can see here that it requires a string format. So we put our string data table, and now it should be able to output that into our output panel over here. So let's run this and see what it outputs. Run. So let's type in Cape Town. Okay. opens our browser, types in Cape Town, select apartments, searches them, starts scraping the first 20 listings, the next 20, the next 20, the next 20, and now the last 20. There you go, and done. And there we have it. So you can see here in our output panel, just going to expand this all the way so you can see. I'm going to scroll all the way to the top, so you can see all the different columns are comma separated. So we have the price over here, comma, then we have the number of bedrooms, comma, the number of bathrooms, comma, the number of square meters, comma, and then here it says how many bedrooms / and then where it is for sale. And there is all the listings. So here there is 100 different listings that was just scraped from what we just did now. Great. So what we want to do is we want to be able to build a data table and then perform certain functions within that table. So for example, we want to build a table and then we want to be able to filter that table. So I'm going to show you how to do both of those. All right, so I'll start off by showing you how to build a table. So I'll clear that and I will delete these two now that we don't need them anymore. That was just for demonstration purposes to show you how to output the values and also to make sure that our extraction is working. We can come here and we can look for the build data table activity. There it is. You can drag that in, and over here is where you can click this data table button and you can edit the different columns. So over here we want this column to be called pricing. We can keep it to type string, allow null. That means you allow blank values. We can keep that checked. What else? Default value. Do we want a default value? No, we don't. Is it unique? In terms of should each row within the column be unique? So you can check that if you need them to only be unique so it doesn't show duplicates. We will keep that unchecked because there may be some scenarios where there are duplicates and we actually want to show all those values. Maximum length, that refers to the number of rows within the data table. So here if we hover, it should say the maximum length of the column in characters. If the column has no maximum length, the value is -1. So we can actually set -1 over here so that we don't limit the table, because sometimes we might want to scrape more than just 100 rows and we want to scrape, say, as many that there are listed on the website. So we'll keep it to -1. Click OK here. Over here we can edit this one. Call this one bedrooms. Make it a string, and we can keep everything the same. Okay, we can then click this add button to add a column. We want to add the bathrooms. Great. Okay, we also want to add the location, and lastly we want to add the floor size. Great. So we might want it to be ordered pricing, bedroom, bathroom, floor size, then location. So to do that, we can just click on this and you can just drag it to the left there and it'll reposition it. So now you can actually see floor sizes here and location is last. So that's a nice way how you can actually just reorder your columns. We can delete that. So now we just have no rows within our database and we click OK. So what we simply did here is we built a data table and we can then output, let's say, Control K, let's call it built data table. So what we have here is a data table that is actually blank. It has no values within this data table. So in order to populate this data table, we will need to grab values from our sorted data table and input it into our built data table. So we'll do that in the next video. In this activity, I want you to populate our built data table variable. Alright, so to do that we can use our for each row. So I can just drag that for each row and drag it here. So you'll see this is part of our data table library. I'm just going to type in data table. And you can see here we have all our different activities in our data table library. So the ones we are going to be using here is our get row item and our add data row. So what I want you to do is I want you to get the row item from our sorted data table, and then I want you to add those variables using our add data row to our built data table output variable. Alright, so it sounded like a mouthful, but you can try and attempt that, and then so you can pause this video and then you can play once you've tried it out, and I'll show you how I did it. Alright, so let's do this. So for each row, so we can keep it to row in, and then we can click Control Space, and we are referring to our sorted data table. So that is for each row in this data table over here, the output of our sorted data table. We want to get the values from each row. So we can use the get row item, you can drag that in, and the data table row over here, we can just simply write row. You see that's it comes up as a local variable. We can click that, and our name is, so we're going to have multiple of these, one for each row. So if we come to our extract real estate listings and we look at the names of all the columns, we have price with a capital P, as you can see over there. All right, scrolling down, we have bedrooms over there. So we have bedrooms with a capital B, bathrooms with a capital B, floor size, one word, and it's in Pascal case, capital F and capital S, and location, capital L. All right, so those are our different variables, or column names rather, that we want to refer to. So I'm just going to type here price, capital P. So this is case sensitive. Make sure it's spelled exactly the same way as we had it in our data table. So here I'm going to say get price. I'm going to copy this and just make sure everything else is fine. We also want to output something here. So let's just output Control K, and let's call it var price. Enter. Cool. So now we have our output variable for that. We can copy paste this. And now we want to do bedrooms. We can change our column name to bedrooms and change our variable to, or we want to create a new one, so Control K, var bedrooms. Enter. Great. We can move on, copy paste this. Bathrooms. Bathrooms. Copy paste. Then we had floor size. Here in our column name, remember we had it as one word, floor size, with a capital F and capital S, just like that. Change our value to Control K, var floor size. Great. And the last one we had location. So we can say get location. Column is location. And our value for output variable var location. Great. So what we can then do is we can use our add data row. So here we are now adding a data row to a specific data table. So the data table we want to enter it into is our built data table. So Control Space, and we can select built data table. So that is the data table that we created over here in our output, built data table. Then the array row we want to add. So I'm going to click here. You'll see it requires an object. So that means we need to use these squiggly brackets because it's an array. And we will then enter our variables. So it needs to be in the exact same order that we created our table. So control space, we had first our price. All right, let me just delete that dot, it's not necessary. You can click comma. Then we had our var bedrooms, comma, var bathrooms. Where is that? Bedrooms is there. So var bathrooms isn't here, so it means we probably missed it. Let's just scroll up over here. There you go. We called it var bedrooms. We must call it control K var bathrooms. Cool. So we've now created our new variable. Let's come back here. Didn't save before, so we're going to have to redo this. So we have our var price, comma, var bedrooms, comma, var bathrooms, comma, var floor size, comma, var location. There you have it. Click OK. But you see we have this error. So what is it telling us? Compiler error. So for some reason it's adding all these different dots between all our variables, which we don't want. So I'm just going to delete all the periods over there. Great. Okay. And there you go. We got rid of our error. So what this will do is it'll loop through each row of our sorted data table. It'll grab all the values from each row and it'll add each row to our data table. In this tutorial, we are going to be exporting the data into an Excel spreadsheet. What we want to do is after all of these activities, we want to then place the Excel application scope after the last activity. But you may see there's these 3 lines over here, or 4 lines, and it makes it difficult to see where you need to actually put in your next activity. So a little trick I usually do is I select the last activity, which was the for each row, and then it highlights it in yellow. So then when I scroll down, I can see that I need to paste in my next activity just below the yellow line and above the next gray line. All right, so I'll come here and I'll type in Excel application scope. There you go. So there's our Excel content. I'm going to drag that just after the yellow line. All right, you can also see it's the right place if we collapse all. And you can see here within our do sequence, we have all our activities, and after our for each row, we have our Excel application scope. All right, so I'm just going to expand all and scroll down to the bottom. So here is where we can put the workbook path. All right, so I'm just going to create a file name, and we can call this something like real estate data.xlsx. All right, so that's the extension. So that just means we are exporting it as an Excel file document or format. So it's .xlsx. All right, we can also come here and we can uncheck visible, which means that the spreadsheet doesn't need to be visible in order for this to work. So it can run in the background. Great. Create new file. Yes, we do, because we don't currently have a file called real estate data. So this will then create it. So that's fine. Autosave, we can keep that as checked. The workbook path, we just added that in now. So because we didn't add an entire path, for example, C drive, this folder, this file name, this will then just save it by default into the current folder. So the current folder we are busy dealing with, it'll then save real estate data inside that current folder. Great, we don't have any password protections or don't require any, so we can leave that. And everything else seems fine. Great, so then we can come here and we can use a write range activity. So what this does is this will write down a range of data into the Excel file. So here we have sheet 1, which means it'll paste it into the first sheet of the Excel spreadsheet. It'll paste it into the first cell, and over here is where you input the data table that you want to paste. So in our case, the last data table we had was our build data table. So we called that build data table. So over here we can put control space and select build data table. Great, so what this should do is it should create a new document, or a new file rather, called real estate data, which is a Excel spreadsheet
which will then write down all the data from our built data table into that spreadsheet. If we come to our folder, robots, robot for real estate scraping, we don't have any Excel file over here. So what we can do is run this and see if it works. And let's run this. Let's put in a different city for a change. Let's say Johannesburg. And let's click OK. There you go. So if you can see that at the bottom over here, it's busy scraping everything. So it doesn't look like much is happening on the screen, but in the background it's actually busy scraping all the data. Done. There it is. So we have our Microsoft Excel workbook, and it's called real estate data. So you can see it created the file. We can double click that, and here is all our data. The price, the number of bedrooms, bathrooms, square meters, and the location. Alright, and if we scroll down to the bottom, we see there's 100 line items. But you'll also notice that there is no header. So we want the header line to show. So what we can do is we can close this, and we can come back to UiPath Studio. And over here in our right range activity, we must make sure we have add headers as checked. So this will ensure that the headers in our built data table will be visible. So remember when we created our built data table activity, we added these headers, pricing, bedroom, bathrooms, floor size, location. This means those will now show. So let's run this and see if it works. Note that we don't have to delete this in order to rerun it. You can simply just rerun the program and it'll overwrite the data. Right, so let's try and run. Johannesburg. Okay. I'll just run this in fast forward, just so it happens a lot quicker. Great, that's done. So let's come back here, open our real estate data spreadsheet. And there you go, we have our headers: pricing, bedroom, bathroom, floor size, and location. But what you'll notice is that in some of the data items, there's actually values missing. So for example, this listing didn't have a floor size. And if we scroll down, these two listings didn't have bedrooms, bathrooms, or floor size. If we scroll down, what else? Over here, we didn't have a number of bathrooms or floor size. And here we don't have the floor size. What we want to do is we don't want to show the line items which don't have values. You can do that in Excel, where you can filter certain columns to only show values which are which contain text, but we will do this directly within UiPath Studio. So we'll do this using the filter activity. So over here, if we type in filter, over here, filter data table. So this is what we'll be using in the next video, and I'll show you how to filter data out of a data table. In this tutorial, we are going to be covering string manipulation. So I've broken this up into 3 sections. First, we'll learn the theory about string manipulation. Then we'll move on to do some examples, some simple examples, and then we will add it into our real estate robot that we have been building. So what is string manipulation? It is simply manipulating a string or a text so that you can extract the characters you want from that string. For explanation purposes, I'm going to use an example. So we can call our variable var string, and we are going to make that equal to a text string, which is 3-bedroom apartment / flat for sale in Waverley. So that is our text string we are going to be using as an example. So our goal is to extract only the location term Waverley. So you can see there's a whole lot of words there, but maybe you just want the location, which is Waverley. So I'm going to show you how to extract that. And this method works for not only the last word or the last term inside a string, but rather any character, any set of characters, any set of words that you need to extract from a string. So how do you extract words from a string? So firstly, you need to decide on a delimiter. So a delimiter is a text character or set of characters which you can use to
separate the text. The second step is to convert the string to an array using the dot split function. And then thirdly, you want to pull a specific string from that array using the array index. Alright, so that might not make too much sense right now, but as I explain, it'll clarify. So the first step, you need to decide on a delimiter. So in this case, we can use the / as a delimiter to separate the two. So we had the variable string 3-bedroom apartment / flat for sale in Waverley. Let's say we want to separate the 3-bedroom apartment from flat for sale in Waverley. We can use that / as the delimiter or the separator. So what we would then do is we would use the dot split function. So we would write var string dot split, open brackets, and then inside quotation marks, you would write the delimiter you're using. So in our case, it's a /, all right? And then after that, you put a C and then close brackets. That C is just always necessary. That refers to character. It's just the standard notation when you are writing this .NET script. You can then see what happens is when you use the dot split function, it'll actually take that string and convert it into a string array. So you can see there, I have in orange written format string for when it's in string format, and then below that it's format string, open square bracket, close square bracket. So that simply means that that is an array of strings. Alright, so you can see there we have an array indicated by the braces. So the first index, which is actually 0 index, is the 3-bedroom apartment string, and then there's a comma, and then there's the second index, indexed as number 1. So it's the second term, but it's the first index, which is the flat for sale in Waverley. Alright, and then close brace. So as you can see, by using the split function, we are able to convert a string into an array. You'll then actually be able to access any of those values within this array by referring to the index. So to do that, you need to pull a specific string from that array using the array index. So as you can see here, we have a format string array, all right, which has the 3-bedroom apartment, comma, flat for sale in Waverley. What you can do is if you put an open bracket, 0, close brackets, as you can see there in the second line, we are then grabbing the 0 index, or the first term in the array, which is 3-bedroom apartment. The second term in the array is flat for sale in Waverley, as you can see indexed by 1. Alright, so it's a bit counterintuitive. You'd think the first term would be 1, second would be 2, but it doesn't work like that with .NET. It actually starts with 0, and then 1, and then 2, and so on. What we can do is we can also reassign variables. So for example, we had var string split, and then we grab the first index term, which is flat for sale in Waverley. If we want to reassign var string to flat for sale in Waverley, you can just use the assign activity in UiPath, and you can make the var string equal to var string dot split /1. Alright, so now what's actually happening is var string is equal to flat for sale in Waverley. What you can also do, which is a very useful tip, is to use a word as a delimiter. So in order to use a word as a delimiter instead of a character, you have to replace the word with a character. So for example, if we want to replace the word in, where you can see there our variable string says flat for sale in Waverley, if we want to replace in with a /, you can use the dot replace function. So there we have var string dot replace, and then open brackets. On the left hand side of the comma, you want to put the value you want to replace, and on the right hand side of the comma, you want to put the characters that you want to replace the previous value with. Alright, so we are replacing space in space with a /. So just notice there where it says flat for sale in Waverley, we are replacing both the space before and the space after in with a /. That isn't necessary, but that's how I did it in this case. Alright, so what it'll then look like is flat for sale / Waverley, and you can see that even the spaces were replaced. Next, we have var string dot split /0. So what's going on here is we are indexing the 0th index, which is flat for sale, because that comes before the /, which we created a string with, and then the first index, which is the number 1, is Waverley, and then that's how we grab the second half. What you could have also done is use a space as a delimiter. So what you could do, for example, is you could use the dot split function, and then you can see there in between the braces, I just had a space. So it's just nothing in between there. Then that is equal to, and then you can see there we have an entire string, or rather an array of strings, where we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all indices of this array. So if we pull the first index, or number 1 from this array, we'll get the term bedroom. If we pull index number 8, we'll get Waverley. So this is a much quicker way to do it, because you don't need to do that whole replace characters and anything like that. But the problem with this method is that this won't work for locations. When I'm saying location, for example, Waverley, it won't work for locations with 2 words. So for example, if the location was Beverly Hills, it'll only pick up the term Beverly as the 8th index, and it won't return the word hills. We'd then have to return both 8 and 9. But because this is dynamic data, we don't know if the location is going to be 1 word, 2 words, 3 words, etc. So it's best to keep it dynamic. That's all for string manipulation. That is just a quick run through the theory of how to use the dot split and dot replace functions. The reason I did this video in a slide format is because it can be a bit hard to visualize these indices. As you can see, when you're using the split function, it breaks up a string into an array, and then you can then grab the indices using the numbers with brackets. Cool. So in the next video, this will become a lot more clear to you, because we'll be doing actual examples of this within UiPath Studio. Great, see you in the next video. To demonstrate string manipulation, I want to start from a clean empty file. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to drag in a sequence. I'm just going to put this in here, and I'm going to right click, and I'm going to click on extract as workflow. I'll call it string manipulation. And I'll click create. So what would have happened here, if we come to our projects tab, you'll see here we have our main XAML file, and there is our string manipulation. If we come back to our main file and just scroll to the bottom, it would have created an invoke activity. So we don't actually need that. I'm just going to delete this just so we don't forget to delete it, and I'll come back to string manipulation. Alright, so we have a sequence here, and usually with string manipulation, you're often going to be using the assign activity. So we'll drag in assign, and let's create a variable. So we'll call it, I'll just click in Control K to create a variable. I'm going to call it var string. Alright, you could call it anything. For the value of the expression over here, I'm just going to paste this in, which is the same thing we were using in our example, which is 3-bedroom apartment / flat for sale in Waverley. Alright, and make sure you have your quotation marks there so that it is recognized as a string. Okay, we can just come to variables over here, and we can just change our variable type from generic value to a string. Great, so what we can now do is we can try now use the split function to separate the first half of this expression, which is before the / and after the /. So we'll be using the / as a delimiter. So I'll drag in the assign, and I'll write var, I'll click tab to complete that, period, split, period, well, I can click tab now, there you go, open bracket, and quotation marks. In here I'll put the /, which is our delimiter, put the C there, that just represents character. Alright, and we can then pull the first value. So I'll put open bracket, close bracket, and 0. Alright, so what I'll actually do is I'll just copy this and paste it in the right hand side, and we can just overwrite our var string just like that. So the left hand side is the variable that you're assigning a new value. So this is the new value that's going to be assigned to var string. Alright, so what should happen here is it should output just 3-bedroom apartments without the for sale in Waverley. Alright, so we can use a write line to test this. I'm just going to put that there, and I'm going to put var string. Great, so we can come to our output panel over here, clear all of this, and we can run this. So there we have it, 3-bedroom apartment. So if we pulled the first index, number 1, like that, it should grab what's after that /. So let's run this. There you go, flat for sale in Waverley. So we know that's working. Now let's try and test out our replace activity. So I'm going to drag in a new assign activity. So I'll come here to our favorites, drag it in, and var string is now equal to var string, and now we want to replace the word in with a delimiter. So to do this, we click dot replace, open bracket, we can put our quotation marks, we can write space in space, so that is simply the first space before the word in, and then the space after in. So that's what's going on there. Then after the quotation mark, we put a comma, and then we can put more quotation marks and put the /. So we're replacing in with a /. Cool, so that's what should happen over there. Great, we don't have an error, which means it's fine. So if we run this, we should get flat for sale / Waverley. Let's see if that works. Run. There you go, flat for sale / Waverley. So that worked correctly. So now what we can do is we can use / again as our delimiter, and we can grab what's after that to pull our location. So let's copy paste that assign activity, and instead of replace, we are now going to be using split again. Great, open bracket, and we can put in our / after the last quotation mark, put a C, and then we want to grab the first index, because this would be the 0th index, which is flat for sale, and the first index would be Waverley. So that's all, and let's try and run this. So we have our first index, and we are splitting our var string. Let's run this. Let's see what happens. There you go, Waverley. So that worked perfectly. So we were able to extract only the location from that string. So that's fantastic. What I also want to show you here is if I delete this number 1, you'll notice there's an error. So you'll see the error here. It says value of type one-dimensional array of string cannot be converted to string. So what this is basically saying is the left-hand side here, this var string, is of variable type string, but the right-hand side is actually of type string array. All right, so let's say we create a string array variable, var string array, and over here by the variable type, we can choose this to be an array of t. You can see here it says array of type, and then this is where you can choose the type. So in our case, it's an array of strings. So we can click OK, and there you go. There we have our string open square bracket, close square brackets. That indicates it's a string array. So if in here, we in fact wrote var string array, misspelled string, but it doesn't matter. All right, and I click away, you'll see there's no error, because now it's recognizing the right hand side and the left hand side of the sign as the exact same variable type. All right, so that's very important. You need to always make sure the left and right hand side of the sign activity is of the same type. So that is all for string manipulation. I'll just close this, and here I'll come back to projects. I'll right click on string manipulation and I'll click delete. So here it's going to ask me if I want to delete it. I'm going to say yes, and now it's gone. Great, so now in the next video we will come and do some string manipulation in our robot itself, now that you have an understanding of how it works. In this tutorial we are going to be simplifying this column, the location column, to only show the area. For example, Greswold, Liefde in Vrede, Glen Vista, Glenander, etc. So that means we want to delete all the other terms except for the last location. If we look through all of the different options, the one thing that they all have in common is that they all have the word in just before the beginning of the name of the location. So we can use this to our advantage. What we can do is we can replace the word in with a character, for example, a /. So if this becomes a /, then it means that the location would become the the second index in that list. So it'll be, firstly, it'll be the 3-bedroom apartment. Second, it would be flat for sale. And third, it would be grass walled. And so it'll be 0, 1, and 2, and you'll be able to use the number 2 to extract the location. But let's do this. So I'll open UiPath Studio, and over here we have our get location, which we exported as var location. So we know that our location variable is called var location. In our add data row, we had here our var location. So we must make sure that var location is equal to the final string that we want. So let's come and drag in an assign over here. So we're going to take var location, control space, and where is it? There it is, var location. And we are going to say var location period. First we want to use our replace. So we are going to replace the word in So this is exactly the same as what we were doing before in our previous videos, comma, and we are replacing it with a /. Great, just like that. So let's see, great, no errors. We can now drag in another sign. I'm just going to call this replace in with /. Here I'm going to call this split, or rather extract location. So on the left hand side we have var location, great, and on the right hand side we have also var location dot split, there it is, open bracket, our quotation marks, put in the / there, put in our C just for the notation, and then we can put our open brackets, and here is where we can put our index of 2. Alright, so it's 0, 1, and 2, and then 2 should be pulling out the location name, because remember here we had one / and then the second / would be there. So that would make 0, 1, 2 the location. Now to do a final check to see if the robot is working perfectly, I'm going to just delete this Excel file, because we actually create a new folder or a new Excel file over here. If we scroll to the bottom in our Excel application scope, you can see we have create new file checked. Alright, so that means if the file doesn't exist, it'll then create it. So now let's run this and see how it works. We can scrape Cape Town and click OK. So you'll notice that it's not full screen. So we'll just quickly fix that over here. Just going to close this in the execution, and I'm going to come here to maximize window. What we can do is we can drag in the maximize window into our do sequence over here, which is in our open browser activity. So what it'll do is it'll first maximize the window, and then it'll continue to do everything else. So let's run this and let's see if everything is running smoothly. So we can type in Cape Town, click OK. There you go. You'll notice how it maximized the window because it wasn't previously maximized. Alright, and now let's let it run. And it's done. So now we can come and open our real estate data Excel spreadsheet. And here you have it, all our listings that have been scraped with the price, number of bedrooms, number of bathrooms, the floor size, and the location. Great, so what you can do now is, here we scrape, in this example, it was 96 different listings. If you want to scrape them all, what you can do is you can come to UiPath, and we can come down to where we scrape the data over here, extract real estate listings. And over here we have the max number of results set to 100. Alright, I'm going to come here, I'm going to change this to 0. Alright, so what happens if you change this to 0, it'll actually scrape as many as you can. But you'll see here, we stopped on 100 listings, but there is in fact 2,951 listings. Alright, so what you can do by setting it to 0, it'll scrape all the way to the end of the list. In this video, I'll be doing a demo of our PDF data scraping robot. So what we have is we have a sequence, and within it, we loop through each file within a folder, so within each PDF. And what we then do is we scrape all the data from each PDF individually, and we then save that data to an Excel spreadsheet by writing the values to each cell. So over here we have a folder with 1000 invoices, so that's 1000 PDF documents that we are going to scrape data from. So if I open the first one, I'll just show you the formats. The format of all of them is exactly the same, just with different values. Alright, so we just have the name of the company with the address. We have the invoice number, date, terms, customer ID, who you're billing it to, and their details, as well as the service description, which has a price associated, a total price per invoice. What we are going to be doing in this example is we are going to be scraping the invoice ID, or the invoice number rather, the customer ID, the business name, which is over there, and the total amount value on the invoice. Alright, so we are going to loop through every single file, and it'll then copy this value, it'll paste it into the Excel spreadsheet, and then it'll paste this value, then it'll paste that value, then it'll paste that value. And let me just demonstrate to you how this works. Alright, so here we have our Excel spreadsheet where we are going to put all the saved scraped invoice data. Over here we are. I'm going to click run. And it's done. So we managed to scrape all 1000 PDFs. So I'm just going to go to the spreadsheet to show you how that looks. Alright, so here we have the total value, the invoice number, the customer ID, and the company. And you can see it has all the values for all 1000 items. So we have the total amount value, the invoice number, the customer ID, and the company name for everything. So now you can then take this data and you can do any data analysis you want on it, or any other application you want. Alright, so this is a really useful robot that we are building, because there's a lot of applications for this. It's not only scraping PDF data, you could scrape data from images, you can scrape data from Word documents, you can scrape data from literally anything. So wherever you have a task where you have a tedious amount of work to do and it's rule-based and repetitive, you can actually use this robot as a framework to build your own robots. In the next video, we'll be getting into building our PDF data scraping robot. In this tutorial, we'll be starting our new PDF invoice data scraping robot. So we can create a new process, and we'll call this robot 5 _ PDF data scraping. Alright, we can give this a description. We can say scrape the data from 1000 PDF documents into an Excel spreadsheet. Alright, so that's a summary of what this robot does exactly. Great, we can save that in our D drive under robots, and we can click create. Great, so let's just go to our folder where we have it saved. So here we have robot 5 PDF data scraping. Inside here we have our JSON file, and we have our main XAML file. So inside here is where we will be putting in our PDFs. Alright, so you can look at the resources section of this video where I will provide you with all 1000 PDFs. So hopefully you have now downloaded all the invoices, which is all 1000 invoices. It's not necessary for you to do it with all 1000. You could just copy 10. The principle would all work the same. Alright, so I call the file 1000 _ invoices. Alright, I'll create another file over here where we click new, and we want a Microsoft Excel worksheet. Alright, so we'll call this scraped invoice data. So this should just open a blank Excel spreadsheet. There you go. Great. So we have our foundation for this project. We have our 1000 invoices. We have our blank Excel spreadsheet. We have our JSON file and our main XAML file. We can open our main XAML file and we can start building. We'll do that in the next video. For this robot, we can start off with a sequence. All right, we don't need to use a flowchart here because there's no decision making to be made. It's more a sequential flow of activities. All right, we can start off with an assign. And what we want to do first is we first want to read all the files within our 1000 invoices folder. So we can create a variable, call it file list. All right, and we can then come over here and we can write directory dot get files. There you go, open bracket, and you can see here there's one of three options. So you can see here, if you click the down arrow, you can loop through three different formats of this directory.get files. You can either provide only the path as a string, or you can provide the path as a string as well as a search pattern. So that means it'll try find any file names which abide to that search pattern you provide. And then lastly, you can also provide another term which is a search option. All right, so in our case, we'll be using the second one where we provide the path as well as a search pattern. All right, it's not necessary. We could have just gone with this one, but I'll go with this one just to show you how it's done. So over here, we want to put the path to our 1000 invoices. So since this main XAML file is within the same folder as our 1000 invoices, all we need to do is write the name of the folder. So we can write 1000 underscore invoices. All right, so you can just make sure that that is written exactly the same way that the folder is named. So if we come to our folder, there you have it, 1000 underscore capital I for invoices. All right, so that would then be the path to this file. If, say, this file was stored somewhere else, maybe on your C drive or on your desktop, you'd need to provide the entire path, which is this up here, into this first term over here. All right, so next we have the search pattern. So the search pattern, you also need to provide as a string. As you can see there, it says search pattern as string. So we can put our quotation marks, and we want it to only be the PDF documents. We can put .pdf. All right, you can click OK. You'll notice that we have an error. All right, so it's probably because we haven't provided the correct variable type for this assign. So this is most likely an array of objects. So let's come here to array, and we can come array of, and we can select objects over there. We click OK. All right, and let's see. Nope, so it's not an array of objects. So we can come here. Let's try system object. Oh, it seems to be that one. I see here I had an array of an array, which isn't what we actually want. We want an array of objects. So that's why that one works over there. So what we can also do is over here, just before the .pdf, we can just put a asterisk. So this is just a wildcard, which means the term is going to have some sort of text, and then it's going to have .pdf. So that's the search pattern of the file we are looking for within the invoices. So we have here, we can see all the different files have the word invoice. So you could have actually written invoice asterisk.pdf, because the only thing that's actually changing is the number. But the way we have it now should still work. Great, so what we can then do is we can add in a for each activity. We are going to be looping through each file in this file list. So let's type for each. All right, here it is, the for each. So we can drag that in, put it just below our assign. And over here, we can say instead of for each item, we can say for each file, all right, in file list. So I'm going to click Control Space. There's our file list. All right, just note that each file is an object. All right, remember here we have our variable type as an object array. So that's actually what an object is. It's actually a file. So it can be anything. It can be a file of any type of formats. It can be a PDF, a Word document, an Excel spreadsheet. Any type of file is an object. All right, so, or an object over there. So what we do here is we're saying for each file, you could write any word here. It just makes sense for us to write file. And you say in file list. This is now referencing our variable file list. So you'll notice here our type argument is of type object. That's great because it knows file list is an object array, so it makes file an object. In the next video, I'll be showing you how to open each PDF one by one using the start process activity. In this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to open each of the different files. All right, or each PDF within the folder. So to do that, we'll use a start process activity. So here under the application library, we have the start process activity, which will open a file. So I'll drag this here into the body of the for each because we want to open each of the different files. So that's why I put the start process within the for each. So over here is where we enter the path. So this is the route to the file that we want to open. So in our case, what we can do is we can simply write file because this file is already referencing each of the PDFs in that folder 1000 invoices. So we can simply just write file, but you'll see that we still have an error. That's because it has to be a string. So we then change that to file.toString, and there you have it. So what this would do is it'll open each of the different files 1 through 1000 one at a time. So it'll go through each loop and it'll open it one by one. However, what this would do is it'll open the first file, then the second, then the third, then the fourth, etc. But let's say your robot runs into an error and just stops halfway or wherever. There would be a problem because you won't be able to continue where you left off. What will happen is it'll restart the process from the beginning, from file number 1. So we don't want that because this actually limits us. It's not dynamic enough. So what would be better is if we can reference each file individually. By doing that, we would actually be able to specify which files we want to open and when we want to open them. How we could do that is we can add in a counter. So I'm going to drag in this assign over here and I'm going to put this just below our start process. So over here we'll assign something to a variable. What we're going to do is create a variable called counter. All right, and what we're going to do is we're going to add 1 to the counter. Counter plus 1. Just like that. In our variables, we can come here, set our counter to an integer, and set the default value to 1. What we would then do is instead of saying file over here, we would actually write the entire path. So the path would be 1000 underscore invoices. I'm just going to click here by the file name expression editor so it's easier to see. All right, so 1000 invoices / invoice. Right, and then what we want to do is add a space. We can click plus, and then here we can put the counter. All right, so this is the number dot to string. Great, so this should then write the path 1000 invoices / and then the name of the file, which would be invoice 1, invoice 2, invoice 3, etc. for every time the counter goes up 1, every time it loops through this for each. All right, so over here in our 1000 invoices, we have our path 1000 invoices. All right, we don't need to write all these other things or the rest of the path because this folder is in the same file or the same folder as our main XAML file. So what happens here is we have our invoice and our space, and then we have the number 1, 2, 3, all the way through to 1000. All right, so let's say your invoices had different names. It wasn't labeled something very structured like 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. Let's say all of them had different names. Then you'd have to do it the same way that we did it before, where we just said file.toString. That way it doesn't care what the name is. All right, so here we care about the name, and it is a much better way to actually do it. And you'll see why later when we actually start running this robot. Great, so what we've done so far is we've used an assign. We've assigned all the files in one of our folders on our PC to a variable called file list, which is an object array. We then loop through the file list for each file in the file list, and we open it where we reference the path of each of the files, and the path is defined by the folder name and the name of the file itself, in our case the invoice and the number, and we are using a counter to get the number. So here we keep the sign right at the end of this for loop, because what will happen is every time it executes a series of activities, when it gets to the end, it'll add one to the counter, and it'll then restart, and it'll then open the second invoice, and then the third, and then the fourth, etc. Alright, so just note that it's very important to keep this in the beginning and this at the end of your body. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to drag in a delay of 10 seconds in between the start process and the sign, just to try and run this and test it out. So I'm going to click on run and see what happens. So you'll see we get a runtime execution error. It says here the system cannot find the file specified. So that means what we've done here is wrong. So if we open our file name over here and have a look at this, we'll notice here we used a /. Alright, so that's wrong. We're actually supposed to use a \. Alright, so there you go, \. So when you specify a file path, it's actually backslashes that you use, not /. Right, I'll click OK. And now let's try and run this. Alright, so here it still says that the system cannot find the specified file. Alright, let's see what else could be wrong. Let's open this again. So we have the name there, that file path is spelled correctly, that folder 1000 invoices, yes. We have invoice, we have our space plus counted to string. Cool, maybe it's expecting a .pdf, so we can say plus, and then we can specify the extension .pdf, just like that. So we can click OK, and now let's try run this. There you go, it worked. So you'll see it opened now the first invoice. It should close this one, or actually we haven't added a close activity. So we can actually add that in next. I'm just going to close this and just going to end the execution. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a close activity. So over here, so close application rather. I'm going to drag this in over here. So what will happen is it'll start the process. So this will open the PDF. We'll add a series of activities within here. All right, here where we have the delay, we can replace this maybe with a sequence. So I'll just drag in a sequence over here. I'll put our delay inside there. And here we'll have all our data scraping activities. So we open the PDF, we scrape the data, we close the PDF, and we add one to the counter. So over here, we can then select the file that we actually close. So in our case, it's a PDF. So I'm just going to open a PDF here, just so that we can select it. I'm going to click indicate on screen, and I'm going to select the PDF, the entire window, just like that. So we can come here and go to target and open our selector, and we can make sure that everything here is generic. Great, that all seems fine. It doesn't say anything about the name of the file, so that is all good. Validate, that's cool. What we should always do to test is close this and open another random invoice. And here in our close application, we can come to our selector and we can click validate. Yes, it's still green, which means it's fine. We can click highlight to indicate it, and it'll then open our window so we know it's correct. Great, we can click OK and we can continue. Right, here after we start the process, we always want to make sure that the PDF window is maximized all the way to the sides of the screen. So what we can do there is, if you remember from our previous robots we built, we would use the maximize activity, so the maximize window. So now that we have added our close application, we can now test this and see if that works. So I'm going to run it. So it should open our first. So it didn't maximize as we expected it to. So let's try and close this. Great, so it says object reference not set for instance of object. All right, so that's basically saying we added a maximize window, but we didn't specify which window we want to open. So the way to do this, we can use an attach window activity. We can drag that in. here we can indicate which window we want to open. In our case, it's the PDF. So I'm just going to open a PDF, just a random one. Great. And I will come here to indicate the PDF, just like that. I'll come to our selector, make sure it's generic. Yes, it is. Great. We can then drag in our maximize window inside the do. So what will happen here is, because our maximize window is within our attachment, it knows which window we are actually referring to. So we can make sure all our PDFs are closed. I'm going to right click and close that, and I'm going to run this again. So there you go. It opened our PDF and you'll see how it maximized it. So that's correct. Now, if we wait about 10 seconds, it should eventually close this invoice. There you go. And now it should open the next one. There you go. So let's just make sure this is working. You can see the name is Dynazi. That's the name of the client, but you can see it's opening the exact same one again. So that's a problem. So let's see where we're going wrong with that. Let's log. I'm going to come to our delay here. I'm just going to shorten this just so we're not waiting for too long. I'm going to change this to 3 seconds. And I am also going to use a log message, and I'm going to log the file, or the counter rather. I'm going to say counter. And I'm going to then reference the counter variable. And what I'm also going to do, let's just make sure that's string, so dot to string. Cool. And what else we can do is we can log the file. So control space and select the file. So we can actually see which file is actually being read at that moment. All right, so that is fine. That should all be okay. Great. So let's click run and see how this works. We can come to our output panel, clicking run. It should open our first invoice. There you go, Dynazi. That's our first one. Cool. Second, Yakudu. Great. So that's actually working. It's now looping through all the different files, Jamia, etc. Great. So I'm going to close that, and I'm just going to stop the execution. And you can see here in the output panel, the counter was 1 and it's invoice 1. Counter is 2, it's invoice 10. All right, that's because, okay, what's actually going on here is, because we are using the file, it's not actually going in order of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. So what's going on here when we use the start process, it's actually opening the correct invoice. So I can just show you the file we're actually opening. So I'm going to Control C, Control V, and instead of writing file here, I am going to write invoice, or I'm going to write the same path that we have over here. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to paste this in over here, just like that. So this message here is the actual file that it's opening. So I'm just going to write actual file. Great. And over here, I'm going to write reference, or rather for each. Cool. So let's run this. We have a count as 1. The actual file we're referencing is invoice 1. For each, in the file, you can see it's invoice 1. Counter 2, it's invoice 2. For each, it's referencing invoice 10. Counter 3, it's invoice 3. The for each is referencing invoice 100. So, and so on. So basically what I'm trying to communicate here is, by using the for each file over here, it does not go in order of invoice 1, 2, 3, etc. The way we wanted to do it is to be in order. And that's why over here we referenced the counter as opposed to referencing the file. All right, so I just wanted to demonstrate that to you to show you why exactly we did that. So what we'll do in the next video is we'll start with the actual scraping of data from each PDF. In this tutorial, we are going to be learning about the UI Explorer. So over here on the Selectors tab here on the Design ribbon, we have a UI Explorer. What you can do here is you can activate your computer vision, and you can select certain elements on the screen and it'll tell you what their selectors are. Alright, you can do some other cool stuff like you can adjust the selectors as well as indicate anchors using this indicate anchor button over here. So what we want to do is we want to try and select elements within our PDF documents. So I'm just going to come here to our file and I'm going to open up one of our invoices. So what we want to do is we want to use our UI selector to try and grab the selector of one of the UI elements on the screen. So you can do that by clicking this indicate element button, and you'll notice here when I'm on this PDF page, it doesn't actually let me select individual things on this page or individual words, which is a bit of a problem because we want to access, for example, the invoice number. But you can see as I move this around, I can select other things like maybe the page numbers here or maybe these buttons at the top. But some of the stuff on here doesn't let you grab the specific UI elements. So the way to do that, I'm just going to click escape on my keyboard to close this. All right, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here to the PDF. So I'm currently using Adobe Acrobat Reader for my PDFs. And I'm going to come to edit over here. I'm going to scroll down to accessibility and I'm going to click change reading options. All right, so over here, there's a drop down where you can choose different reading orders under the reading order options. And you can keep it to the default tagged reading order. You can make sure that's selected. Right, and over here you can choose to either read the currently visible pages or read the entire document. We'll keep this to read the entire document. So you can just click start. All right, so now what that would do is it would just make sure that the reading options are tagged reading order as well as read the entire document. Now if we come back to our UI Explorer and we click indicate element, you'll notice now it's actually allowing us to select certain UI elements such as the invoice number, the actual text which says invoice number, the customer ID, etc. All these different details. If I click Shift F2 to deactivate the computer vision, I can scroll down and I can show you we can select the total, etc. Anything you want on the screen, you can actually now select it. So the way to do that, just as a side note, is you'd come here to edit, accessibility, change reading options, make sure these are selected and you click start. All right, but what happens is if I close this and I say open another invoice and I try come use my UI Explorer, the same problem's happening. It's not letting me select the UI elements. So what do? I can come here, I click edit, accessibility, change reading options. Note there's a shortcut for this, Shift Control 5. So I'm just going to do that, Shift Control on my keyboard and clicking the number 5. And here comes a pop-up. I can then click enter on my keyboard, which would press the start button. Enter. We can now come and test this, indicate element. And there you go. You can now grab the UI elements. So we want to build that into our robot. So what I'll do here is I'm just going to delete this first log message and I'll just keep our one to the actual file that we did in a previous video. I'm also going to delete this delay. We don't need that anymore. So over here we have our attach window, which has our PDF, which maximizes the window. So we can change this to attach to PDF invoice, right? And within here, what we can do here in our PDF, we can add our hotkey Control Shift F5 to open up that pop-up. All right, so over here in our invoice, Shift Control 5, right, will open this pop-up and then you click enter. So that's all we want to do, and we do that within our PDF window. So coming back to our attach to PDF invoice, we can drag in a send hotkey, all right. And what we want to do, we want to click Control, Shift, and then 5. That should be all right. You don't need to put 5 in quotation marks. What you can then do is you can send another hotkey where directly after you've opened that pop-up, you want to click enter. So over here, we can just scroll and find enter. There it is. Great. So that's all you would actually do. And now what this would allow you to do is to allow the UI Explorer to actually activate that computer vision for each element in the PDF. I'm just going to drag this maximize window to the top. So it'll maximize the window and then it'll execute these. All right, we can call this something like activate computer vision, or rather activate UI, or activate accurate UI targeting, something like that. Okay, just to give you a general idea of what you're actually doing over here. So this is just allowing you to activate your user interface elements. Great. So now that that's done, we can try and run this to see if that'll work. I'm just going to first close all the PDFs, close all tabs, and let's try run this. So it should open invoice 1. There you go. Closes it. There you go. So what it's doing here is it's opening each PDF one by one, and it is changing the settings, which is the reading order settings, and it's then closing each file. So that's working fine. Great. I'm just going to close that, and I'm going to end the execution. So what we'll do in the next video is we will drag in our screen scraping activities to start reading values off of the PDF. In this tutorial, what we are going to do is we are going to be using our getText activity to be scraping data from our invoices. So I'm just going to open invoice 1 over here, and I'm just going to click Shift-Control-5 and start, just so that we can now access our UI elements. Back in our UiPath Studio, I'm just going to drag in a new sequence. So we are still attached to our PDF invoice, and we're going to work within here. I'm going to drag in another sequence, just with a different name. I'll put it just below here. All right. So it's still within our attached PDF invoice. It's just going to be under a different name. So you'll notice how it automatically created a sequence around our activate accurate UI targeting sequence, plus our new sequence that we just dragged in. So that's just a default thing that UiPath Studio does. If you have two sequences within an attached window activity, it'll create a sequence that contains both or all of the sequences. So over here, I'm just going to rename this to scrape data. All right. And in here, I will then get a getText. GetText. There it is. So we're going to use our getText activity to get the text from the PDF. So over here we can indicate the elements inside the window. So I'm going to click that, and you'll notice our computer vision pops up, but it's on UiPath Studio. We don't want that. We want to open our PDF. So I'll click Shift F2 to temporarily disable it. I'll come here to the PDF, and now we can now select. All right, so I can select the invoice number, the customer ID. I'll start off with a total. So I'm going to click Shift F2 so I can now scroll down. All right, it should come back in a second. There you go. And now I can select the value of the total. So I'm going to click that, and there you have it. So now if we come here, click these three dots and come to Edit Selector, you can see here we have the selector which contains the value 1725. However, the value is different on all the different PDF documents. So this selector will only work with the first invoice, or rather, it'll only work with the invoices whose total has this amount. So we don't want that. We want this amount to be dynamic. So the way UiPath Studio supports that is by using what you call wildcards. So a wildcard is either a question mark, which can replace a single character, or an asterisk, which can replace multiple characters. So in our case, we want to replace multiple characters, all of that, and you can replace that with an asterisk, just like that. So this will now still work, but it's only going to look, but it's not only going to look for a name whose value was that 1700 and something. It's actually going to look for any for this selector with any value within that name. So we can validate this, and you can see it becomes green, which means it's working. So that's great. Another way we can actually make this more accurate is by setting an anchor to the selector. So to do that, you come open your selector in UI Explorer. So you click that, and that'll actually open this window which we opened earlier in this UI Explorer over here. And what we're going to do is, you'll notice here there's a button where you can indicate the anchor. So our anchor would be the actual text which says total. So we can click Indicate Anchor, and make sure your anchors are the same on every single one of your documents that you are using. So in our case, it's the total here. I'll click Total. So anchors can only work when that same anchor is on every single one of your documents. If it's not, you're going to have a problem. It won't be able to find the anchor, and your selector won't work, and your robot will run into an error. You'll notice after we did that, it put this value 1725 back in, but we don't want that. So once again, we can just come delete this and replace it with an asterisk. Great, so we can just validate this, make sure it's working. Great, so that's fine. We can click save over here. You'll see here that our selector now has this text over here which says total, which is our anchor, and it'll also have the name, which will be the actual text that we're copying. So we can click OK. So that is all. So I'm just going to clear this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and run this. So to test that it's working, we need to output this value to a variable. So I'm just going to create a variable, Control K, and I'm going to call this var total. Great, just like that. I can keep it to a generic value, that should be fine. And I'm also going to write this to a line, write line, and we can say something like total colon or equals space plus concatenate it with the actual variable var total, just like that. So now we can come to our output panel, can come close all the different PDF documents we have open, just so we don't run into any errors. So let's run this and see if it works. So it's now busy scraping all the totals from each of the pages. All right, I'm just going to run this just for a few of them, not for all of them. Cool, I'm just going to close this, and I'm going to come here and stop the execution. So here we have it. You can see here in our right hand side, we have the total value 1725 for invoice 1, 650 for invoice 2, 925 for invoice 3. We can actually come check that. We can open, say, invoice 3 and see if it's 925. Scroll down, 925. Yes, it is. So you can see it's also got the comma 00. So it should look the same way. You can see we have the comma 00 that it's also scraping. So here we know that this is working, which is great news, which means our selector is working correctly. Alright, in the next video, we will start scraping more values off of our PDF documents, such as the customer ID and the invoice ID. In this activity, I want you to build in the activities. I want you to build in the workflows which will then grab the customer ID from each of the invoices. Alright, so you can pause this video, give it an attempt, and when you're ready, you can play this video and I'll show you how it's done. So I'll just drag in a sequence, come to our favorites here and drag that in. We can call this scrape, let's say customer ID. I believe it's called ID. Let's see. Yes, customer ID. Great. We can once again use the anchor base, since we know that it's a very robust method as opposed to using selectors. So let's come and type in anchor base. There it is. You can drag that in. We can then use a find element. All right. We can drag that in here. The element we want to find, Shift F2, open the PDF, is the customer ID. So I'm going to use, notice how we can't select it. That's because we haven't done that Shift Control 5 in order to make the selectors available. So I'm going to click Shift F2. I'll click Shift Control 5, click Start. All right, and there you go. Now we can select. So I'll then click Customer ID. Great. So here we have Find Element. I'm going to say this Find Customer ID Anchor. We can then use a Get Text to actually scrape the text and drag that in over here. So what are we getting? We're getting the customer ID, and let me indicate on the screen, there it is, the customer ID value. Great, so that's all. What we can also do is make sure that the properties here, the anchor base is on top, because the customer ID is on top of this value here. And of course, we need to add in our value for the output. So I'll click Control K to create a variable. Just note you can also right click and say create a variable over here. All right, so I'm going to create a variable and call it var, let's say customer ID. Enter. So we just created that. We can also output it using a write line. I'll copy this and paste it. Make sure it's still in our scrape customer sequence, and I'll paste it over here. Right click, paste. Cool. I'm just going to rename all this stuff here. So we can call this customer ID. Customer ID equals control space customer var customer ID. There it is. Click OK. And that should be it. We can come to our output panel so we can clear our previous results, and let's run this and see if it works. So I'm going to click run. So now it should be scraping the total, the invoice number, and the customer ID. So notice how it takes a little bit longer now, because now it's scraping 3 different values as opposed to just 2. Cool. I'm just going to end this. I'm going to close this, and I'm going to end the execution to make it stop. All right, that's fine. And we can see here, did it work? We have, yes, it worked. So we have the total, the customer ID, and the invoice number. And you can see the invoice number is changing, and that is all perfect. So that is working correctly. So that is all for this video. In the next video, we will be scraping the company name from the invoice. So that is over here. We have the company name. We'll be scraping that. Great. See you in the next video. In this tutorial, we'll be scraping the company name using selectors. Right, so I'm going to scroll down, and I'm going to drag in a new sequence over here, and I'll call this scrape company name. Just like that. So what we want is, if I open the invoices, invoice 1, you'll see here under the bill to section, we have the contact person, then we have over here the company name. So in this case, it's Denazi. The second invoice, we have Yakaidu, which is the company name. Third, we have Jamia, etc. All right, so we have the address of the company, we have the contact details, we have the contact person, and we have the company name. But we are only interested in the company name. So to do that, we can come to UiPath, and we can use a get text. All right, we can drag in the get text inside the sequence, and here we can indicate the elements inside the window. So I'm going to click Shift F2 to deactivate computer vision. I just want to open up an invoice. There you go. And over here, so we want to select the company, but notice how we haven't changed the setting on the PDF. So I'm going to click Shift F2, Shift Control 5, Start. And now I should be able to select it. There you go. So I can select FlipTune now. There you go. So that is the company name. Let's see what the selector looks like. This will only work if the name of the text we're selecting is dynamic. In this case, it's static. It'll only work for FlipTune. So if we try validate this, you'll see that it is working because we have the PDF open and here is FlipTune. But let's say for argument's sake, we close this and we open another invoice, which has a different name, in this case, Zuzi. Just going to change the setting quickly, like that. And I'm going to come here, and I'm going to try validate this. You'll see it's not going to work. That's because it's looking for the UI element, which has the name FlipTune. So the way we can fix this is we can add a wildcard as an asterisk. There you go. And now we can try and validate it. Let's click that. There you go, it turns green, so now we know it's working. We can also highlight it just to make sure, highlight, and you can see there it's highlighting in red the correct element. We can click OK, and done. So what we can now do is we can assign a variable to this, so we can call it var company name. I just clicked Control K on my keyboard there. I'm going to write var company name, click enter. I'm also just going to rename this to get company name. Great, there you go. So that was a nice simple example of how to use wildcards and selectors. What we want to do now is use a write line again and write the company name to the output panel. So instead of doing that, I'm actually just going to copy, I'll copy this one, Control C, Control V. Let's come to the expression editor, change this to company name, and the variable is var company name. Okay, so it looks like this company ID here is in the wrong spot. Right click, cut this, and where do we have company ID? Here it is. So we can just paste that inside the sequence. You'll see that's where we had the problem. So I'll just paste this here, and I'll cut this out. It's because we accidentally put the scrape company name within that sequence. We don't want it within it. We actually want it outside of that sequence. So we want it outside of here. So I'm going to click it so it's yellow so I can see where it ends. It ends here, and I'll paste it in over there. Cool, but let me just have a look what's going on here. It should all still work, but we want them to be separate. So we have scrape total, that's fine. We have scrape invoice number, and so there we have a problem. So I'm going to cut this, and where do we have our scrape total? That's fine. Scrape invoice number, we're going to have to cut that out as well. I'm going to paste this. What is this? So this is where it'll be useful to use this outline. So we want everything to be within the sequence. We can call it the scrape sequence. Alright, so what we can do is we can just paste this in here. So that is the customer ID. Then we have the first we actually want to activate the accurate UI. So I'll just move that above. So I'm just going to cut this, and I'm going to paste it in above. Over there, paste. Cool, so we activate the accurate UI targets. We then scrape the customer ID, scrape the total, scrape the invoice number. So that looks like it should all be fine now. Let's see. Yes, there's our scrape customer ID. That looks fine. There's our scrape total. There's our scrape invoice number. And here we have our scrape company name within that. You see there we have scrape company name. We don't want it inside, we want it to be outside. So I'm just going to cut this. And if you click this button over here on the outline, it'll actually highlight the actual activity within your workspace here. So I'm just going to scroll down, and I will paste it in somewhere here. Paste. I think that should be fine. There you go. So now scrape company name is within this scrape sequence. Alright, it still would have worked if they were all nested inside each other. It just doesn't read as easily as if it were all separate like this. Now this data scraping sequence isn't really necessary anymore, so we can just take this out and we can delete this data scraping over here. So we'll log the message. So that means once we have scraped all the data, we can have a message saying successfully scraped so and so invoice. So I'm going to change this to successfully scraped. I'm going to delete this path. I'm just going to say invoice, and then we have the space, the number. We don't need this text which says it's a PDF. So this will just say successfully scraped invoice 1, successfully scraped invoice 2, etc. Alright, so that'll just be a log message as an information to tell the developer or the user what's going on with the robot. Has it been successfully scraped? Where did it not succeed, etc. Now what we can do is we can try and run this and see if it's working. So I'm going to close our PDF over here. I'll come to our output panel, and I'm going to clear this, and let's run it. Ooh, no, there you go. So it just opened our first invoice. It's busy scraping the invoice number, the customer ID, the total value on the invoice, as well as the company name. So it takes a bit of it, but data scraping can take some time, especially when you're using anchors, because it needs to identify the anchor, and then it needs to then pull the value that it needs to reference. Right, I'm just going to close this, and let's see if it worked. Okay, So yeah, it seems like this is all fine. So we have the customer ID, the total, the invoice number, company name. Successfully scraped invoice 1. So there's our log message that we just added. The customer ID, the total, the invoice number, customer company name. Successfully scraped invoice 2, etc. So if we just left this to run, it would have scraped all the data from all the invoices. What we will do in the next video is we'll be saving all this data to an Excel spreadsheet. In this tutorial, I'm going to be showing you how to use the write cell activity. So in our activities, you can just search for write cell and you'll find here either an Excel library write cell or the workbook write cell. So in our case, we'll just use the workbook one. In that case, we don't need to use the Excel application scope. So I'll just drag this in. I'll put it here after our close application. You can put it before close application or after, it doesn't really matter. Alright, just make sure it's always before your counter over here. So over here we can select the workbook path. So I'll click these 3 dots and I'll select our Excel spreadsheet, which is the scraped invoice data. Over there it references the sheet and the cell which you want to write into. So what we want to do is let's first open up this spreadsheet and see what it looks like. So at the moment it's just a blank spreadsheet. We want to add data into columns A, B, C, and D. So that would be all the data from the invoices, which include the customer ID, the total value, the invoice number, and the company name. So what we want to do is we want to add a headline where we have the text saying company, the company ID, the invoice number, and the total amount. So we want to have the headers so we know what each of the columns refer to. So if I try to type into the cell, you'll see it's not letting me type. That's because I'm using an unlicensed Excel. I haven't got the paid version of Microsoft Excel, but you can still add data into here using UiPath. So I can show you how to do that. If I open this up, we can select the cell, in our case A1, and we want to write the heading of that column. So in our case, it'll be company or company name. Let's write company name. Make sure you have your quotation marks so it can detect it as a string. Alright, so we can then copy this and paste it here. What we can then do for cell B1, over here, I'm going to change A1 backspace to B. So now it's B1. That is referencing column B, row 1. So before we were referencing A1, which is this cell, now we are referencing B1, which is this cell. So over there we can choose, let's say, the customer ID, and we can write, instead of company name, we can write customer ID. Great. We can scroll down a bit. We can copy this again. We can do this now for cell C1, and we want to write here the invoice number, and lastly we want to do the total amount. So this would then be cell D1. You can change that to total amount, just like that. So this wouldn't actually be best practice putting this within the loop, because what it's going to be doing here, it's going to be rewriting this every single time you're looping through every invoice, which isn't actually best practice. What you'd rather want to do is you'd want to take all of this and paste it before all the loops, because in that case it doesn't repeat the same process over and over, and it only does it once like it's supposed to. So I'll show you how we can do that. We can just select all these different cells or these activities, click Control on your keyboard, and then select all the activities, just like that. And then you can left click and then just drag and move and hover your mouse to the top of the workspace over there, and you'll see how it'll be scrolling all the way up. All right. It takes a while to scroll all the way, but you want to go all the way to before the for each, or before the for each file. There you are. So I'm going to paste this in over here. So you'll notice that these write cell activities are now before the for each activity, which means these will only get executed once, because you only need to write the headlines in once. You don't need to write the headline over and over because it's static text. It's not dynamic. All right, so we can try and run this and see if it actually works. So I'm just going to close our Excel spreadsheet here. I'm going to clear this output panel and I'm going to click run. And let's see what happens. So by now it should have already pasted the data into the Excel spreadsheet. So I'm just going to close this. Let me just close that. Cool, I'll end the execution. Okay, and let's come here and open our Excel spreadsheet. There we have it. We have our company name in cell A1. We have our customer ID in cell B1, our invoice number in cell C1, and the total amount in cell D1. So this is our headline, and in the next video I'll be showing you how to input all the data in each cell for each column. We'll get into that in the next video. In this tutorial, we are going to be inputting the customer ID, the total value, the invoice number, and the company name into our Excel spreadsheet. We previously used a write cell activity to write the headlines into the Excel spreadsheet. So we can use a write cell activity again in order to input each value into each cell on the spreadsheet. I'll scroll down here, and inside our loop, which is inside our for each, we want to put in our write cell activities. So I'm going to scroll down right to the bottom of our sequence. So here's our body, here's our attached PDF sequence, here's our attached to PDF invoice, here's our scrape sequence. Right at the bottom of this is where we want to now add in our write cell activities. So I'll scroll down, I'll select the scrape sequence activity to highlight it in yellow. So we make sure that our sequence is within that sequence, so we can place it there just above the end of the sequence, and we can call this write, or let's say export data to Excel. Here we can add in our write cell activity. So let's type in write cell. There it is. So make sure it's the workbook write cell. All right, we'll drag this in, and over here we can select the workbook path. So we select our Excel spreadsheet. There you go, scraped invoice data. We can open that. Over here, we select the sheet, which is sheet 1. And over here, we select the cell that we want to paste it into. In our spreadsheet, in our first column, we had our company name. So we can start off with company name in column A. So back in UiPath Studio, we can write here the variable control space, and we can select company name. But you'll notice it's not available here in this list. That's because we haven't changed the scope of our company name variable to allow it to be available within our scrape sequence. So let's go and change that quickly. Here it is. So here under our get company name, if we click on variables now, so we first select it, then we click on variables, and then we'll be able to find it. There it is, var company name. So you can see our scope is in scrape company name. All right, we want it to be in scrape sequence. We are now elevating that scope to be in this scrape sequence over here. So now let's minimize that, come back down, and we can select over here in our cell, control space. You'll see there now var company name is now available to be selected. So we can double click that. And over here, we still need to change the cell because every single variable we want to paste in a different cell in Excel. So we want to paste the first one in the second row, the second in the third row, the third in the fourth row, the fourth in the fifth row, etc. So we can start off by defining the column name, which is A. So we know company name is column A. And then we know that the first cell we wanted to paste into is number 2, and then 3, and then 4. So how do we reference that? Well, if you remember from earlier on in the course, we can use the counter. So I'm going to close this. I'll open UiPath Studio. And we can actually use our counter variable over here. If we look at our variables, we can see the default value of our counter is 1. All right, so what we'd need to do is we'd need to add 1 to be able to get it to our second row in our spreadsheet. So if we come back here, we can select A, and we can delete the 1 because we want our row number to be dynamic. So we'll say A plus, and then we can enter our, I'm just going to come to our property editor and open the cell here, just so it's easier to visualize. And I'm going to then say A plus, so I'm concatenating the column name with the row name. So what you'd do is you'd say counter, so it is our counter variable, then we can add 1, and then we can convert that, so we can put that in brackets and convert that to a string. So what we have going on inside here is a little calculation, because counter, we can just click OK here, counter is of type integer, which means you can do mathematical operations on it. So if we open this up here, we can see the counter plus 1 would equal to 1 plus 1, which is 2. And then you're converting an integer, which is all this in brackets, to a string. And then because it's a string, you can now concatenate it with our string A, and we'll then have A2. So now this is a dynamic expression which will change from A2 to A3 to A4 to A5, etc. And will append all the values into the correct rows. Okay, so we can try and run this and see if it works. Alright, so I'm just going to click the run button and let's see what happens. So now it's busy scraping the data. Once it's scraped it, it should append the company name into our Excel spreadsheet. We'll let this run maybe 3 times just to make sure it's working. So I'll wait for the third invoice. So this is now the third invoice that it's busy scraping, and then I'll end the execution. Cool, so that should be fine. I'll just close this and I'll click stop, and let's open our Excel spreadsheet and see if it worked. Can double click that, and yes it did. There we have it. Danazi, Yakaidu, and Jamir. So what do we need to do now? We need to do the exact same thing for our customer ID, our invoice number, as well as our total amount. So we'll do that in the next video. In this activity, we are going to be adding in the data of our other 3 columns in our Excel spreadsheet. So what we've currently done is we have added our right cell for our company name. What I want you to do in this activity is to add a right cell for our customer ID, our invoice number, and our total amount. Alright, so I'll let you pause the video. You can then give it an attempt, and then you can play the video and I'll show you how it's done. Alright, so I'll close this and let's do it. So we can do the same thing we did here. You'll also notice here we have an error. So before we continue, let's make sure we get rid of this error. So let's see what's wrong. Over here, if we hover, it says A plus counter dot toString plus expression expected. Let's see, let's just open that. So you'll notice here we have an error because I have accidentally added a plus sign over here. That's not necessary. That means it's expecting an expression to come after this, but because there isn't one, there's an error. So if we delete it, click OK, you'll notice the error goes away. Cool, let's continue. Best practice would be to rewrite this right cell to give it a good name. So we can say append company name data. And then we can right click and copy this and paste this just below. So now what we're going to do is we are going to append the customer ID data. All right. If we look in our spreadsheet, we know that customer ID is in our second column, which is column B. So we can just close this and come back here, and we can change this A in our cell. We're going to change column A to column B, just like that. Click OK. And over here, of course, we want to change the variable that we are going to be pasting in. So instead of var company name, control space, and we want to put in var var customer ID. So I'll scroll up, look for our customer ID. Where is it? Here it is. So under get customer ID, we can click that, come to variables. We can then elevate the scope to scrape sequence. All right, so we're taking it from scrape customer ID to scrape sequence. Great, we can scroll back down. So now it should be available. Control space, var customer ID. There it is. If we click away, the error should disappear. There you go. So that is perfect. Now we can do the same thing for the other 2. So I'll copy this, paste, right click, paste. We know this one is now invoice ID, and this one is total amount. So I'm just going to rename those. We know invoice ID is in column C, so I'll change the B to C, and over here I'm just going to open the expression editor so it's easier to see and change this to D. Great. So we also want to change the variables over here. So invoice ID, let's go change the scope of that. Where is it? Here it is. Click on the get invoice number, go to our variables. We can change the scope from scrape invoice number to scrape sequence. And we also want to do the same thing for our total amount. Where is that? Over here, get total amount, variables, var total. Can change this to scrape sequence. Great. Let's scroll down. And we can change our variables now. So here where we have append invoice ID, we can add that in, var invoice. Scroll down, we can change this to control space, var total. That is all there is to it. And our robot is actually now completed. So what we can do now is we can try and run it and see if it works. So I'm going to click run. And I'm just going to leave this to run now. Let's maybe leave it for about 5 or 6 documents just to see if it's working correctly. Just to save time, I'm going to fast forward through the next few iterations. Cool, so I'll just end the execution over here. I'll close that and I'll click stop. Okay, and let's open our spreadsheet to see how it worked. And there you have it. We have our company name, we have our customer ID, our invoice numbers, and our total amounts. So that worked perfectly. So if we just ran this and let it to run for quite a while, and you come back a little bit later, you'll notice that it would scrape all 1000 invoices. I hope you enjoyed watching me build this robot. I certainly enjoyed it. I hope you learned quite a lot about using selectors, how to append data using the right cell activity, how to iterate through different files within a folder, as well as how to use anchor-based activities. In this demo, I'll be showing you our screen scraping robot, where we will be using optical character recognition in order to retrieve text off of a PDF document. So the main difference between our previous example and this one is our previous invoices were made up of actual text. So you can see here, I can actually highlight this text when I try and drag on the screen. So that's when you know that we can actually access the UI elements on the screen. So something like this was made using a Word document, which was then converted to PDF. So that's why you can actually access these UI elements and text elements. However, if you have a PDF which is actually a scanned document, it is actually just an image. So if I try and highlight this text, you'll see it doesn't let me. It picks up this entire PDF document as a image. So if we wanted to copy this text, we can't just highlight it and copy it or detect it using the computer vision. What we'd have to do is use something called optical character recognition. Simply put, what this does is it can recognize the patterns of a text. So it'll know that this shape here looks like a P, this shape here looks like a R, this shape here looks like an O, etc. And then it'll be able to convert an image into actual text. So optical character recognition is very useful, especially when you have scanned documents or images where you want to extract text from that document. So let me show you how it works. I'm just going to close all the invoices and run our robot. So I'm going to click run. So what this robot does is we extract the product name. So as you can see here, we get this message box, which I programmed into our robot, which says the scraped product name is GRV-E-Sport. So that is the name over there. You can click OK. It should now open the next invoice. And there you go. The product name is RPG Elite. As you can see there, it says RPG Elite. And you can see it's even detecting the correct case, which is uppercase E, uppercase RPG, and lowercase OITE. So the OCR is smart enough to know whether the letters are capital or lowercase. Alright, it can even pick up other characters such as a hyphen, full stops, numbers, etc. Okay, so in this example we only have 3 invoices or 3 scanned documents. So that's enough just to demonstrate the concept of how to use OCR. And in the next video we will start building this OCR screen scraping robot from scratch. In this tutorial, we are going to start our OCR screen scraping robot. So we can start with a blank process and call this robot. Let's see what we currently have. We have up till robot 5. So let's do robot 6 underscore, and let's call it screen scraping OCR. We can keep it saved in our D drive or wherever you currently saving your robots. And the description, we could say scrape data from scanned PDF documents using optical character recognition. And create. So if we come to our D drive, to our robots, here we have our new folder, robot 6 screen scraping OCR. We have our main and our project folder. So attached to this video we have the resources, which is the PDF documents, which you can then download and save into this folder. So I've just added those in. I have here a folder called scanned documents. So if we view these scanned documents, we can see the naming convention doesn't have a pattern. So you can see they're called BCTC 625987. This one's 84, this one's 23, but it's completely different numbering conventions. So it's not like our previous example where they were named invoice 1, invoice 2, invoice 3, etc. All right, so I just pointed that out just for when we have to loop through the files, we can't use the name to define which file we are looping through. So now that you have added your scanned documents to our robot 6 folder, what I want you to do is I want you to add in the activities into UiPath Studio, which will loop through each of the different files and open each file in this folder. I'll give you a hint. We've already covered exactly how to do this in our previous robot. So we use our directory.getFiles function, which will then pull the files from the folder. All right, so let me show you how to do it. So we can start off with a sequence. We don't need to use a flowchart for this example because the process is linear. We can just call this the main process. If you remember from our previous example, we then used an assign and we created a variable, Control K, and called it file list. You could call it anything. File list, you can see here, is of type generic value. We can make this either an object array or a string array. So we previously made it an object array, but in this example, I'm going to use a string array to show you that it can still work doing it that way. So we can click array of, and over here we can select string. Okay. Can click away. There you go. We have our string, open square bracket, close square bracket. So this is our string array. Over here, we can then type in directory dot get files, open bracket. All right, I'm just going to click down. So this is the function pattern we want to put in. The path as the string and then the search pattern as string. So remember to use our quotation mark for the path, and we want it to be the name of our folder. So if we look here, it is called scan documents. I'm just going to copy that. And in here, I'm going to Control V to paste that in. I'll then put a comma. Let me just open this over here just so it's easier to see. I'll put our comma and I will put our search pattern, which would be an asterisk dot PDF. All right, so I covered in our previous example exactly how this works and why we add in this asterisk dot PDF. All right, so we'll click OK. You'll see we have no errors, which is a good sign. We can then use a for each activity to loop through each of the files. So we can search for each. There it is. We can drag that in. And we can say for each, instead of item, we can simply say file. or we can say for each PDF even. We can say for each PDF in, and then control space, and then you can select file list. And you can make sure that the type argument is set to object because the object is referring to the actual file. Okay, we can then come and use a start process, which will then open the PDF. We can drag this in here, and over here we select a file name that we want to open. So what we previously did is we defined the name of the invoice we wanted to open, but in this case we don't have a naming convention which has a pattern, for example 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. The names are all completely different and they are not in numeric order. So what we can then do is just reference the PDF itself. So we can just write PDF dot toString. Remember to convert it to a string because you can see here in the expression editor that it expects a string. Click OK, and that is all to it. So what we can then do is also add in a close application. Just to simply close it, I'll just open up a invoice just so we can select it. I'll come here, indicate on screen. I'll select the invoice. Great. Let's have a look at our target over here. Open our selector. So you can see here that the name of the PDF is defined over here, but we want this to be dynamic text because sometimes it's closing a different PDF and not only this one. So I'll replace this with an asterisk. Okay, we can validate that. Okay, it's always good practice to then close this and open another file just to check if it's working. So we can view our selector, validate it. Yes, we can even highlight it. There it is. Great, it's working fine. Can click OK, and let's just add in, say, a delay in between just for some testing. I'll add in there is a 3-second delay in between. So what this should do is it should open the first invoice, delay 3 seconds, then close it. Then open the second invoice, delay 3 seconds, close the application, etc. So let's try and test this out. Let's run this. So there you go. It opens our first invoice, our second invoice, and our third invoice. The execution should now end. There you go. That's great. So this is now working perfectly. We can then delete this delay and we can add in a sequence over here, which we can call our PDF screen scraping. So all our screen scraping activities will come within this PDF screen scraping activity over here. And I'll see you in the next video. In this tutorial, I'm going to be showing you the different ways you can scrape data from a PDF document using optical character recognition. So the most common way is to use the get OCR text activity over here. So under UI automation, OCR screen scraping, we have the get OCR text activity. So this is what you want to use when you want to scrape a certain piece of text from a PDF. If you want to scrape all the text from the entire PDF, you'd have to use something else. So you'd have to install this package. So you would have to come to manage packages over here, and you can come to all packages and you can search for PDF. Over here you'll see a UiPath.pdf.activities and you can install this. Okay, then click save to make sure that the installation completes. It'll download the dependencies. Great, so now the PDF activities should have been added to your activities panel on the left here. So if I search for PDF, you'll see here there is now a read PDF text and a read PDF with OCR. So this is the one we're looking for. What this does, it'll read all the characters from a specified PDF and it'll output everything that it reads as text. So let's try and run it here just so I can show you how it works. So you can drag this in and you can see here it asks you for a file name and then it asks for an OCR engine. So the file name would simply be the PDF. So we can just type in PDF. All right, you can see it probably requires a string over here. Let's just come here. Yes, it requires a string. So we can say .toString. You can see there it says string. That's how I knew that. Click OK. Click away. So there's still an error here. That's probably because we haven't added our OCR engine yet. Let's just read what it says. yes, it says no OCR engine assigned. So we can close this, we can type in OCR, and there should be a section with OCR engines here. Under UI automation, OCR engine, these are the different OCR engines which you could use, which will actually do the converting from image into text. So here there are 4 listed ones. There's Abby, there's Google, there's Microsoft, and there's Tesseract. What tends to work well when you're scraping components of a PDF would be the Google OCR, but when you are scraping an entire PDF, usually from my experience, I find the Microsoft OCR works better. Alright, so you can experiment with all the different ones depending on your PDF, because sometimes one might work better over another. So we can use Microsoft OCR over here, and we'll drag that in. What we can then do is we can click on our read PDF with OCR, and over here you can see there's a text output. So we can create a variable which will then store that text. So I'll just say Control K to create a variable, and I'll call it OCR output. Just like that. Okay, we're not going to be keeping this. This is just for demonstration purposes. I'll then use a write line activity to write everything it reads to the output panel. So over here, we want to write our OCR output, and that is all. So I'm just going to clear our output panel. I'll make sure there's no PDFs open, and we can run this and see what happens. So now it's opened all 3, and it should have scraped all the data, and here you can see, there you go. You'll notice that it spits out the titles first, such as product name, trademark, model name. That is all of these here on the left hand side, product name, trademark, model name, etc. And on the right hand side, it's, for example, GRV eSport is listed just below that. It should be there, GRV eSport, etc. And then it has all the values just below that. So it doesn't spit it out in a nice formatted order, unfortunately, but it does scrape all the data from the PDF. An application I could think of for this would be something like where you want to search all the text inside a scanned PDF document, and you want to search for a certain term. If that term exists, then you can for example, save that PDF into a certain folder, and if that term doesn't exist, then it saves that PDF into a different folder, or something like that. So the way you could go about doing that is you could use something like a if statement. So you could use an if. You can search for the text which it outputted. In our case, it was OCR output. So you can select OCR output. You can say dot contains, and then you can search for a certain term. For example, let's say you're looking for all the invoices which have the product GRV eSport in it. Then what you'd do is you'd simply write here GRV-E-sport. Then from there you can assign certain sequences to do whatever you want. If it does contain that, do this. If it doesn't contain that, do that, etc. Alright, so that is just a quick summary of how to use the read PDF with OCR activity. In the next video, I'll be showing you how to scrape a certain element from a PDF using OCR. In this tutorial, we are going to be learning more about OCR and screen scraping. Over here, you can see we have our scanned document, so we can't access the UI elements on the screen, but we can detect the text using optical character recognition. So in order for OCR to work, the actual text needs to be physically visible on your screen. Alright, so for example, if say we want to scrape this address over here, or this address field there, and our page is scrolled up all the way to the top, the address isn't physically visible to the human eye. So OCR won't actually be able to scrape that text. If you want to be able to scrape that address, you'll have to create some type of functionality to scroll down until the address field is visible, and then you'll be able to use OCR to scrape that text. Alright, so another way, instead of having it to scroll down, you can just simply zoom out. So you can click Ctrl Y on your keyboard, and then the magnification window pops up, and then you can change the zoom to say something like 50%, click OK, and now you'll see everything on the entire page is visible. So if you needed to scrape everything on the PDF, doing something where you zoom out so that everything is visible is probably the best choice, because then you won't need to create hotkeys to click the down button and up button on your keyboard to move this up and down. We can come to UiPath, and after we start the process, we first want to zoom out of the page to 50% of the magnification. So we can use a send hotkey over here, and the keyboard shortcut we want to press is Control and Y. So what that does is it brings up our magnification pop-up. So that's like what we did here. We click Control Y, and then this zoom to window appeared. Okay, so there's a drop down here. Instead of selecting something in the drop down, you can actually type into here, which is really great and convenient. Over here, we also need to indicate what window we are sending this hotkey to. So in our case, we're sending it to the entire PDF. So I'm just going to cancel this. I'll come here and I'll indicate on window, and I want to select the entire PDF. So this Control Y keyboard shortcut is being sent to the PDF, so it'll then know to open that zoom to window. What we can do next is use an attach window, put that just below our send hotkey. Let's just rename this send hotkey to open zoom window. Then this attach window is simply the zoom window. The zoom window is now referring to Control Y to this window over here. So I'm just going to select that window on the screen, and within this attach window we can then assign certain activities. So in our case, we want to type into the magnification and type in 50 and then click OK. So what we can do is we can use a type into, can drag that in here. We can type into this field there, and the text we want to type is 50. So that will then zoom in to 50% magnification. What we can then do is we can send another hotkey, and instead of clicking the OK button by using a click, we can simply just click Enter on our keyboard. There you go. Also, you'll notice that this send hotkey activity where we press enter, we did not indicate an element inside the window. However, it'll still work and it'll still know to press enter. The reason this works is because this activity is within this zoom window or this attach window scope activity. So because this is blank, it by default will use the selector of its parent activity, which is zoom window. So that is this selector over here. You'll also notice that over here we did select a selector, but that's because this was a different UI element, which is where we type the text 50 inside. Over here we also needed to attach a selector or a window when we opened the zoom to window. That is because this activity is not within attach window activity. So we can now run this and see what happens. There you go. So it opens a PDF, it zooms it out to 50%. Alright, so you'll notice here we have a problem. This is most likely because we haven't changed our selector for the second PDF document. So let's go and fix that quickly. So I'll click stop here, and the problem is most likely that it's not attaching to the zoom window. So let's just open our selector, and everything here seems alright. We can try validate that. Let's actually just open one of our windows here. Let's validate that. Okay, so that is not working. Let's see what else the problem might be. Maybe over here on the zoom window. The problem might be here. We need to open our selector. There you go. That's where our problem could be originating. So when we first click Control Y on the PDF window, you'll see that it's expecting the title of the PDF to be BCTC 625.987.pdf. So that is referring to that file over there. But this file has a different name, so it won't be able to identify the selector. So we want to replace this with a wildcard. So I'll highlight that, I'll delete it, and replace it with an asterisk as a wildcard. so that it can accept any dynamic text. And let's validate that. Yes, that's working. Fantastic. We can click OK. And we can now try run this again. I'll close all our PDFs and let's run it. There you go. First one worked. And now the second one also worked. And lastly, our third one also worked. So that's fantastic. In the next video, we'll be getting into using our get OCR text activity. In this tutorial, I'm going to be showing you how to use the screen scraping wizard. Alright, so what the screen scraping wizard does is within it uses the get OCR text activity, which is this one over here. But what's really useful is by using the screen scraping wizard is it'll set up all the activities for you without having to know exactly how to do it. So you can get started by clicking screen scraping. So our computer vision comes up and we want to open one of our PDF documents. So I'm just going to click Shift F2 and I'll open the first one. As in the previous video, the condition that we are working in at this point would be after we have already zoomed out. So I'm just going to click Shift F2 again, Control Y, zoom out to 50, click Enter, and now we are back to our computer vision. Great, so now we can select anything on the screen. So I'm going to select over here the product name. So I'm going to highlight the text and I'm going to highlight it all the way to the end of the blank space. The reason I'm highlighting it all the way to the end is because you're not sure how long this text or the name of the product is. If we only select this, it's possible that there is a product name that actually comes up to here, but it won't scrape it all because we only selected up to there. Alright, so the safest option would be to scrape all the way to the end if you know that what's on the right is only going to be blank space. Great, so I'll select that and I'll let go. Then the screen scraping wizard pops up. So you'll see here there is 3 scraping methods you can choose from: full text, native, or OCR. So you'll also see here on the left where there is a scrape result preview which says AV page view. So you'll see this is trying to identify the UI element, but because there is no UI element, it's just picking it up as AV page view. The same should also apply if we select native. If I refresh this, it'll say no text extracted from this region. That's because it can't detect any text. However, if we select OCR and then we click refresh, you'll see now it's able to detect some text characters. Alright, so it says 22-inch wheels. So if we look here, you'll see that it's actually 22 and then a single hyphen inch wheels. It's not a series of hyphens as there is here. So what you could do here to make this result more accurate is you can change the scale over here. What I usually do is I'll scale it down. If that doesn't work, I'll scale it up. So it's on default number 2 here. We can backspace that and select 1. We can then click refresh. And you can see here that that didn't really work. It says ZZR, which isn't what we want. Let's try make it 3. Refresh. Alright, that's the same as it was before when it was on 2. Let's change this to a 4. Refresh. And there you go. So that is exactly accurate how we want it to look. As you can see, single hyphen and a single hyphen over there. Great. So what we would then do is click finish. Before that, I'm just going to tell you what all these other options here on the screen scraping wizard mean. OCR engine, this is where you select what OCR engine you want to use. We can either use the Tesseract OCR or the Microsoft OCR. Usually when it comes to scraping small component of text, the Tesseract OCR is quite accurate. However, if you're having struggles to preview the result you want, you can use Microsoft OCR and change your scale. And it's a little bit of trial and error, but you should eventually get it right if the quality of the scraped text is high enough. Next, we have languages. In our case, we can only select English, but there's an option to import other languages where you can then, where it'll then become easier to detect what text is actually being scraped. Over here is the characters. So in our case, we want to select any character because it can either be a number, a special character like a hyphen, or ordinary text, higher case and lower case, as well as a space. if I drop down here, you can see you can make it more accurate for yourself. You could say numbers only, letters, uppercase, lowercase, phone numbers, currency, date, custom, etc. So let's say, for example, we say numbers only and refresh this. You'll see it'll only try and detect numbers. However, in our case, we know there's more than just numbers, so we want any character, so we'll keep it to that. Over here we have the scale, which we already covered, where you just change the scale of the OCR result that you have scanned as it reads differently for different scales. This invert button, you would check if you have white writing on a dark background. So for example, if we look here on our PDF, you can see here in this logo we have BCTC over there. I'm not sure if you can see that, it's quite small, but it's white writing on a black background. If we checked invert and then we tried to read this text over here, it should then be able to read it. In this specific example, I did try that and it was struggling to read it, but that's not because there's anything wrong with the OCR. The problem there is it's actually a very poor quality logo image over here, so that's why it's difficult to actually read that text. Alright, so that's also one important note when it comes to OCR. The quality of your result would depend on the quality of your image that you're trying to scrape. By image, I mean text. So in this case, 22-inch wheels, you can see that's pretty clear in terms of the quality of the writing. However, in this case, the BCTC over there, you can see is pretty poor quality, so it won't be able to pick that up accurately. So I'll leave this invert unchecked. Lastly, we have this get words info. What this does is it will provide you with the screen position of the words. So if we refresh this, you'll see there it picked up 22-inch as one word and wheels as another. That's because there was a space in between those two words. And over here, it provides you with the coordinates on the screen of this 22-inch and this wheels character. So that is the actual screen position, the top, right, bottom, and left-hand corners of this word that it has scraped and this word that it has scraped. So I'll leave this unchecked and I'll just keep it to the actual text itself. Over here, you can click copy to clipboard. If you copy that, then it'll save whatever has been scraped inside this box to your clipboard, which you can paste somewhere else. You could also use the indicates anchor as a UI element or region to scrape from. So in our case, we could use something like this product name and use it as an anchor to scrape this text. However, since we're using screen position and because it'll be on the same position on every PDF, then we know it's going to work and we won't actually need to indicate a anchor. So we can click finish over here. And you'll see here it has created all the activities we need in order to scrape the product name. You can see here it creates a sequence screen scraping. We then attach to the window, in our case the PDF. Within that we have our do sequence where we have our get OCR text activity where we scrape our 22-inch wheels using the Tesseract OCR. So the only thing here I would change is maybe the output. So I'll come here, I'll delete this default output, it creates AVL AVView, and I'll create a new one, Control K, and call this var product name. And make sure that's all one word, I'll delete that space, and enter. Great, I'll then right click on the attach window, and I'll click cut, and I'll scroll up, and we want to paste it inside this screen scraper here. So I'll paste that there. Another thing we should always check is our selectors. So here on our attach window, we can come to our selector and you can see here that this will only work on this specified PDF. We can delete that and replace it with our asterisk, our wildcard, and validate. Great, we can click OK. Cool. If we scroll down, we can maybe change this name to attach to PDF. And over here for the get OCR text, we could say scrape, or rather get product name. Cool. So now if we want to display the product name, we can do something simple like a message box. You can type in box. We can drag that in maybe right over here at the bottom, and we can select our var product name. var product name is not available here. That's because we haven't changed the scope. So we can click on get product name, come to our variables. Here's our var product name. We can change it from the do sequence, which is this sequence here, to our main sequence, elevate it all the way to the top, and then we should be able to access it over here. So I'll click Control Space, there is our var product name, and fantastic, that should be all there is to it. I'll come here, I'll right click and close all our PDFs that are open, and I will run this. So it opens a PDF, zooms out, and there you go, 22-inch wheels. That's scraped it perfectly. We can click OK, and let's wait for the second PDF. RPG Elite, that's correct. It says RPG Elite, uppercase, and uppercase E, and then lowercase LITE. Click OK. GRV eSport, and that worked great. You can see it even added our hyphens in between. It knew the E was capital, it knew the S was capital, and it copied it exactly the same. Okay, and it should be done. Fantastic. So now you know how to use our screen scraping wizard. In the next video, we will be doing an activity where we will be scraping the company name over here. See you in the next video. In this activity, I want you to scrape the prepared for, which is the company name over here, for all the PDF documents. So the same way we used OCR to scrape the product name in our previous videos, I'd like you to now scrape the prepared for. So what you can do is you can pause the video, you can try it out, and then when you're ready you can play and I'll show you how I did it. Great, so let's get straight into it. So back in UiPath Studio over here, we have our screen scraping sequence. Within that we have our attach to PDF, our do sequence, and then we have our OCR activity, which we use to get the product name. So what we can do is we can once again use our screen scraping wizard to extract the company name. However, what we can do in this case is, since this is all set up for us already, we can just drag in a get OCR text just below here, since we are attaching to the same PDF window. So I'll come here and type in get OCR text, there it is, and I'll drag this in just below our get product name within our do sequence over there. So you can see when we drag this in, it by default uses the Google OCR. So if we type in here OCR, you'll see there isn't one which says Google OCR, but you can see here this one says Tesseract OCR. This one is in fact the Google OCR. So where we're using Tesseract OCR over here and Google OCR over here, it's the same thing. When we hover here, you can see the type is Google OCR, and on the Tesseract OCR, you can see the type is also Google OCR. So that's how we know that both of these are actually the same thing. It's just the name that differs. So we could even just rename this Tesseract, or we can just rename this one Google. So we'll just rename this Google just for consistency. Cool. But what I'll now do is just rename this from get OCR text to get company name. And I'll indicate the elements in the window. But before we do that, we just need to prepare this window to be zoomed out at 50%. So I'll click Control Y, 50, enter. Great. Now I can come back to UiPath. I'll indicate the element inside the window, and I'll highlight this prepared for region over here. Oh, I think that was a bit off. I'll click on the options menu. I'll click indicate on screen again, and I will highlight just like that, and make sure you highlight all the way to the end of the white space so it can pick up the longer company names as well. And great. So if we click on Google OCR on this one, we can see we use the scale of 4 here. Over here we can then also just use the same scale. Alright, all the other settings seem to be the same. I see here there's also a screen scraping sequence right at the bottom that we aren't using, so I'll just delete that. What we can also do now is add an output for the get company name. So here by the text output, I'll click Control K and I'll type this var company name, enter. Cool. So if we look at our variables, we have our var company name there. I'll elevate the scope to main as well, so it's the same as var product name. Then I'll come down to our message box and I will type in here var product name. So that is the product name and it's for a certain company. So I'll add a plus to concatenate with the word for space plus, and then I will put our var company name. Fantastic. We click OK, and that should be it. So let's try and run this and see if it works. There you go. So the first PDF worked. We have 22-inch wheels, which is that over there, for Cordovan Limited. Cordovan Limited over there. So you can see that that is spelled correctly and all the characters came out perfect. Again, click OK, and let's watch the next one. There you go. RPG Elite for Sigma Limited, RPG Elite, and Sigma Limited. So that's fine. Click OK. So this one's a little bit more technical. We have GRVE Sport, GRVE Sport. So that is fine. For Move and Groove Limited. Here is Move and Groove Limited over there. And that worked out perfectly. Fantastic. So you click OK. And that's the end of the execution. So now what you can do if you like is you can add a get product name or get company name for all the different fields within our PDF documents. So you can scrape the model name, you can scrape the company address, you can scrape the test date, the date of reports, and the report number. In this video, I am going to simply repeat the process what we did for the product name and the prepared for, and I'm going to do it for the model name, for the prepared for address, for the test date, the date of report, and the report number. So I already explained how to do it, so I'm just going to do it quickly. So I'll simply copy this and paste it below. And we are now doing the model name. So I'll call this get model name. Model name. Great. And change our output over here. Create a new variable var mod name. Okay. Can repeat the process for the address. Get address. Highlight the address, change the output to var address, enter, OK. A new one, paste. Now we'll do the test date over there. So we can say get test date, indicate on screen, shift F2 to temporarily disable computer vision. We are now back and we can highlight our test date. Great. We can change our output to Control K to create a new variable var test date, enter, OK. Copy, paste. We have date of report next, so I'll just call this DOP and can indicate that, shift F2. Change our variable to shift K var DOP. Okay. And what is left is the report number. I'll copy that, paste, get report number, indicate on the screen, shift F2, open it up, wait for it to come back, the computer vision, there it is. We can now highlight our report number, change our variable to Control K var report number, enter. Okay, so that is all. What we can now do is we can just use a log message to log when each PDF has been successfully scraped. So we'll just add that in here, and we'll call it a info message, and we can say successfully scraped, and then we can indicate the file. Well, in our case, what did we do? If we scroll up, we have for each PDF in file list. So we can just say successfully scraped, and we can write PDF. PDF, we'd have to convert it to a string, and there you go, the errors are gone. Here in our message box, we can now add in all of our variables. I'll give it a title, product name, colon equals plus, then I'll delete this 4 over here, and I'll put VBCR. This will allow it to go to a new line. Alright, if you don't put VBCR, it'll write everything next to each other and it won't come up as a new line. Then we can do company name, colon space, add a plus, and we have our company name, and we can add our plus vb.cr to go to a new line. We can then repeat this process for everything else. So we'll put the address over here. We can say company address, and we'll delete this variable and replace it with, alright, so you'll notice here that we haven't elevated our scope of our variables, so we'll just have to come do that quickly. So you'll come to this, come to our variables, and here we have, you can see the scope is all in do. We need to change that to main for all of them. Great. We can now scroll back. We can open our expression editor, and we can add in our var address. Next, what we can do is we can put in our, let's have a look. We can put, say, maybe the model name, var model name. We can write here model name. We can actually put this before our company name. Paste that there. We can now move on, and we can add in the DOP date. Next, we have our var test date. And lastly, we have our report number. Make sure you delete the VBCR on the last line, or else there's going to be an error. And you'll see we still have an error over here. That's because we haven't added a plus at the end of each of these. So I'll just add in our plus to concatenate all the lines. Cool. So I've set the scale to 4 for all of the OCR engines. All right. And the last thing I'll add here is in the message box, I will just add a simple title saying scraped data. Of course, I have to put this in quotation marks because it's a string. I have to add one of these to go to the next line, and I'll actually add two of them so that it can actually add a line in between the two. And let me just delete all of this nonsense over there. I'll call this close PDF. Cool. Let's see if there's anything else that needs renaming. Here we can say type zoom percentage. Send hotkey is, we can just say click enter. And that all seems fine. Maybe this first assign, we could say get files from folder. And then we could say for each PDF in file list. Great, so those names should be fine. Let's now run this. I'm just going to come to the output, clear this, and I'm going to run it in, I'll just run it normally. And let's see what happens. So you'll notice it took a little bit longer to scrape all the data. That's one thing that is a bit of a disadvantage with OCR, is it is a little bit time consuming. So it will have a bit of a delay when it's trying to read a lot of data. So here we have our scrape data. We can see it left that line in between. We have our product name, which is 22-inch wheels. So that's scraped perfectly. Our model name, you can see we have a problem with the model name there. It picked it up as M00 instead of MOD 653. So that's the only problem I can find so far. Company name, Cordovan Limited, that's fine. We have the address, 6 Luddington Center, Sarasota, Florida. 6 Luddington Center, Sarasota, Florida. And even the commas are all there and in the right place. Great. The DOP is 19 Jan 2019. 19 Jan 2019. That's that over there. That's good. We have the test date 16 Jan 2019 to 18 Jan 2019 with a hyphen in between. There's that. And the report number BCTC 625987. BCTC 625987. That's that there. And that worked fine as well. Great. So far it's only the model name that's a problem. Let's click OK and watch it scrape the next one. So it seems like after scanning through all of this, everything is perfectly correct. Again, the model name is the problem. All right, we can click OK again for the last PDF. And you can see here, everything seems to be fine once again. The address is written exactly the same. The DOP, the test dates, and the report number is all 100%. It's just the model name. As you can see here, now it does detect the D. However, the number 1 is detected as an I over there. So we don't want that. So we're going to have to change the scale of the model name. You can click OK. And let's scroll up to our model name and see what's going on there. So model name. In our OCR, go to our properties. Let's try and fix this by changing the scale of the Google OCR in the model name to something lower. Let's try a 1. All right, so I'll click run and let's see what happens. Great, so here the message box comes up and you can see that now it actually worked. If we look at the model name, it's MOD 653, which is exactly as we have it here, MOD 653. So that worked perfectly. And lastly, MOD1479, MOD1479. Great, so all this data is being scraped perfectly correctly. And what we can now do is we can save this data. Instead of making it show up in the message box as a pop-up, we can save it into a file. So let's come and grab a simple text file. So let's say a write text file over here. We can drag this in. We can give it a name. Let's call the file name something like scraped data.txt, so text file. And over here we want to scrape, we want to write all this information that we have here. So I'll copy this and I will paste this into here, and I'll just add here scrape data of, and then we can put maybe the file or the PDF. So we can say PDF dot toString. Cool. So scrape data from space, and then it'll have the PDF's name. We can then click OK, and we can then try and run this. If we come here, we'll see in this file there's no text file, but because we're using a write text file, it should create one. So let's click run and see what happens. Cool. Click OK. If you saw that quickly, you would have seen that the text file's already been created. Great. Let's open our text file and see what it looks like. So there we have our scrape data. If we look at this, it only has our last report. So what's happening is it's overwriting each and every single one. So instead of using a write text file, we can use an append text file. So we can use append line over here, and we can use the same file name and the same text we want to copy. So I'll copy the same text that we want to append, and we can paste that in there. I'll delete this write text file and I'll keep our append line file. So I'll come here and I'll delete everything we have inside this file. I'll then make sure it's saved, file save. I'll close that, and let's try and run this. So now, because we have, or because you are using an append line, it's going to add each line to the file on a line, on a separate line rather, and it should then be working perfectly. Let's now open our scrape data file, and you can see now that we have 3 lines. So I'm just going to expand this, and you can see here we have our scrape data from this PDF, and the product name is 22-inch wheels, the model name is so, the company name is so, etc. Great, so I'll then just close that, and then that is all for our Robot 6 screen scraping with OCR. So what we have learned is we have learned how to get files from each folder, read each PDF from a file, we then open it, we then zoom in to a certain percentage, we then are able to use our screen scraping wizard or our get OCR text activity within an attach activity to then scrape the text that we want. We set the appropriate scales so that it's able to read it accurately. We use our Google OCR in order to do the actual screen scraping. We then have log messages to log when a file has been successfully scanned. We also have a message box to display the text to the user who is running the file. This is not entirely necessary anymore because we are appending it to a line. So the append line activity actually writes all the scrape data to a .txt file. We then close the PDF
and the execution repeats until all the files have been scraped. So that is all for our Robot 6 screen scraping OCR robot.
We can click here and we can start a new process. You can call it what you want. I'm going to call it robot 7 underscore email automation. I'm going to save it in our D drive, in our robots folder. Alright, so we've already built robots 1 to 6, and now we will be building robot 7. Cool, so I'll click select folder. Great, so you can see that in our D drive robots, which is the folder's name, robots, and the description, we can say saving email attachments. Alright, we can click create. There we have it. So I'm just going to pin this projects tab to the left as well as snippets. We'll keep our activities panel visible, and on the right hand side we have our properties, outline, and our output over there. So many business processes are triggered by a simple email, and since most of us keep close to our inbox throughout the day, it's good to use emails as a way to receive an email report about the status of an automated task. Getting an email report about the status of an automated task might be essential to sometimes keeping it on track. So when it comes to using emails in UiPath, I'll just type in mail over here. You can see here we have 5 groups of mail activities. Emails can either work as an input to the process or an output to the process. You'd use it as an input where you'd want to read the information from an email, such as the body of the email or the subject line, the attachments, who the email is from, which is the email address, etc. When you want to use that as the output to a process, you would usually want to send an email either to yourself or to the developer in charge of the robot or anyone else. So stuff like that would be progress reports or exception reports. In the next video, we'll be learning all about these 5 different email activities, which is SMTP, POP3, Outlook, IMAP, and Exchange. So we'll be learning when it's best to use which of these email activities, as well as how to use them. I've typed in mail here in our activities panel, and here we have our 5 groups of email activities. We have SMTP, POP3, Outlook, IMAP, and Exchange. We also have these 2 generic email activities available, which we will get to later. First off, we have SMTP, which stands for Simple Mail Transfer Protocol. So this is a basic protocol which is used for sending messages. We then have POP3, which stands for Post Office Protocol, which is an old and obsolete protocol for reading messages, but most email servers support it. We also have IMAP over here. IMAP stands for Internet Message Access Protocol, which is only used for reading messages. As you can see there, it says get IMAP. So this is only used for getting messages or reading them. But it offers some useful features to mark messages as read or to move them between folders, which is this activity over here. Then we have Exchange over here, which is Microsoft's enterprise email solution. UiPath integrates perfectly with the activities available with Exchange, which is these over here. You can see you can do quite a lot, such as deleting mails, exchanging scopes, getting the emails, moving emails between folders, as well as sending emails. Lastly, we have Outlook over here. So this works with the API of the desktop application. So if you have Outlook already installed on your machine, then this automatically integrates with the already existing Outlook accounts. So The most simple of these to actually use would be Outlook. If Outlook is already installed on your machine, then all you need to do is simply drag it in and use it. Then lastly, we have these two generic activities available where you can save attachments within emails. All right, so that makes it very simple for you to save attachments, and where you can save mails. All right, so you can save this directly onto your local drive. All right, I'm just going to delete all these activities. I'm just selecting them and clicking delete on my keyboard. When it comes to getting mails or reading them within UiPath, there are 4 activities you can use. You can either use get POP3 mail message, or get Outlook mail message, or get IMAP mail message, or get Exchange mail message. So these are the 4 activities that you could use. All right, you wouldn't use all of them, you just use the one that's applicable to you, or whichever one you choose. You'll see that they all come with different property options that offer different features. For example, with get POP3 mail message, you'll see it doesn't offer you to only read the unread messages. As you can see here, with Outlook, you can select to only read the unread messages, as well as with IMAP and Exchange, we have that option. But POP3, you don't have that option. You'll also see that POP3 and IMAP have these error messages. That is because for these two, you have to provide an email, a password, a server, and a port in order to connect your email address to the server. Whereas if you're using Microsoft's Exchange mail message or you're using Outlook, you don't need to configure anything because it's already set up on your machine. So in our robot that we'll be building, we will be using IMAP, where we will be connecting a Gmail account so that you can see how to connect the servers, the ports, the emails, the passwords, etc. So it's the more difficult option, so I'll show that to you instead. Alright, because with these you don't really need to set anything up. All you really need to do is enter the email account and you select the folder you want to read from over there. So we can delete all of these. Next, we have the output of the email process, which would be sending emails. So for that, we could use our send SMTP activity, or we can use our send Outlook mail, or we could use our, where is it? There it is, send Exchange. All right, so you can see here we have 3 different options for sending mail. So if you don't have Outlook installed, you wouldn't be using this one. And if you don't have Microsoft Exchange mail installed, you won't be using this one. So in our example, we will be using our send SMTP mail message. If you know how to use this one, you'll know how to use all the rest. They're quite self-explanatory to use. You just enter the email address you're sending the mail to, the subject of the email, as well as the body. You can even click here and attach files to the email. In this example, I'll also be showing you how to connect the port and server for sending a mail, because these are different to getting a mail. So now that we have covered the basics of sending and getting emails, in the next video we'll be jumping straight into it and start building our email automation robot. What we can do now is we can drag in a try-catch activity. So what a try-catch does is it executes a workflow, but it also has an exception handling block where it'll catch an error, which means it'll just ignore it and the process can then continue. It's also useful during debugging to try and identify where the errors are in your process. Alright, so try, in this block, this is where your process happens, and then in this catches section, this is where you will catch your error. And then there's a finally step, which you can do a final step after both of these has occurred, usually something like sending a report. So I'll be showing you how to use all 3 of these, try, catch, and finally within this example. What we can try to do is try and simply view emails in my Gmail account. We can start off by using the get, I'm just going to come to mail here, and we are going to be using the get IMAP mail message because I'm going to be using my private Gmail account for this example. So I'll drag this in and we'll be setting all of this up shortly. Here in the catches section, I'm going to click add a new catch. There's a whole lot of different exception handlers. I'm going to use the system.exception. This is the one you could use for majority of your cases. It's the most generic and it works for almost everything. So you can click system.exception. You can then click in this blank space in the right hand side here where you can now drop an activity. So you can name the exception over here. So I'll just keep it to exception and I'm going to drag in a message box. So over here I'll drop in a message box and I'll write exception. There it is. Dot message. Great, just like that. So what this will do is if there is an error, it'll pop up a message box at that point where it'll give us the message of the exception. Alright, so this is a very useful little thing to do while debugging, because it'll show you without ending the execution what your error is, so you know how you can handle it. We can come back to our try block, and here we have our get IMAP mail message. So I'm just going to expand this over here so we have space. I'm going to make this activities panel smaller. In the next video I'll be explaining what all these different fields mean, and we'll be filling in all the necessary information to connect to my Gmail account and how you can read emails from your Gmail account. In this tutorial, I'm going to be showing you how to set up the Get IMAP Mail Messages activity. So over here, if we are clicked on our Get IMAP Mail Messages activity, we can see all the properties over here on the right hand side. So what we are going to do, or what we plan to do with this, is to read the emails that are in our inbox. Alright, so if I come here to my Gmail account, I have sent some dummy invoices and some dummy emails from 2 different email addresses. You can see here that they contain a subject line, a body, as well as an attachment. So back in UiPath, what you need to do to configure the server is over here under the server, we can click on these 3 dots and we can write a string which references the server that will read the mail in your Gmail account. So that is, you put your quotation marks and you write imap.gmail.com. Okay. Then here under the port, this should expect an integer. Yes, int 32. So the port is then 993 for your Gmail account. You can click OK. Alright, so that is just a standard port number, and that is the standard server you'd use to reference or to read emails from your private Gmail account. Over here we have the mail folder, which is written as a string, which is currently inbox, so that's what it's set to as default. So that means it's going to be reading the mail in our inbox over here. What we can do is we can create a new folder, which we'll do a little bit later. Next we have email and password over here. So under email, this is the email address that you want to read the emails from. So in my case, it's my private email address, so I'll enter that here. At gmail.com. Great, we click OK. So there it is there. Then we have a password over here, which you would also enter as a string. So you can enter it directly here and write your password. However, you'll notice that the characters will be visible. So we don't want that. Usually with characters, you want to keep it as hidden as possible. So luckily UiPath offer a feature for that. So you can just type in password over here. There's an activity called get password. So I'll just drag that in above our get IMAP mail activity. And over here is where you can type in your password, and you'll see how it actually covers up the characters of your password, and you can then encrypt it as a variable. So I'll enter my password for my Gmail account here. Over here I'll create the variable which stores the password, Control K, and I'll write my password. Enter. Great, so now my password over here is being stored as the variable my password. So over here you can also check this private. This just adds an extra layer of security to that. So we can come back to our get IMAP mail message activity, and in the password, I can then add in my password variable. Another way you would enter the password here could also be using Orchestrator Assets or through Windows Credential Manager. Alright, moving on, we have the private checkbox over here if you want to keep this activity private. In our case, we can leave it unchecked. Over here, you can have the option to delete the messages once they've been processed. So if you check this box, it'll delete the message once it's been processed. Over here, if you check this box, it'll mark the email as read once it's been processed. Over here, only unread messages means that it'll only read the unread messages and it'll ignore any of the read messages. So in our case, we'll keep this checked. We'll also check this. So once an unread message has been read, it'll then mark it as read so it doesn't read it again. Over here at Secure Connection, you can keep it on auto. And over here, this number here refers to the top X many amount of emails that you want to read. Alright, so it's by default set to 30 over here, but we can say let's just read our top 10 emails. So I'll come here and I'll change this to a 10. Lastly, we have the output of this get mail message. This is what will store all our emails as a list of mail messages. So you can see here, if we click there, the type is a list of mail messages. Alright, so we can create a variable here. I'll click there, Control K, and we can just call this messages. Enter. Great. So that is all there is to it, to what you need to add into our get IMAP mail message activity. So we can try and test this and see if it works. Alright, so we can come here and we can use a for each. We can type for each. There it is. And what we want to do is we want to loop through each mail in our messages list. Alright, that's this variable that we created over here. So we can say for each, it's currently set to item. Let's name it something that's more appropriate. Let's say for each mail. And then we can say here in, control space, and then we'll select our messages variable. Alright, so we are looping for each mail in messages. And an important thing to do here is to make sure that your type argument is set to mail messages. Alright, so the type argument here is referring to the type of what you are referring to here. Is it a string? Is it an integer? In our case, it is a mail. So we can come browse for type. So we are looking for the mail message. This is the one we are looking for, which is under system net mail message. So we can double click that. So you can see there now our type is system.net.mail.mail message. Alright, so that is the type of our argument over here. So what we can now do is we can simply drag in a message box over here, and we can try and read our mail. So we can type in mail dot, and you can see here in our IntelliSense it pops up different options over here of what you want to read. So we can read the attachments, the blind carbon copy email address, the body of the email address, the body encoding, the body transfer encoding, the carbon copy, as well as delivery notification options. So in our case, we can keep to the body, so we can double click body. So I'll click run, and let's see if this works. So you'll see here the message box pops up. The remote certificate is invalid according to the validation procedure. Alright, so what this is referring to here is that this isn't actually a body of one of the emails. This is an error we are getting, which has been caught by our try-catch loop, which is our exception message over here. So we can try and run this in debug mode, come to our output, and let's just debug it again, and let's see if we can get more details of this error. So here, the runtime execution error, you can see this message we got here. The remote certificate is invalid according to the validation procedure. So that's exactly the same as the message we had in our exception block. So what I just did is I just checked in the forum. I just searched the same error message. The remote certificate is invalid according to the validation procedure. What I found is that Gmail will block any apps which use less secure sign-in technology to access the Gmail account. Alright, so what you'd have to do is you'd have to go to your account settings of your Gmail account and you'd have to then allow this. So what I did is I came to myaccount.google.com, alright, and then click on security over here. If you then scroll down, you'll then see an option over here, less secure app access. Alright, so if we click here, it says some apps and devices use less secure sign-in technology, which makes your account more vulnerable. You can turn off access for these apps, which we recommend, or turn on access if you want to use them despite the risks. Alright, so there is a bit of a risk when you turn this on, because now there's not that extra layer of security that Google provide you with. But in order to allow UiPath to log into your email address to read the email addresses, you are going to have to turn this on. The second thing the forum advised is that if you are using an antivirus, you should turn it off. So if I come here and I have an antivirus, if you right click on that, you'll then see there's an option here to turn off your antivirus. I currently just use antivirus free. I'm just going to turn this off and I'm going to click yes. Alright, so now if we check again, it'll then say your protection is off. Alright, until your PC restarts. Okay, so if you are using antivirus, I also recommend you turn it off just in order to use your get mail messages activity. So in this message box, we can try and display something like, say, you'd write mail.headers, open brackets, and then inside here as a string, you'd write mail. Alright, and then that's what would display the header of the email. If you were to write date over here, it would be a date timestamp of when that mail was sent. So let's try and run this and see how it works. So sometimes it does take a bit of time to read the emails before it actually starts to display them. But we are just looking now for the date timestamp of all the emails. And there you have it. So that's successful. We have our message box, and we have Monday, 15 April, and then we have the time over there. So that is the date the most recent email was sent. If we click OK, before that it was at 1:58, before that also 1:58, before that 1:57, before that 1:55, etc. So now that we have gotten our get IMAP mail message activity effectively working, which can then display the mail in a message box for each message, we can then now move on, and in the next video we are going to be learning how to use the switch activity. Great, so I'll see you in the next video. If we want to display the email address of the sender in the message box, what you would do is you'd come here and you'd type in mail dot, and you might be tempted to select the sender over here. Alright, but in fact that does not work. What you actually want to do is you want to go mail and you want to go to from. So over here there is a from, you select from, and then you select dot again, and then you select the address. So this will display the address that the email was sent from. Alright, so you click away, you'll notice the errors go away. So let's test this. I'll click run. You'll notice there's a bit of a delay because it takes a while for UiPath to read the data from Gmail. So UiPath is busy pulling data from Gmail at the moment, and there you have it. So that has all our email addresses that it is reading in sequential order from the most recent to the last within the top 10 emails. Alright, so you can actually use this loop over here to export all the email addresses that people have sent you. And we can type in append over here by append line, and we can just drag this in here. We can give it a name, and we can say something like emails.txt, and over here we can put our mail.from.address. Then let's say we want to extract the email addresses of the top, say, 200 emails. We can change this number from 10 to 200, and we can then run this. So now it should take a few minutes, maybe about 1 or 2 minutes, and it should then extract all of the email addresses automatically. Alright, so I'll fast forward this video to the point where the process has completed. And it's done. So if we come to our folder over here, you'll see it creates a file called emails over here. We can open this text file, and there is all the email addresses of the top 200 emails in my inbox. Alright, so I'm just going to come here quickly, and I'm going to put in all these emails which have the invoice into a separate folder. Alright, so I'm going to come and create a new folder. I'll scroll down. Over here it says create a new label, and I'm going to call this invoices. Alright, and then I'll nest this label under, it's fine, I won't, I'll just leave it as it is. I'll click create. Cool. And then where is our folder? There should be there it is, invoices. Great, so it currently says there's no conversations with this label. So I'll come here and I will move all of these. I'll select all these invoices. Move to, and then there should be invoices somewhere in here. There it is. Great. So now all those emails are no longer in our inbox, but they are rather inside our invoices folder. So what we can do here is in UiPath, we can come back to our get IMAP, and now instead of the mail folder being inbox, we want to call this invoices. Great. And we can change this to top 10. And we can try and test if this works. I'm just going to use a message box again, just as a tester to see if this is working. I will copy this expression and paste it in here. I'll delete this append line. I'll also come and delete this list over here. We don't need that. I just wanted to show you a quick use case of what you can do with this. And now let's just run this and see if it works. And there it is. Fantastic. So we know that it is reading all the email addresses from the right folder, and we know it's reading the correct email addresses because within here we only have 2 email addresses, which is leon@specialsnearme.co.za and leon@futurerpa.com. Fantastic. So now what we're going to do is we are going to be using a switch activity to handle 2 separate tasks. What we want to do is we want to save our invoices or the attachments within these emails to 2 separate folders on our computer. If the email address is future RPA email address, then we want to save the attachments into a certain folder. Whereas if the email address comes from the specials near me email address, which is this one over here, leon@specialsnearme.co.za, then we want to save it into the specials folder. Alright, so what we can do is we can come back to UiPath and we can search for the switch activity. Alright, and I'll explain to you why we're using this activity in the next video. If you want to assign different activities to different email addresses, then you think you might have to use an if statement, right? Something like a if over here, all right? And then you drag that in and you'd say something like when or if the mail, like that, is equal to, and then you'd write the email address over here, such as leon@futurerpa.com. Then you can assign the activities there. And then you can even put an else if you want. And then if you want another email address, you'd have to copy paste this just like that. Alright, now that is a way of doing it. However, there is a more elegant way of doing this, and that's by using the switch activity. So let me show you how to do that. You would come here and you type in switch. Alright, and over here, under control in workflow, there is a switch. There's also flow switch over here, which you use only in flow charts. So in our case, we are not using a flow chart, we are using a sequence. So we can use the switch over here and we can drag that in over there. Great. So what a switch activity has is it has an expression and then you add various cases. In our case, our expression would be the email address. So we can copy this and paste that there, which is mail.from.address. This now represents the email address that has been sent. So this can either be from what we saw now, it can either be our future RPA email address, or it can be our specials near me email address. So I will come here and note you can also add a default activity. Alright, so what that means is it'll always do this activity even if none of the cases are true. In our case, we don't actually have any default activities required. So I'll come here and click add new case, and what we want to type here is the email address leon@futurerpa.com, just like that. And then it says here that you'll see we get an error, and it says it's not a valid value for int32. So that's it. That means over here on the right hand side in our properties panel for our switch activity, so I'll delete this and I'll come here. So we want it to be a string, so we can select string, and now we can add a new case. So inside the case value, we can type in our email address, and note that you don't actually have to write it inside inverted commas over here. So you might think you might have to, because that's what you usually do with a string, but in this case, our activity here knows that the type argument is a string, and so you don't need to tell UiPath that it's a string. We can add another case over here, which would be leon@specialsnearme.co.za. Enter. Great. So now we have our two cases, and now every time you say have a different email address where you also want to save their PDFs or their attachments, what you can do is you can just come here and you click add new, and you can just add as many email addresses as you want. So what you then do here in the case, you can add a sequence, and we can do the same here for this email address. So we can just add a tester over here. We can use a message box again, and we can write something like this is the, and then we can add a plus and say mail.from.address. We can say here this is from the, and then we'll enter the email address, and then we can also say, just in brackets, just to be sure, let's not forget our quotation marks. And we can say the name of the company, and our plus sign over there. Cool, so let's just have a look at that, make sure it looks fine in our expression editor. This is from the mail.from.address, and plus then we have our company name. So we can click OK. We can then copy this and we can paste this in here, and we can write specials app here. Alright, but notice we are getting an error over here. So let's just check this, see what the problem is. You'll see there's a dot there, so that's the problem. If we leave it like that, it should also just work. Great. So now we can try and run this and see if it works. I probably should have deleted the first message box just so we don't get confused. So that would be the first message box message. And then there it is. This is from Leon at futurerpa.com. And then you can see there we have our static text, which was the company name FutureRPA. Okay, that was our first message box. And then here it is. This is from Leon at specialsnearme.coza, specials app, etc. So we know this is all working perfectly. That's fantastic. All right, so this box with just the single email address, that's just pulling from this message box over here before our switch. So we can actually delete that since we don't need it anymore. What we'll be doing in the next video is we'll be saving the attachments of these mails into a folder on our PC. In this tutorial, we are now going to be saving our emails within our switch activity. So I'm going to delete our message box over here, as well as over here, as we no longer need them. And instead, I'm going to add log activities. So over here, I'm just going to use a log message as an info, which will just say something like successfully processed. And I'll write the header here, or the subject line of the mail. So mail.subject, there it is, enter. So I can then copy this activity and I'll paste that within here. Great. So that will just log to the output panel when we are running the execution. So now we can use our save mail activity. We can type in save here in the activities panel. And we are looking here under the mail activities, which is save attachments and save mail message. So we'll start off with our save mail message and we'll drag this in over there. So over here in the first input field, we have the mail message itself. So you'll see here this expects a mail message type. So we have our mail, which is this here, which is of mail message type. All right, because remember over here we defined the type to be mail message. So over here we can simply just then write mail and we can select it over there. Great. Over here, this is where it gets a bit trickier. This is where we need to enter our file path. All right, and note how it says text must be quoted, which means it's most probably a string. Yes, there it is, it says string. Great, so we can add this manually, or you can select the three dots here and you would then select the folder, robot 7 email automation, but you'll notice there's no folder over here. So I'm going to right click and I'm going to add a new folder. And I'm going to call this Future RPA. Great. So I'll double click that. And note that it won't let me save until I have added in a file name. All right. So I'm just going to write something like dummy text. I'll just write AAA and click save. So we know that we want a different name for each of our mails. Now, what's going to happen here is it's going to save and overwrite the same mail, which is called AAA, and we don't want that. So what we want instead is to have a different name. So what we can do is we can reference the subject line of the email to give them their unique names. All right. So here we have future RPA /AAA.eml. So what we can do is we can come here and I'll delete this /AAA and let's write something like plus. I'm just going to open it here in our expression editor so it's easier to see. I'm going to say plus. I'm also going to say plus here. I'll close that up. I'll also close the quote there. Inside here I'll add more quotation marks, and within there I will write something like, actually we don't need to add that, we can just say mail.subject. Great. So what it'll do is it'll save it to our folder future RPA and then it says backslash, and then this will be the name of the file or the name of the email, and then the .eml is the extension to save it as an email. We can try and run this and see if this works. So I will click run. And you can see here we get an error saying the given path's format is not supported. Alright, so remember, this is just our error which we had in our catch down here. Alright, so if I come back to our section here, so it's saying the format is not supported. So we know that the mail is the format that is supported, but what the problem most likely is that the name of the subject contains special characters, which means it's not allowing to save the mail unless you get rid of those special characters. You'll see here we have a colon, which is a special character. I'm not sure if the numbers are giving us a problem as well, but let's have a look and see. So what we'd have to do is, before our switch over here, we can rename the mail, or we can rename the subject line. So we can drag and assign over here, create a new variable, Control K, and let's call this mail name. Mail name is equal to mail.subject. Alright, and now we want to rename mail name. So I'm going to come and add an assign just below that. We can type in mail.name here, and the value we're assigning to that is mail name dot replace, open bracket, and you want to put the value we're replacing, which in our case is the colon, and we are replacing that with simply a blank or just nothing, just two quotation marks with nothing in between. So he's simply just deleting that colon. Alright, we can click OK, scroll back down here, and here where we want to save our mail, instead of saying mail.subject here, we can now replace that with our variable mail name. Great, just like that. And we can now try and test this out. So hopefully it does allow us to save attachments with numbers in the title. Alright, so let's run this. The execution's done. We can come back here, and yes, fantastic, it worked with our numbers, so we can differentiate between the different invoices. Alright, so we can open this email and we can just make sure it's working. Yes, it is. There it is. Great. So in the next video, we will be doing an activity where you'll be doing the exact same thing, but for our specials near me email address. Great. So I'll see you in the next video. In this activity, I want you to do the same thing that we did for our future RPA emails, where we would save the mails, and I want you to do it for our specials near me mails. Alright, so you can pause the video, give it an attempt, and then after that you can play and I'll show you how I did it. So I'll search our activities for our save mail message activity, and we'll drag that in there. Looking back here, we use this notation, which is the name of the folder plus mail name plus the extension .eml. So I'll copy that and I will paste it in over here. I'll also type in mail over here. Alright. And the only difference is we're going to be using a different folder name. So I'll come here and I'll create a new folder and I'll call this specials app. Just like that. Great, so I'll just copy this and back in UiPath I will paste that in over here. Great, just like that. So now what it'll do is it'll save the files, the appropriate files into here and the appropriate files into here. So If the name already exists here, it's just going to overwrite it, so we don't have to re-delete this. And let's try and run this and see if it works. So it shouldn't take too long until it saves all the mails. And it's done. So let's come here and have a look. Specials app. There we have it. Specials app invoice 1, specials app invoice 2, all the way through till 5. And here we have our future RPA invoice 1, future RPA invoice 2, all the way through till 5. Great, so that is working perfectly. What we'll do in the next video is we'll be saving the attachments. So you'll notice here, if we want to open the attachment of this invoice, we'll first have to double click on the email. And once the email opens, we can only then download it from over here. So what we want to do is we want to download it directly into a folder on our PC. So I'll show you how to do that in the next video. In this video, we will be using the Save Attachments activity. So we will be saving the attachments of the mail. So what we can do is we can simply drag in this Save Attachments activity. You can see it accepts two fields, the mail as well as the path, the file folder on your computer where you are going to save the attachment. So over here for mail, we can simply write mail, all right, the same as we did here in our save mail activity. Then over here for our save attachments, if we click there, we can come to our robot 7. We can come to choose either our future RPA or specials app folder. And you can see there, it expects us to select a folder. All right, so in our case, we can save it directly in here, or we can actually create a subfolder within these folders. So I'm going to do that quickly. I'll come here to robot 7, and inside future RPA, I'll create a new folder, and I'll call it attachments. So that's just an empty folder where we will be saving all the attachments. I'll do the same here in this, and attachments, just like that. Great, so if we come back to UiPath now, and you'll see that there's now the option where I can drop down here and select attachments. All right, so we are currently in the specials app sequence, so I am actually supposed to select this folder over here. So I'll click OK, and there you have it. So what will happen here is it'll save the attachments into this file over here. All right, so we can then also maybe add a new message log. I'll copy this and I'll paste between here. And the first log will be saving the mail. So I'll say successfully saved mail. And over here in this log, I'll say successfully saved the attachment. So I'll change this text here, successfully saved attachment. Okay, great. So that's just a little bit more explicit. So we know that once mail 1 has been saved, or invoice 1, then it'll log that mail. And once the attachments has been saved, it'll log that save. So we'll have to do this twice for our second email address. All right, so we can just try and test this first and see if it's working. So I'm going to run this. So once the process has finished running, we can have a look at our attachments folder. It just completed. Let's open this up, and there we have our 5 invoices. All right, so that's fantastic. So we know it is working. What you can do if you want, you can even create separate folders inside here, because maybe some emails might have multiple attachments. And what you can then do is you can simply write something like over here, you can add a new backslash like that, and you can say plus, and then you can say mail name, for example. And what that would do is it'll create 5 new folders with attachments within those folders. All right, so I'll actually just come delete all of these, and I'll show you what I meant. So we'll keep our attachments folder just like that, and we can run this again. There you go. It just ended. We can open our attachments, and there you see we now have 5 folders. So we can open the folder, and there is our attachment. And inside invoice 2 folder, there's our attachment. Invoice 3 folder, there's our attachment, etc. Alright, so that's a useful little trick when you have multiple attachments per email. Alright, so in our case, I'm just going to keep it to how we had it before, where it'll just save the PDFs in the attachments folder. Alright, so in the next video, we'll be doing an activity where we will be doing the same thing, but for the other email address. In this activity, I want you to save the attachments that are in our future RPA emails. Alright, so I will leave you to pause this video, and then when you are ready, you can play it and I'll show you how it's done. Great, so this is how we do it. You can simply do the exact same thing that we did over here, where you can copy our activities. I'll even copy the logs, and I will right click or just Control C on my keyboard, and I'll come to our sequence over here for future RPA, and I'll paste that in just below. So we no longer need this log message, so I'll delete that. And we can also scroll over here, and we are now changing this folder. So it's no longer in our specials app folder, it's in our future RPA folder. So here's future RPA, and there's our attachments. All right, we can click OK, and there you have it. That's all you really need to do. So I'll just come back here. I'm also going to delete these folders from our previous run. Great. So in our specials app attachments, it's all blank. And if we come to our future RPA attachments, it's all blank as well. I can even delete all these emails. And in fact, we can even delete this folder as well. It'll actually create the folder if it doesn't exist. So we can delete everything just like that. So now we have 2 separate folders, which are both completely blank, and we can run our execution. And it's done. Let's have a look here. In future RPA, there's all our 5 emails. As you can see, they're all correct because it's relating to future RPA, as you can see in the name. And in the attachments, there we have our 5 attachments. We can come back to our specials app. There's our 5 specials invoices, as well as our 5 attachments in each of those emails. In this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to send an error message email. Our robot catches an exception. All right, so here under our exception, we currently just have a message box which will display our exception message. So we actually don't need a message box to pop up every time there's an error. That was simply just for debugging purposes. What is a more elegant solution would be to use a log message activity, just like that. And you can then log the exception dot message as a error. All right, so when an error is caught, we can then log the message to our output panel. So I can then delete this message box. Then what we want to do is we want to send an email. So I'll type in mail here, and here we have our send SMTP mail message activity. So this is what you want to use for sending a mail with Gmail. So I'll drag this in, and we have 3 fields that we can enter here and a whole lot more on the right hand side here in the properties panel. So I'll start off by just entering these fields. So first off, we have our to field. So this is who we are sending the email to. So this should be a string. So I'm going to write here my own email address. All right. So I've entered my Gmail. Then here we can add our subject line. So the header of the email, I will write here automation report. :error, so that we know that this is an error that the email is about. The body, and this is where you can type in a string. So I'll just leave some dummy text over here, and I'll type something like body. On the right hand side here, we can enter our host and server. So the server you're going to be using for a Gmail address would be smtp.gmail.com. So you can enter that over here. So remember your quotation marks because it's a string, and we can type smtp.gmail.com, just like that. Great, click OK. Then for the port here, it expects an integer. The port you want to use is 587. So that's the standard port you'll use for a Gmail account. So if you're working for a company and you have your own custom domain, you'd contact IT and ask them for your server and port. Right, so then we have over here, we have our email and password of the account we are sending from. So in this case, the email is once again my email address. So the email here is once again my Gmail address. All right, and the password. So I should have the password stored as a variable. I can see it's not available to me here, most probably because it's not set to the scope that's accessible. So I can scroll back to, where is it? Expand all. There we have our private guest password. I can look at my variables over here, and my password is set to this sequence over here. So let's try elevate that to our try catch. Can we do that? Yes, we can. So we can select try catch. And now, because we are dealing with our catches section, that's within our try catch. So we should be able to access it now over here. Where is it? There, password, control space. There it is, my password. Great, click OK. If the body of your email is written in HTML, you check that. If not, you'd leave it blank. Over here, this is where you can set your security settings. You can usually leave it to auto. That's usually the best. We can also CC our email to someone else, like let's say someone second in charge or to a senior that you want to inform of an error, as well as a blind carbon copy if you want to email it to someone and you don't want the email to show who the email is being sent to. All right, so there's these extra options, and then over here we have our from email address and the name. So in our case, we are sending it from @gmail.com, and we can even add the send name. We can say something like email automation robot or email auto robot. I'm just going to change the body of the text here. I can notice there's an error because I have 2 quotation marks. I'm just going to delete that, and I'm going to just change this text from body. I'm going to write something like, this is a test. Cool. And you can see there's no longer any error messages. All right, so you can see you can also forward a mail message if you would like. But in our case, we're not forwarding, we are just simply sending a mail message. I'm going to come and break the robot, and let's see if it sends a email to my Gmail account. But if I scroll up, here we have our mail name, and this is where we replace the colon. Remember earlier we were getting an error because we had a colon in the subject line of our emails. So by removing that, it eliminated the error. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just simply going to disable this activity by right clicking and clicking disable activity. So that's as if this activity is deleted. Alright, so you can see it even says they're ignored. Okay, so now if you run it, we should run into an error. And if we run into an error, it should be caught by our try catch block, which should then send us an email saying this is a test. Okay, so let's try and run this and see if it works. Alright, so the execution ended. Let's look at our output panel here. And you can see here we do have an error. The given paths format is not supported. Okay, so that's exactly what we wanted. You can see there we have one error. And if we come to our Gmail, there you see we have a email automation report error. And it's sent from me because I sent it to myself. And you can see it says there, this is a test. But let's make this a little more interesting. Let's not just write this is a test. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to use email templates and how to assign values and variables into those email templates. We'll get into that in the next video. In this video, I'm going to be showing you how to use email templates. Alright, so writing a body or an email inside this little line is a little bit inconvenient. Even if you come here, you're going to have to manually code in lines in between, etc. So I can show you a nice, easy way to write a body of your email. So if we come to our Robot 7 folder, we can right click and we can create a new text document. So we can call this whatever you want. I'm going to call this email error template. Cool. And inside this text file, this is where you can write your entire email. So I'm going to write something like, dear human, comma, I'll leave 2 spaces. Unusual activity has been detected on the system at, and then here we would want to write the time. All right, so the time is usually dynamic, it changes all the time, of course. So I'm going to leave in this placeholder, which is 2 braces and a 0. All right, so this is referencing the 0 index, and this is just the notation where you will be able to later add in a value of time into this position, or a value of anything for that matter. You can store a variable, you can store a static text, or you can store the time. And below that I'll write error message. And then over here is where we want to write in what the error message is. Of course, that's dynamic as well, so I'll leave a placeholder as 1. Alright, so that's our index 1. So once again, I'll show you where we enter this back when we are in UiPath. We can then say regards, email automation robot. Great, we can save this and we can then close our template. We can come back to UiPath, and here in our body we can delete this is a test. We can write string.format open bracket. Now what we want to write first is our text file, so the actual text that's in our text file. So I'll just click OK for now. We'll get back to that. What we're going to have to do is we're going to have to read our text file. So there is an activity just for that, which is read text file. You can drag that in just above our send SMTP mail message activity. All right, so over here, this is where we select our template, which is our email error template. Double click that, and then we can output the content to a variable. So I'm going to call this Control K. I'm going to call it something like email, I'll give it the same name, email error template. Enter. Great. So now when we come back here, we should be able to select that variable. So in between these brackets, Control space, email error template. And what we want to do now is we want to put a comma, and this is where you can now add in those values. Remember, we added 2 indexes, index 0 and index 1. That is this position here in the email and this position here. So over here we want to add the time, and over here we want to add the error message. So I can show you how we can do that. After the first comma, we can simply write NOW, which is now. So this is .NET, and this function will read the current date time stamp at that moment. Then we can put a comma and we can write exception, or we can actually just come Control space and select exception over there, and we can say dot message. It's always safer to select it from the drop down, so you know you're not making any spelling mistakes. Great, so this position here, which is our second position in our brackets, the first position we put our template, The second position, we put our 0th index, and our next position after that is our first index. If we continued over here and we had a position 2 somewhere else, then we could simply just add in another comma over there and write whatever you want, or add any variable you need. Great, so I'll click OK, and let me just close this, and I'm not going to save the changes, and we can try and run this and see if it works. Great, so I still have our assign activity ignored here, so it means we will run into an error. So let's try and run this and see if we receive an email in our Gmail. So the execution ended. We can come here, and there you go. We have our new email, automation report error. You can click on that, and there you have it. Dear human, unusual activity, misspelled activity there, but it's fine, has been detected on the system at, and then there's our current date and our current time, and the error message is the given path format is not supported. Regards, email automation robot. Perfect. So you can see it filled in those two positions just as expected. What we'll be doing in the next video is I'll show you how to attach a screenshot to this email. So when there is an error, it'll take a screenshot of the screen and it'll then attach it to this email so that the person who's in charge of debugging these problems can actually have a look at the screenshot to see exactly when it happened. Alright, so we'll get into that in the next video. In this video, I'm going to be showing you how to attach a screenshot and how to also take the screenshots when the error occurs. Alright, so what we can do is we can come here and we can type in screenshot. And you can see here we have under the element attributes activities, we have take screenshots. So we can drag this in, and you just need to make sure your take screenshot is within your exceptions sequence, and we can drag it in maybe just over there. So you can indicate on the screen exactly what part of the UI you want the screenshot to take. If you leave it blank, it'll just take a screenshot of the full screen. Alright, and then we can choose an output over here. So I'm going to click Control K, and I'm going to write my screenshot. So that's the variable that will store this screenshot that has been taken. Great, so that's all you need to do there. We can also maybe set this continue on error to true. So if there is an error trying to take the screenshot, the execution will still continue. So at least we will still receive our email even if there's no screenshot. We can then use the save image activity. And there it is. And if we look at the take screenshot, the output here is an image, and the image field over here is also an image. So we can click Control Space and we can select my screenshot. It'll take as input an image format called my screenshot, and as output we want to select where we're going to save it. We can simply just save the image in our Robot 7 email automation folder, and we can give it a name. We can call it something as simple as screenshot, or maybe let's be more specific, we can say error screenshot, and we can say .png. So it'll then save it as a PNG format. Just to be sure, we can click save, and there you have it. So that is all you do over there. Then in order to attach it to your email, you'll see here in your send SMTP mail message activity, there's a little button which says attach files over there. So we can click that, and here we can click create argument, and in here we can add our quotation marks, because as you can see it's a string, it's expecting a string, and we want to put the path to our screenshot. So in our case it was error screenshot.png, and that's all you need to do. Click OK, and there you have it. Now it should attach a screenshot to our process. So we can try and run this, and can come back here, and let's see. Now we will soon be receiving a new email, but this time with an attachment of a screenshot. The execution ended. Let's come back here. So you can see we have our error screenshot which has been saved to our folder. And let's come here. There we have our email. And you can see here it also has our attached screenshot. So you can see it took a screenshot of my Gmail account because that's what was open at the time of the error. So there you go, it worked perfectly, and it also saved it to our folder as well, so we have a backup of that screenshot, so it's in both our folder on our PC plus it's been emailed to us. So that's quite useful. We can even add in here in our email error template, we can say something like see attached for screenshot of error. We can then save that, and great. So that is how you take a screenshot and then send it in an attachment of an email. In the next video, we will get into our finally block over here, where we will be sending an automation report to the user, which would usually be something like a success report saying this is what our robot has accomplished. Alright, so we'll get into that in the next video. In this activity, I want you to also send a success mail to the user. Alright, so we can use our send SMTP mail message activity. You can drop that into our finally block over here. And what I want you to do is I want you to set up or configure our send mail activity. Pause the video, I'll let you try it out, and you should set it up the exact same way we set it up previously. Alright, so this will just be a good activity for you to try and do it yourself. Alright, you can pause the video and then you can play, and then I'll show you how to set it all up. Alright, so here we go. So we'll start on the right hand side here. I'll just expand this so it's nice and big for us to see. Also just drag these lines a bit to the left. You can start off here with the body of the email. I'll just write in some dummy text over here. Success. Great. The subject of the email, we can call it something like automation report. Then the port, if you remember from our previous videos, the port for a Gmail account to send is 587, and the server we're using is a string SMTP .gmail.com. The email address is the email address we are sending from, so that would be your email address, but in my case I'll enter mine. Then you would enter your password over here. You can either enter it as static text, or if you have it saved to a variable, you could use that. We have here the person we are sending it to. So in our case, we're sending it to ourselves. So I'll just enter my email address. I'll just come here and copy paste it so it's quicker. All right, and the sender from, we can enter once again my from email address, and we can just say here robot. That should be fine. All right, so that is how you set up your send SMTP mail message. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to configure a report within your robot so it logs a message every time there's been a success, and then we save all of that to a variable which we can enter into the body of our mail. So we'll do that in the next video. In this video, we are going to be generating our automation report. So what usually a good way of doing this is to use a list, and then you log a message to that list. So a good way would be to use these log messages and to log those to a list. But in order to do that, you first have to create a new list. So there's a difference between an array and a list. Usually an array, you know the number of items in the array, whereas you would use a list when you don't know the number of items in that list. So you can have a dynamic number of items as opposed to a static number of items in the list. So to do that, we can use an assign activity to create a new list. So we'll come here and I'll drag this in right in the beginning of our sequence. All right, so we can call this something like output, or we have to create a new variable, so Control K, and we can call it output report. Great, and we can click enter. Then on the right hand side of our assign, which is the value we are assigning to our output report, we want to create a new list. So to do that, you'd write new space and you'd say list, open brackets, and then within the brackets you would type in the type of list or the type of data that will be within each item in that list. So in our case, it's of type of string. So you'd write of string, just like that. We can click OK, and that's all you need to do to create a new list. However, you'll see we are getting an error because we have not assigned the correct variable type for our output report. So under variables, under output report, we can come here to our variable type. You can click on that and we can browse for type. So what we are looking for is iCollections, or iCollection rather, under the system library. Where is that? Here, system.collections, and then iCollection. You can double click that, and that is the variable type you'd use for a list. Alright, so we can just click away and you'll see our error goes away. So now we have created our output report. I see we also have an error here. Oh yes, the reason we have an error in that sequence is because we have an error right here at the bottom of this sequence, where if you look at the name here, we have an error. You see how it points it to us with this exclamation mark. We have this hyphen over there that's not supposed to be there. We can delete that. Okay, cool. Now that error should all be gone. Great. So now we have created a new list. In the next video, we'll be adding the logs of all the successes of all the emails that have been saved, and it'll be added to our new list called output report. So we'll do that in the next video. In this video, we will be adding data to our output report variable. So remember, we created a iCollection variable type. Now, if we come to our activities and we type in collection, you can see here there are a few activities available in the collections library. So what you can do is you can use the add to collection activity to add data to your list. You could use the clear collection activity to delete all the items in that list. You can use exists in collection, which is a test to detect whether or not a certain term or value or data piece exists within that list, and then it will return the answer as a Boolean, either as true or false. Lastly, we have remove from collection, where you can delete items from that list. So in our case, we are going to be using our add to collection. Alright, so if I scroll down here, where we have our logs, where we successfully log a mail saved or an attachment saved, we want to do that. So I can drag in our add to collection, and I will drag it in right over here, just below our save mail message. Remember, you want it to be below this because we need the execution to first have done this in order for this to occur. Or else if you put this before that, then you don't know if this has occurred or not yet. So this is how you know that the item above it has been saved. That's because this execution had actually happened. And that's what makes the output report valid. So over here we can select the collection. So we can click Control Space and we can select output report. So that is our collection. I can see we're getting an error here. And why is that? So iCollection, so it should be of the right format. Don't see why that's giving us a problem. So you can see here in our add to collections activity, we are getting an error. Let's see what it's saying. So it's saying that it's of type string and it cannot be converted to type object. We know that it has to be of type object. So we can come back here and we can type in iCollections, iCollection, there it is. Nope. Yes, that's the one. And we want to select type object. Okay, there you go. So now we have a error now because we have a list of objects, not of strings. Before we said it was of string, I'm going to change it to of object, and there you go. So now the problem is gone. So now we can scroll down, and where do we have our add to collection? There it is. So the item we are adding is male name, and it's of format object. Cool. And we can leave it like that. We can then scroll to our next email address, and we can also log that add to collection, drag that in there. We can select our output report and our male name. We can then scroll all the way down to our finally loop, and what we want to do is we want to try and assign our values in our output report to a text format or a string format so that we can enter it into our body of our email over here. So we'll try that in the next video. So in this video we are going to be trying to convert an object into a string. Alright, so we can create a new variable and let's call it our final or complete report. Great, and we can keep it as type string. Alright, so we want our complete report, and then over here we want to be able to access our output report, but it's not available. So you're going to have to come and change the scope of that. So where we have our output report, the scope is sequence, let's elevate it to try catch. Alright, and then because if we come here to our output panel, you can see our try catch contains all these activities so that we know that that variable will be available to everything within the try catch over here, as opposed to just under this sequence over here. Great, so now let's continue. And here in our sign, we want to select our output report. And now let's try convert that to a string, .toString. And it looks like it worked. Alright, so what we can do is we can use a write line activity to write this complete report to the output panel over here. And let's see if that works. So I'll write here, complete report. So I'll come to our output panel, I'll clear all the previous logs, and let's click run. So the robot is busy executing right now in the background. Alright, so let's see what happened over here. So looking on the right hand side here, we have the given parse formats are not supported. So that's our error from before, which we did not stop. So we should actually go and unhide that error. But here we have system.collections.generic_list1 system object. Alright, and then the execution ended. Alright, so let's see if we can come back to where we commented out our assign. I'm going to right click here and say enable activity. Great, so now we shouldn't be getting an error anymore. So let's try this again and see what comes into our output panel. Let's try run. And it's done. So here we have our output panel, and if we expand our output panel here, we can see there is all our logs. This is not our, these are actually the logs which we have over here. This is all these logs. That's what this is all representing. When we look over here, our right line of our complete report, that is what this over here, system.collections.generic list, that's what this is over here. And that is not a list of all our mail names as we are looking for. So what we're going to have to do is, this clearly doesn't work. So we're going to have to use a for each, and we'll have to loop through each object in the array. So for each, we can drag this in, and we can say for each item in output report. There you go. Let's go to our properties panel over here, and we can see that the type is of type object, because when we created the variable it was of type object. So we can keep that because each item in the list is an object. So then what we can do is within here we can use an assign, and let's actually try and output this to a report. So let's use an append line over there. So let's create a file called report, and the text we want to output would be the item dot to string. So here we are converting the object to a string. We can then use a read text file just below it over here, and the file we want to read would be our report that we just created in our previous activity over here. So this will then read it. We then want to output this content as something like our complete report. So we don't have to create it, we can just write complete report. There it is. And then our right line would be our complete report. So let's try this and see if it works. I'm going to clear all of this, and I am going to click run. So there you go, this one worked now. As you can see here on the right hand side, we have all our logs, and then in the last log, which is coming from this right line activity, you can see here we have all our different successful logs all in one log. Alright, so what we did there is we used a for each to loop through each object in the output report. We then converted each of those objects to a string, appended it to a line in a file called report, and then we read that report and we wrote it to a line. What we could also do is we could use a write. We can use a write text file over here, and we can drag this in just before the for each, and we can refer to our report file, and then we want to just empty out this file before we write into it every single time we run the robot. So to do that, you'd say string dot empty, just like that. So what this will do is it'll empty out everything, or it'll delete everything in our text file, so that when we are appending text to that file, we know that it is in fact empty and we're not appending line to a previous list which contained data. So now that we have a string version of our complete report over here, we can use this variable and enter it into our send SMTP mail message activity in our body over here. So we can simply just write complete report and then send it as an email. So we can try that out and see if it works. So looking here in our Gmail, from all our previous runs we were doing, we received all these success alerts, but obviously those weren't actually successful. That was just because we had it in our finally block. So now what we are going to do, when we run this, it should send an email with all these different logs to our email address. So we can even take this a step further over here, and we can come to our add to collections in our properties, and we can copy this and we can paste it over here below our save attachments. So in this case, what was successful was our email. So we can simply write email colon space, add our plus to concatenate the two. Great. And over here, it's our attachment that's been saved. So we can come to our properties, item, and we can say here, attachment, then add our plus. And we can click OK. So I'll come here, I'll copy this, and I'll paste it for our other email address. I'll delete this one over here, and I'll just copy our other one, since nothing changes between the two. Paste. So what will happen here is it'll save our email and our attachment, and it'll tell us exactly what has been saved. All right, because we are saving both attachments and emails, we'd like to log both, not just the one or the other. So we can try and run this now and see if it works. Great, so it's completed. We can come here. There we have our email automation report. We can open that up, and there we have it. We have all of our logs, and you can see here email, and then it's got the name of the subject line of the email, attachment, it's got the subject line of the attachment, and so on. Next, what would be nice is if we could compile this email to be of a better format. So we'll do that in the next video as an activity. So in our previous video, we created our report as a text file. So we can try and open this here with a notepad. Let's see. There is all of our logs from our previous run. All right, so if we run it again, it's going to delete all of these and it'll add our new logs. Great, and remember the reason it's deleting all of those is because we have used this write text file and we used a string.empty function to empty it out. If we didn't use this, then what this will do is it'll append everything right after the existing data in this report. So we don't want that. We don't want to keep receiving emails of all the previous logs plus the new ones. We only want to receive logs of the new ones. Great, so in our error email, we had an email error template, but in this video, we are going to be doing a success error template. So what I want you to do in this activity is I want you to compile a nicely written email over here, but for a success message, and then also use these different stamps over here to enter both the time that this activity completed, as well as all the logs which were contained in the execution of the robot. All right, so I'll leave that to you, and you can pause the video, try it out, and then when you're ready, you can play the video and I'll show you how it's done. Cool, so this is how you can go about doing it. You can create a new template. So we can create a new text document and we can call this email success template. You can call this whatever you like. Success has 2 C's, there you go. And we can open that up. We can say, dear human, your email automation robot has successfully completed at, and then we can put our braces with a 0. So this will then input the date and time. We can say the following emails / attachments were saved to your machine, colon. We can add our braces and we can put our index of 1. We can then say, kind regards, email automation robot. Great. So that should be fine. We can click File, Save. We can close that. And we can come back to our UiPath Studio. So back in here, we have our send SMTP mail message, and we want to read the text file to save, there it is, read text file, and we want to save the text to a variable. So let's select our text file. In our case, it's our email success template. Open that. We can go to our properties panel, and the content output, we can create a variable called email success template. You can click enter. Then here in our body of our email, we can type in string.format, open brackets. We can then select our template, which is our email success template, which is the variable version of the text inside our text document. You can say comma. We can write now to grab the current time and put it in the 0th index that we specified in the template. And secondly, we want to specify all the logs, which is our complete report. All right, so that is all you do there. Click OK, and that should be all. We don't need to attach any files over here to this email. If you want to email all the attachments to yourself, you can do that as well. All right, so you'd do that and you'd create arguments for all your attachments, and you'd add them in over here as we did previously with our screenshot. So we can try and run this, and we can see if we receive our success email in the correct format. So I'll click run. There you go, execution ended. We can come back here, and there we have our new email automation report. Click that. Dear human, your email automation robot has successfully completed at, there's our time, the following email/attachments were saved to your machine. And there we have it. It specifies whether it's an email or an attachment, and it has all the names as specified. Fantastic. Kind regards, email automation robot. So that is all to building this email automation robot. We learned quite a lot in this example. We learned how to use a try-catch loop to try and attempt a process, and then it'll catch the error. If there is an error, it then executes a certain set of activities. In our case, the process was to email the user saying, we have a problem, this is the problem. All right, we also learned how to save attachments and how to save mails using the save mail and save attachments activity. We learned how to work with lists or collections and how to add data to those collections. We learned how to replace text inside of mail names so that you are able to save them in the correct format. We also learned how to convert a list to a string by using the for each loop. We also learned how to then send the final report in our finally block of our try-catch loop, and then send a automation report using our send SMTP mail message activity. And prior to all of this, we learned how to read mail messages. We learned how to input private passwords into our private messages using UiPath. We learned how to use our switch activity to perform different sequences or different activities based on different criteria. In our case, performing a different set of activities for different email addresses. We also learned how to take screenshots and attach them to mails which are sent to the user. And lastly, we learned how to use text templates and enter that into your send mail message and reference certain indices within that. I hope you enjoyed building this robot as much as I did.